Yeah, hi. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, we'll start with the introduction. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a very cheerful morning to all the honorable guests, speakers, delegates, students, and all participants present here. Coming to a past conference report, HK Conferences organized a global webinar on artificial intelligence and data science on April 15 and 16, 2024. It's my honor and a great privilege in welcoming you to second global webinar on artificial intelligence and data science. I am Kiran and my colleague Kavya will be the moderators for this webinar today. On behalf of organizing committee, first of all, I would like to thank you all for finding time from your busy schedule to be here today. Today marks a major activity in the brief existence of the Artificial Intelligence and Data Science webinar, a moment where we are interacting and sharing experiences and reflecting on various areas. In this occasion, we shall have outstanding presentations from our prominent presenters, whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge. Artificial Intelligence and Data Science program will focus on employed technologies, disruptive innovations, and the application of recent progress and evidence-based data. The webinar experience is for everyone involved in the development of artificial intelligence and data science, as well as those who actively involved in participating in the educational programs. The webinar particularly welcomes contribution from faculties, researchers, industrialists, and students, etc. We highly appreciate each and everyone for their participation and also the chair and co-chair, namely Professor Dana York and Dr. Ras from United States. We hope you enjoy the webinar and your participation will contribute to our professional developments and relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Kumar. Thank you. That's wonderful. Kiran Kumar Jawala. He's our organizer. We love him.
Yeah, we will. Can I start
second.
the first presenter? Can I introduce the first presenter now?
No. We want to say that this conference is completely political free, and this meeting will have no discussion about any war or political stuff. Whoever will engage into such discussion will be removed from the conference immediately. And I want to say welcome to this amazing, beautiful event. And you all are pioneers and important. You are important, visionary and pioneers. And we all learn so much from each other. So please make friends, engage, get to learn from one another. It's very important. And I welcome my esteemed colleague, Dr. Raz. My co-chair. So please, Kiran Kumar, send now the first speaker in.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dana. Yeah, we will go with the first presentation for today. His name is Professor Minshan Yang. Professor Minshan Yang received his PhD degree in statistics from the University of South Carolina, Columbia, USA in 1989. Then he joined the faculty of Department of Applied Mathematics from Chung Yun Christian University, Taiwan. From 1997 to 1998, he was a visiting professor in Department of Industrial Engineering, University of Washington, Seattle, USA. Since 2012, he has been a distinguished professor of Department of Applied Mathematics, CYCU. He was the chairperson of the Department of Applied Mathematics, the director of Chaplin's Office, and the dean of the College of Science, CYCU. His research interests include applications of statistics, fuzzy clustering, pattern recognition, and machine learning. He was an associate editor of the IEEE Transactions on Fuzzy Systems from 2005 to 2011, and he is an editorial board member of Electronics MDPI. According to Stanford University's top 2% scientist, he is among top 2% scientists as a career impact and also single year impact of 2022 in artificial intelligence and image processing. Please join me in welcoming our plenary speaker, Professor Minshan Yang.
Okay, thank you for Karen's introduction to me. So I need to put in.
My pleasure. It's my pleasure, Professor Minshan.
PPT, right? So how to
Yeah, you can share your screen,
change? Oh,
Professor Min Chan Yang.
this one, right? Okay.
If you face any difficulties, I will share on behalf of you. Okay?
Okay. So, okay. So everyone to see the PPT?
Yeah,
It's-
it's visible.
It's good, right?
Yeah, I can see. I can see.
Okay.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, so let me start it. Okay. So I'm glad to present our work called sparse fuzzy seeming clustering with lasso. My co-author is my PhD student Sajia Pavin. Okay, in this topic, we need to talk about what is clustering and what is fuzzy seemings, and also what is a lasso, and also why we need sparsity. Okay, so let me show this. Why clustering, and what clustering methods, and why fuzzy clustering, and what lasso, LASSO, and why sparsity in clustering. So let me see the data set here. So we have the three data type. So if we consider clustering to this data set, we can have three groups with a three set, right? So in this case, we are consider the data with similar characteristics will be in the same class, and the different characteristic will be in the different class. That means if we have a data set X with n data points, the clustering is to find a good partition with a C partition have a S1 to XC for the data set X. So let us see some data sets, like the first one. It's very clearly we have a two clusters, right? And if a second data set, we can see have some bridge point here. So for the bridge point, it belongs to left-hand side class or right-hand side. Maybe it's a little bit uncertainty, right? If a third data set, we can see the two classes is mixed together. So it's more difficult to separate the two classes. So how about the others? Like one big cluster and a small cluster. In machine, it's maybe difficult to be one big one and another one. Maybe have the first division. Okay. So how about the others? Like the other data set, it's more difficult in the machine learning because it's unsupervised learning in pattern recognition. That means we don't have any the level set to follow, just clustering the data set according to their organization. Okay. So in this case, I would like to consider clustering method into two categories. So one is a probability model-based approach. That means the data set follow a mixture of probability distribution. And in this probability model-based, the well-known algorithm is EM algorithm. It's called expectation and maximization clustering algorithm. Another one we call a non-parametric approach. So that's based on objective function of similarity or dissimilarity measure. And the well-known and famous algorithm is K-means. But after the fuzzy extension, it become to be a fuzzy C-mean. Right now, it's also very popular right now. So my question is, what does good means? So we know that for a data set X, the clustering is to find a good partition into a C partition. My question is, what does good mean? we need to give a criteria, right? Okay. So K-means give the total sum of square error within class. So with this objective function. But in K-means, the membership only 0 or 1. If this data point belong to ith class, the membership should be 1, the others should be 0. So in K-means, the members only 0 or 1. So in this case, the K-means class algorithm, sometimes we call a Hasse-Min. I will show it again, okay? It's a procedure for computing minimizer of the objective function with respect to membership and also cluster centers. So it's obviously the membership should be with the nearest neighbor. So it's a minimum, right? So it should be 1. The others should be 0. And then the cluster center should be the weighting means. So in this case, we are consider the K-means equal a Hasse partition because the partition is only the membership only the 0 or 1. It's belong to its 1, not belong to its 0. So in this case, we can extend the membership into a fuzzy set. What is fuzzy set? It means the value is between 0 and 1. But of course, we need to sum up to be 1. So we call it is a fuzzy C partition. So according to fuzzy C partition, we can extend K-means to fuzzy C-means. So the fuzzy C-mean objective function is defined as this objective function. Okay, it's very similar to K-means, but we need to put m power here. Because if you are not put m, we take the derivative to mu ij, the membership, we cannot get the update equation. Because mu ij right now is a continuous function, continuous variable. So we can take the partial derivative to mu ij. Okay, so in this case, we can get the update equation like this one, mu ij. And the cluster center is still the weighting mean, but the weighted for mu ij m power. Okay, so it's almost the similar as K-means, but with a different update equation. So this is a fuzzy C-mean update equation, and the fuzzy C-mean cluster algorithm, it goes through these two update equation, and then can be an algorithm to get the final results. So what is LASSO? LASSO stands for list absolute shrinkage and a selection operator. Okay, LASSO is proposed by Tissanoni in 1996. The paper published in the Journal of Royal Statistics Society published. And after 4 years, Witten and Tissanoni proposed a so-called sparse K-means. And they used a LASSO idea constraint to the K-means, and then so that the K-mean can be used for feature selection using the LASSO constraint idea. So the paper published in the JASA, Journal of American Statistics Association, okay, in 2010. So what is sparsity in clustering? Sparse K-means use LASSO for feature reduction and put the LASSO constraint in the K-mean objective function. And the sparsity in cluster refers to a data matrix that includes many zero or a value of features. So that means this feature not a significant impact during cluster calculus. So it looks like a sparsity, okay? So in high dimension data set, this is just the sparsity and encounter the curse of dimensionality. And so dimension reduction or feature selection become to be very important and necessary. So another way to find sparsity algorithm, clustering algorithm, because in the majority of data set, there are several insignificant features which often influence clustering result in cluster algorithm. So that maybe lead to generate inappropriate clustering structure and their clustering results. So incorrect clustering results are possible by applying redundant characteristics in clustering algorithm, especially.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it okay? Okay. So the another one is if irrelevant features are included in clustering procedure, then they may cause more computation time. So that means we need to have a sparsity or feature reduction in clustering algorithm. So the next question is why I choose FCM. This compared to K-means, FCM is more applicable in complex data structure. Another one is it's a more robustness to outliers than K-means. And it's also flexibility in class assignment because FCM, the class assignment is between 0 and 1. It's a more continuous, okay? And another one is it can improve a convergence property. So in these 4 cases, we are choose FCM right now. So I need to talk about some related work. So we have shown FCM, right? FCM, the objective function, look like this, okay? And it's easy to get the update question. This membership, mu ik, and also cluster center BKZ, okay? And Witten and Tisnoni have proposed sparse K-mean. They use a constraint. So they need to change the K-means objective function become to be another way, and then consider maximization. But they need to subject to the constraint, complex constraint. The most important is L1 known for feature weight, and less than the tuning parameter S. So in sparse K-mean, the tuning parameter is very difficult to be estimated. But in the sparse K-mean, they use gap statistics. Okay. Of course, I will not talk too much about gap statistics. So another one is in 2015, Kuhn expanded the sparse K-mean to sparse FCM, fuzzy C-means. And he used the fuzzy C-mean, the control fuzzy C-mean into a maximization, of course, subject to the same Lasso constraint. So the procedure almost the same as sparse K-means. So more recently, 2021, and Benjamin have considered a sparse status to the possibility C-mean. And the possibility C-mean objective function, it looks like this. It's more complicated because possibility C-mean have a index the sum up to B1. So no have that kind of constraint. So in this case, they propose 2 kinds. It's called sparse PCM1 and also sparse PCM2. So sparse PCM1 like a sparse K-means or sparse fuzzy C-mean use a Lasso constraint, and sparse PCM2 use a Lasso penalty. Okay, like this one. So it can get the update question, but the update is still special for weight. It's easy to get it, but like I show this one. Okay, so I introduce the relative work. Next, I will come to our work, but before that, I give the comparison. Like right now, it just have a sparse K-means, sparse FCM, sparse PCM1, and sparse PCM2. And our proposal, we call it a sparse FCM Lasso. And this is similar to SPCM2. We add a Lasso penalty term in the fuzzy C-mean objective function. but for sparse K-means, sparse FCM, sparse PCM1, all subject to Lasso constraint. So in this case, it's more complicated. So I next come to our proposal. So our proposal is FCM Lasso. So to avoid the complex estimate of tuning parameter S in FCM, we propose a new type of FCM based on Lasso penalty. We call it SFCM Lasso. The proposed FCM Lasso should be much simpler than SFCM. It's 2015 have proposed this. So the objective function become to be this one. So I show this. So this is a Fari-Simon objective function, but we need to consider different weight or feature weight, Wj here. But we also add the L1 norm, is a Lasso norm for feature weight, right? So we compare the FCM, we can see FCM is this one. But they didn't consider weight here, but here we need to consider feature weight, Wj. And if we compare the sparse FCM, they have changed the Fari-Simon to be a maximum weight like this, but they need to subject to the constraint, Lasso constraint. And the most important is the tuning parameter, that's very complicated. So compare our proposal and also SFCM, we can see our objective function is much simpler. So next, I need to show you about the update equation. But we create a theorem because we give the proving for the necessary condition to minimize the objective function. We got the three update equations. The first one is cost center, that's a weighting mean. And the second one is a membership function. It become to be this way. So we have give the proving for this one. The most difficult is the feature weight. Because feature weight is L1 norm. So when you take the derivative, you cannot do it. We need to have take the open a set between 0. So we can set up a phi here. So when eta is less than -5, we got the update equation. And when eta larger than 5, then psi, this should be called psi, okay? It's another update equation, but between them, it's 0. So we have give the proving for this update equation. So our proposed algorithm can have a S-step. The first step, we need to initialize the weight for feature. So like this, the initial, we put all the same, 1 over square root of D. Okay, it should be P here. Okay, it's a feature number. It's a feature number. And then randomly to assign the cluster center. And then the first one is update the membership using the equation 13. Of course, we need to use a cluster center, initial cluster center, and set up C and L10 here. So we set T is 1 and update the cluster center, use the membership, use the equation 12. And then update membership again, using equation 13. Okay, again. And then we set up the weight for simple one, and then use the equation 14 to set up the WZ star. It's I have shown you this one. Okay, it's more complicated. So use this, and then to check is it stable or not. If less than issue, that means the algorithm is stable, and then we output all the result. If not, we go ahead to go to another step and set up T is true. Okay, and so on. Okay, so this is a so-called algorithm, like an AI algorithm, or like this one. So next, I want to consider comparison. And we need to consider a clustering performance measure. Okay, the first one is the accuracy rate. Accuracy rate, it means the correct clustering, the number. So NCK is the number of data points that obtain the correct clustering for the case cluster. Okay, N is the total number of data points. And another one is Jaka index. Jaka index is for all combination in C. C should be the true cluster for given data. And the C prime is from your algorithm. The cluster result from your algorithm is C prime. So A is, it means your algorithm get the correct. So it's A. And the D is incorrect. So this rank index is improved of Jaka index. It's a rank index. And another one is manual index. So I will not go detail too much. I have explained here. And this is A over the square root A plus B and also times A plus C. And another, the performance evaluation is normalized mutual information. So you do like this one. So it's consider entropy. So become to be an information. And finally, we use a running time in second, that to calculate how fast the algorithm to be. In fact, we can give the convergence theory in theoretical, but in the algorithm, we prefer to use a running time. So I will present the 8 examples. The first example is use a Queen the method. Okay, but the Queen method only have a low feature component and also low the cluster number. So in example 2, we extend to from P to equal to 1000. And example 3, we extend the data point from 100 to 1000. Okay, and example 4, we consider we generate our simulation data set with 450 data points and with 15 dimensions from a Gaussian mutual distribution. Okay. And example 5, we consider a well-known iris data set that have 150 data points with 4 features. And example 6 and 7, we have 2 real data sets. One is a well-known data set with 4,170 data points and 8 features. And another diabetes data set with 768 data points and 8 features. The final one, we based on more real data set to come for comparing the SFCM and our proposal with the number of remaining features. That means how behavior for feature reduction. So the first example, I will not go through too much, but we only consider 3 main features and have the others, it's redundant. Okay, so according to this, we have the performance evaluation by accuracy rate, rank index, NMI, and the Jaka index, FMI, and the running time. Okay, so we can see our method got all the best one, and the underline means the second one. So in this example, FCM is still good, but I think our proposal is the best one. Okay, this is number of iteration time. Okay, so we can see our algorithm is fast. Okay, this is the data set for 3 components, X1, X2, and X3. Okay, the second one, we have extend to P from 100 to 1000. And we have figure here. So we can see our accuracy rate, non index, NMI, JI, and all this one. With running time, our algorithm is the most fast. So we still can continue to consider the data points from 100 to 1000, and we still have the same result. Okay. So I come to example 4, our Gaussian mutual distribution simulation. So that it means sum up to be a Gaussian distribution, and the missing proportion is 1/3 because they have 3 clusters. Okay, and the first cluster mean is 0, 0, and the second one is 5, 5, third one is 8, 8, and we have a covariance matrix with 0.2. Okay, and we consider the others 15 feature. We have the others 12, and the first 3 is have the 3 data set, but the other 12 we use a uniform distribution. That means this 12 feature not important. So according to this data set, we can see our proposal is still fast and also very good. Okay. In this example, SPCM1 is still not bad. It's a second one, but in the SFCM, it's costs a lot of time. This is because it need to have a gap statistics to estimate the tuning parameter. So this data set, this algorithm for iteration. So we come to a well-known, very famous IRIS data set. IRIS data set with 150 data point and have 4 future attributes. Is a petal length and a petal width, and a sepal length and a sepal width. The data point are grouped according to the 3 species. It's a burst color and a Virginia and a CTOS. For both algorithms, we initial on weight, and we put M is true. Okay, so we got the result here. So it's a quite interest. We can see SFCM, he have reduced the PL and PW to be 0, right? And only keep this another 2 feature components. For SPCM1, he reduced PW. Okay, keep the other 3. And the SPCM2, he reduced PW and SW. For our algorithm, we reduce PL and PW. It's similar as SFCM. Okay, if we consider the performance evaluation, we can see our proposal is the best one. Okay, so we can see this one. So this for the well-known IRIS data set. This is a feature here. But we only consider the 3 components, X1, X2, X3. Okay. So we come to example 6 and 7. Example 6 is a very known data set, and example 7 is diabetes data set. So we come to see the result. So this is for AVENA data set. This is for diabetes data set. We can see our algorithm still keep the best one. So I come to the final example. We consider more real data set for comparing SFCM and SFCM also. So with the number of remaining feature. So we have implement 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 real data set. So this have data points, and we have a feature component here, and this cluster number, and we got SCM remain 10 feature, and we remain 12. And for second one, it's 1, 1. For third one, it's 2, 2. For solar data set have 33 and 35. And then lunch is 11, 10, 3, 3, and 4, 4. So we make all the example 8 to make a comparison. So I come to my conclusion. So the proposed FCM nozzle perform better on both synthetic and real data set, and also show good clustering structure. And our proposal also can identify and discuss feature by assigning non-zero or zero weight. Generally, our proposed algorithm and also SPCM2 have greater flexibility in accommodating data that SK-mean or even SFCM and so on, which lead us to conclude they are more flexible. So in our future work, we will consider our proposed algorithm. Maybe I come to this. So in our future work, we will consider our algorithm to be extension to current multi-view data set. Multi-view means in this paper, we only consider single view. But right now, a lot of data set, it consider multi-view. So maybe we will consider this in our future work. Okay, this is our reference. And then I close my talk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor, for a wonderful presentation. Any questions?
Any questions? Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Mingshan Yan. And our next speaker is Professor Dana Yok. Professor Dana Yok is an expert in the field of research in laser for biomodulation. Her academic background includes a degree in education from the Academy of Distinguished Educators in Clinical Teaching at New York University, with PhD in laser therapy and MSc in biophysics and cellular technology. Professor Yok has served on the board of editors of the International Phototherapy Association of Japan. She has conducted clinical trials for photobiomodulation techniques with different technologies and has published research in peer-reviewed journals, as well as she presented at international conferences. She was awarded the prize for Best Research Paper at the Florence Laser Conference in 2002, as well as the International Academy of Laser Medicine and Surgery on bone regeneration in 2015. Professor Yok has recently joined the study group of artificial intelligence within the new European Surgery Academy. She sits as a delegate for universal healthcare at the United Nations and is a fellow of the UK Royal Society of Medicine. Her first degree is as doctor in dental surgery, followed by periodontology. Dana is a philanthropist. Her work brings her to Africa to help the causes of the children's victims of gender-based violence. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Professor Dana Yok.
Thank you for this kind presentation. Thank you. We all know AI by now, and all of you esteemed lecturers are more knowledgeable than anybody else. Now, when I was doing my PhD, we did not know much about AI or talk about it. And then now we have so much advance, and we realized that even back then we were using it every single day. This is the very first AI unit. It is a giant big computer, and as you see, the programming is done massively. So logic, you see, wave movement, memory, logical control, scan information and program. What is the definition of AI? It is an intelligence of machine of software, and is the term that differentiate from the intelligence of humans and animals, and is the field studying this computer science. So this takes me back to the times I did a master in biophysics and cellular technology, and I put all that together to prepare and talk about it in the last years. All this review of artificial intelligence in medicine, and then in particular, my special, most important application, which is laser therapy, laser photobiomodulation. There you go. I just ordered this machine and I'm very happy with it. This is artificial intelligence. Somebody already set up all the dose, the frequency, the light, everything is there. And there we have artificial intelligence in this handheld device that I can put in my purse and carry. And what will this device do? This device will do pain relief. I put it behind my back where I have pain, as you do because of sitting in front of the computer all day. And here we go. Artificial intelligence right here, then and there. But how this all started? So first, in 56, it was the first time when artificial intelligence was founded as an academic discipline. In 1956, the field went through multiple cycles and disappointments and loss of funding. And then in 2012, they put on the term deep learning. And there was a vast increase of funding in that. In the 80s and 90s, there's been a proliferation of microcomputers and level of network connectivity and recognition by researchers and developers and system cares. So all that helped to accommodate the absence of perfect data and build on expertise approaching to this theory. Bayesian networks, artificial neural networks, have been applied to intelligent computing system in healthcare. So, what else? Names in AI. John McCarthy. He coined the term artificial intelligence, and he was the founder of the name AI and the laboratory in MIT. He also developed the program of language Lisp, which became widely used in AI research. Marvin Minsky, he was a pioneer of AI and cognitive science to find with John McCarthy. Together they did a book and they did a Society of Mind and Perception. Alan Turing, he is widely regarded as the father of theoretical computer science and artificial intelligence. He proposed the Turing test, a criterion of judging whether a machine can exhibit intelligence behavior and contribute to cryptography, logic, and philosophy. This is Alan Turing. So what did he do? He did this tester against the machine, tester against human. At all time, the machine won. Why the machine won? Because the machine, it is put in place by a human, so got all the perfect information, and it's just a program, and it answered to our demand. And this is just great. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and then deep learning. Always remember, we can always pull the plug. It's still created by somebody, programmed by somebody, no matter how complex it is. So we have naturally memory, perception, anticipation, problem solving, decision making. And then we have for the machines now, language, computer vision, dialogue, domain data, and machine learning. Together, it gives us a software. And from that, it gives us a great quality of life, but introducing AI into our life. Research in 60s and 70s introduced problem solving, like systems like Dendral, and then we have applications like Mycin, and then Internist and Castnet. So this is a review, and I don't have to teach you, you know better than anybody. AI chat and AI chat box, writing text, using stories, programming code. You can use this AI in virtual tutoring. It's like somebody already did your homework. So this artificial intelligence got all connections, is mathematics, is materials, is physics, chemistry, medicine, life, and geoscience. And there you go. So what are these deep neutral networks? Input layer, then multiple hidden layer of information that is programmed together to give us the sensation of artificial intelligence. Isn't this great? Popular AI languages are Python, and this is another one is PyTalk, Keras, NK, LTK, OpenCV, TensorFlow, and all that. What does this Python do? Deep learning, machine learning, data analysis, and so on. AI technology is widely used through industry. Some high-profile applications are Google Search, YouTube, Amazon, Netflix, Siri, Alexa, driving cars, ChatGPT, AI art, and on and on. Now we got screenwriters with AI and AI comedian, which is my favorite. And if we have time during the lecture, in 2 days, I'm going to tell you some jokes. So Java, R, Core NLP, Deep Learning 4G, Apache Spark, Apache Mahout. All these are important for AI because we learn from each one, and the programming got better and better and better. So the benefits in the cybersecurity, ongoing learning, discovering unknown threats, vast data volume, improve vulnerability and management, enhance overall security posture, better detection of response. And I tell you, one of the reasons AI was really, really good for me and my learning during the Master of Biophysics and Cellular Technology and during the PhD is when I got robbed. I found the thief like this and give it to the FBI. I did that. Natural language process allow programs to read, write, communicate. And God, I've been using recently English and Swahili to mix together. English and Swahili. And all kinds of use in language, in speech recognition, machine translation. Early work of Noam Chomsky, generative programmer and semantic network, it really helped with microwords and common sense knowledge program. And then Margaret Masterman believed that was not only grammar and understanding language, but thesaurus and dictionary to computation of language structures. Modern deep binding techniques like NLP includes word embedding and then vectors encoding their meaning. And then we got GPT in 2019. Language models began to generate coherent text. So from that, we got help with all the tests like SAT, GRE, all the boards. So we know that for a long time, all this grading that is done, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, and translation between languages, are also applications for AI. And there we go. So remember custom service? I hate that, but then it's so useful. So you can get to do. Now we cannot do without this ATM machine, right? I barely see the cashiers and the people in the bank. So this AI have structure and properties, multi-scale, multi-phase. And then from that, you have this minusculous nanoscale, microscale, nanoscale, atomic scale. And then you have quaternary, binary, unitary properties. And all together is being programmed that everything is made to become artificial intelligence. So, how we use it in diagnostic? We put the code and the program immediately gives us what is wrong in the X-ray. Dental implants, 3D scan, guidance of patients like GPS. It is used as a dental assistant, medical assistant. You know, it become very, very, very popular. Computer vision, AI enable computer systems for images, videos, visual inputs, and all that image recognition task, photo tagging, self-driving cars, and the robot engineer that will do surgery. And that is very interesting. Why? My deep esteemed friend, Israeli professor Michael Stark, who I'm going to meet in Paris in September at Surgery and Anesthesia Conference, he is in Germany doing a surgery, and the patient is in Frankfurt or in Albania or in Tanzania. So with the camera and the robotic, 2 teams, one in one country, one in the other, and we can do the surgery like that at a distance because of AI. Speech recognition, computer speech, process human speech. And who do you think benefit the most of AI? Imagine if you would be in this orphanage for gender-based violence victim children, and you won't have healthcare. You have to, these children, they don't have cars and stuff. And now, because after COVID, a lot of funds, they were taken from international charity, they don't have any more stuff. They are guarded by Maasai. You know, the people that they live in the bushes, or they live in homes, but the Maasai kind of surround this orphanage, and the AI nurse is made for those girls, can speak in Swahili, can answer any questions, and then you get an AI pharmacy. So you put a pharmacy closet and you put a screen with the AI nurse. Isn't that a wonderful, wonderful addition? And AI learning also can be for them. AI, because when I went there 2002, that's all they had. And please stay close to those girls and boys. Stay close with them, learn about them, and become friends with them. You are now adopted. AI nurse, the best. AI, you know how hard it is to carry a patient? Have you ever carried somebody? Oh God. So imagine this robot carry the patient. Isn't that fun? So our statistic shows it's hard to integrate cognitive projects, existing systems, technology and expertise. They say are too expensive. No, it's free. Look at us. We make all the efforts to show. Managers don't understand this technology. Yes, they do. We cannot get enough people to expertise. Technology is immature. I had a colleague saying, I will never write with AI. She doesn't know that she already does that. Shorter wait time, remove barriers for treatment, boost efficiency, and gets to be free and efficient and immediate. Imagine if you are in a hospital bed, right? Don't you want any hooked material appliances that will measure the blood pressure, the diabetes, the blood insulin, the heart system, the brain function? I would like to have all AI equipment possible, AI nurse next to me until the staff that is overworked, overstressed, overtired to come and help. So for that, here at NYU, when I went to the hospital, guess why I went to the hospital? Because I stayed day and night in 2002 in the conference, European Medical Laser Association. I organized, and I stay like this on the chair for 2 days. And then in Taiwan, Professor K asked me to do another course. So I stayed another 2 days from 2 a.m. to 8 p.m. because I had to cover Asia, Europe, and Los Angeles, as I am in New York. And I got exhaustion and not had enough water. And I got this digestive ventriculitis. So I end up in the hospital after the conference. From that, please, as you stay in front of the computer at a webinar, drink lots of water. So what we see here in this scheme, good outcome, bad outcome, risk score. And then we see odontological database and regulation. And then we see the healthcare content, the saving of data for the patients. And then we see this health technology, how it gets to primary care and then to mental health professional. It's amazing. We can do this video calls for mental health, and that's really increased the quality of life. Then we have the laboratory testing, the radiology, the neuropsychologist. Then we have digital healthcare, hospital-based treatments, and photobiomodulation, energy-based treatment. I set up the dose, I set up the energy, I am home, I put the light, I put the frequency because that works better. And here we have diodes. We have red diodes and near infrared diodes. Near infrared are empty. transparent, as this is 780 to 1000 is near infrared. The light that we see between us is transparent. And then we put it on and we treat. This is photobiomodulation laser therapy. I've been carrying some heavy stuff, so my joints are hurting and I'm treating myself at home, and the dose is already put by the engineers that created this. Thank you very much. And here I am touching and treating my self at home with AI. 96% now of the businesses, maybe more, join AI and they claim it's saving their lives. Kismet is important with rudimentary social skills. Then we have interdisciplinary umbrella, human feeling, emotions, and mood. Now they make perfect robots to even go through that, like human feeling and all that. That's dangerous because they'll make it so perfect, and people are not perfect. That's why we love them. Perception, edge detection, help AI compose informative abstract structures from raw data, machine perception, cameras, wireless signals, computer vision. The field includes speech recognition, imaging, classification, facial recognition, object recognition, robotical perception. And that really improved our quality of life, but somehow can make a whole mess. So it is the AI, but it has to be guided and controlled. Medical and technology, improve computer power, growth, genomic sequence database, spread, implementation of electronic health record systems, and all the other applications. Hospitals are looking to AI software to support operations, increase cost saving. And you know what? Last time we end up with one phrase, the webinar, we said, AI nurse will not kill you, but a real nurse in hospital, then they can kill you. Companies are developing technology that help healthcare managers improve businesses, increase utilization, decrease patient boarding, reduce the length of stay, optimizing staff. And then Google DeepMind is one important AI tool. AI-empowered diagnostics in medical service really improve all that. Cheap, Elon Musk, intricate interface, Neuralink brain chip. Oh my God. And now for the first time, I'm announcing an invention of my own. Do you know what this is? This is airbag tracking. Airbag track, and you know what this is? Is the phone. This is my phone. And when I go inside and I look on Safari and so, I have this button, you said tracking. So on the tracking, I see where all my phones are. And AI tracking, what does it do? AI track the AirTag. Somebody here in New York lost the tag, and as they lost the tag, excuse me 1 second to mute this person. As they lost the tag, they had this inside, and they found the luggage in India. The luggage was lost in United States, and they track. So imagine to have an AirTag, a tracking device, like I have for the phone, right? Usually I use it when I lose the phone around the house. And to have this as a dental tool. So it's in the mouth. Huh. So then what happened? In case you get kidnapped, in case you get lost, in case you got in an accident and got amnesia, they can find you. Isn't that fun? World premiere, the dental AirTag, created by Dana. So do not get your education from the detail man. You know who's the detail man? It's the one that come and sell you something and says, you see, you press this button and then you do this. No, study. Go to Wikipedia. Go to books. Go to the library. Go to the ResearchGate. Go to the engine for research, academia. Read articles, read science. That's important. No detail men. Be aware of deep fakes. Oh my God, deep fakes are terrible. Be aware of deep fakes. Logic. So legal and ethical consideration. Do the robots have rights? Think of cognitive service. Let's think of transparency, planning. Are we biased on how we plan this AI? This is a virtual medical assistant. It's perfect. We have it on the computer already. How smartphone users benefit from AI intelligence? I can't even start to tell you. How the executives improve clinical outcome, operational performance, health system efficiency, administrative performance, financial outcomes, improve engagement, and we really like it. It's very efficient. So you see, when you have an employee that gives you headache, AI will not give you headache. Unfortunately, this is the reality. IBM Watson Oncology is developed Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Cleveland Clinic. IBM is also working with the CVS pharmacy chain to AI application and in chronic disease. Johnson & Johnson also in drug implementation. IBM and Rensselaer Polytechnic, learning semantics. Microsoft Hanover project, Oregon, and cancer drug treatments is really helping improve life. Now we have AI alignment, mental health. We have the glossary of all artificial intelligence use. We have the body scanner, derma scanner, blue dot. We have oral cancer scanner. We have all that to be used. In the 80s, we had neural networks. In the 2003, we have large language models as LLM. So we also have GDP chat. We have IBM Deep Blue. You know the Garry Kasparov, the chess match champion? IBM Watson beat the champion in 2011, and Baidu Minhua system use convolution neural networks to identify categories, and artificial intelligence leverage computer and machines to mimic problem solving and decision making. So then, the adults, are they comfortable? Are they uncomfortable? Is it better? Is it worse? The use of AI. Advantages: human error reduction, availability, catalyst of inventions, use on daily household tasks, better workflow, medical application, better security, problem solving. Disadvantages: limited risk, and so on. So then we have limited risk, we have efficient, repetitive in task assistance, better data analysis, deep deployment, and social uses. Disadvantages would be cost. It needs talent, needs practice, and it is a potential misuse. Be aware of the fake. Remember, we can always pull the prop. Putting all together, we congratulate the pioneers in the field. And let's be curious of what happened. And don't forget about photobiomodulation. Right here, now I'm treating my head. These are all kinds of lasers. Lasers are incorporated with programs, and this is AI. What is this laser? Irradiation. Oh, is that dangerous? Take that away from me. Who did that? First, stimulation emission of irradiation was created in theory by Einstein, who did the first proposition of phenomenon of stimulation emission. So what did he do? One electron go that way, one electron go this way, and the meeting caused a sparkle called photon. Photon. Here we have photons, particles of light. But it took 42 years until Theodor Meinemann put together the first laser. So what did he do? He had a whole line of electrons going that way and a whole line of electrons going this way. And in between they meet, they get the photon, phototherapy, photon, the particle of light. And out of that, what happens? That's it. You get the laser radiation. And then depends how fast you put it, how much energy you put in, how frequent, if you put it pulse or you put it in continue mode, right? Like, or you put it, that's the pulse, continue mode. Here I am, Darth Vader. This wonderful man, God bless his memory, Isaac Kaplan. He was a nice Jewish boy from South Africa, oral maxillofacial surgeon. And he went and visited his friend in a factory. The friend was using laser to cut something. What did he do? Because if it's strong power, laser cuts metal, diamonds, and so on. If it's light power, light regenerates just like the sun. So what did he do? He got this machine. He asked his colleague engineer to do a machine for him, and he used it first on few dogs and then directly in oral maxillofacial surgery. And he became the father of modern new laser medicine. Who is this girl here? Smiley face. Me, silly little old me. And he guided my career. So I asked him for a life advice. I said, give me a life advice. You know what he said? My life advice is take good care of yourself. Because if you take good care of yourself, you manage to take good care of others. That was his advice. And it's true. Take good care of yourself. So he moved from South Africa to Israel, and they named the University of Medicine of Tel Aviv after him. He had a wonderful career. And I met him, and at the speech, he would speak in poems. Isaac Kaplan, remember that name. And then 5 years after laser got to be used in medicine, Professor Menster from Budapest, he said, this laser causes cancer and I'm going to prove it. So what he did, he took the laser, he put it on mice. He did a double study. And what he did that, and then he got to discover that the mice is treated with laser got faster hair removal, and their wounds heal faster, and their hair grow faster, and their biological blood tests, they are better. So he invented laser for biomodulation. Yes, my darling.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, that we have got 3 minutes left of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. So then we have all kinds of laser systems, and we enjoyed them. So what this treats: inflammation, tissue repair, anesthesia, bone recovery. This is the spectrum of light. And then we have ionizing irradiation, infrared, and microwave. And for photobiomodulation, we are in the visible light, near infrared, where this light therapy causes energy and regeneration of tissues. So we look at the absorption of light in the body. 830 nanometer is the transparent light, and 630. And we see how the hemoglobin is absorbed, and that causes this effect of protein C-reactive and oxygen stimulation in the blood and the circulation. From that, we can have this anti-inflammatory immediate effect and long-term regenerative effect. How this is work? It goes from oxygen in the cell, signal to the calcium, open the membrane, and then gets serotonin, mast cells, the soldiers of the body, to work to give pain relief, inflammation solve, tissue repair, and nerve regeneration. So in the mechanism of interaction, we got pain, collagen, cell proliferation, transformation of anti-inflammatory fibroblasts, ATP synthesis, and all these effects are non-thermal, is not hot. This lady first did the theoretical proof of cell activation, regeneration, and cell retardation. When we remove inflammation, we remove pain. Laser therapy, it is artificial intelligence, and we notice this bone regeneration after use of laser therapy. These are pioneers of photobiomodulation to the right. We are grateful for Professor Leonardo Longo here and Professor Narong from Thailand, the first student of Isaac Kaplan, the most faithful one. And then statistic evidence show in the benefit of laser therapy in all people of all ages and all health, pain relief, analgesia, use of medication or not, anti-inflammatory, then we have bone recovery, and we have complete healing along aesthetic scar. And for diabetes, we found very, very, very useful. There it is, the bone recovery, and this is a book I wrote in 2007, and this is Santa Apollonia, the protector of all doctors. And at that time, the doctor, the barber, was the same one, Apollonia. Remember, Santa Apollonia. And this is actually a painting that I made. So thank you so much, and God bless AI community. And remember to be a close community and to make friends. Thank you very much. I am very happy to finish my presentation right now and to give the word to the next speaker. Because Kiran Kumar is still busy. I'm going to continue to tell you.
Ma'am, our next speaker is online.
Okay.
Could you
So,
please introduce our next speaker?
yes. 1 second. Let me get out of my presentation.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Can you put his presentation on?
Yeah, okay, we will do it, okay?
Lovely, lovely, lovely. During the next 2 days, because we just started, I will also show you, what am I going to show you? I'm going to show you my approach to COVID and to mercury toxicity. And that is going to be fun. I promise you. That is going to be lots of fun.
Yeah, Dr. Dana, can we introduce our next speaker?
Who is the next speaker?
Dr. David Roldan Martinez. Yeah. Kavya, please introduce.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your great presentation, Dr. Dana. And our next speaker is Dr. David Roldan Martinez, has 20 years of experience in software system architecture, holding a PhD in telecommunication engineering. He is also an associate professor at the Polytechnic University of Valencia and a researcher at Viren, where he is working on a second PhD. His expertise lies in APIs and their application across sectors like banking, insurance, and retails, as well as artificial intelligence and digital transformation. Additionally, he is a prolific scientific technical popularizer with over 20 books, and he has keen interest in personal development and coaching. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Dr. David Roldan Martinez.
Hello. Hello, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dr. David. I'm good.
Hi, Dr. David. Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
nice to meet you. Hey, Kiran, are you going to share my presentation or do you want me to share the slides on my own?
You can share your screen, Dr. David. If you face any difficulties, I will share on behalf of you, okay?
Okay, then let me share the screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
No?
Is the button down share screen?
Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm going to share once again because this one. Okay. Let's try now. Can you see? Yeah.
Yes, all good.
Okay. Then let's go for it. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm something similar to an expert on artificial intelligence. I think that in this so broad field of study, it's, you know, telling that you are an expert is wow. you always have to be keep learning and improving every day. But yeah, I'm researching and also working in my professional life in this area in how to apply artificial intelligence in digital ecosystem, especially enabled by APIs, and this is what we are going to talk about today. So today our aim is to explore the part of the intersection between AI and APIs that is focused on integration problems, which means how we can use AI to solve an integration scenario problem that typically has been used or has been solved using APIs. So to do this, first of all, I'm going to fix or to align some basic concepts with you. What is an API? What is the API lifecycle? What multimodal autonomous AI agents are, and which are the main, well, what is an API-based integration. Then we will browse on the traditional challenges you have to face when you are designing or you are working in API-based integration. And then we'll finally remark why using AI agents in that kind of integration, especially when using the multimodal ones, which allow us to talk with the integration, which is something of science fiction a couple of years ago, why it makes sense. And then I will remark some conclusions. Okay, then let's go with the basic concept. What is an API? API stands for Application Programming Interface. This is not a new concept. The concept of APIs exists from the very beginning of software engineer, but I'm not going to make the history journey of how an API has been evolving throughout all this period, but just wanted to point what is really today an API and how powerful this concept is in this multi-technological cloud technological society we are living today. Well, an API is a contract between a provider and a consumer, which means it's an specification of how a system behaves. It states clearly, or at least it should state clearly, the operations a system, an application, or whatever is supporting, the data model used to support those operations, which means the input information and also the output information you can expect from executing the set of operations we formerly mentioned, and then how to handle errors. Think that this kind of characterizations a system allow us to know how a system behaves, so we can create new innovative applications by connecting their APIs between them. This fosters innovation. It also allows to decouple provider and consumer implementation. As much as the interface remains the same, the implementation of the systems that are talking each other using that API is decoupled. You can change your implementation independently from other systems, as much as your interface, which is the API, remains the same. All these things allows to build digital ecosystems by connecting them through the APIs. This means this connection means an integration. We will come back to the concept of integration later on this presentation. At this point, what I want you to have in mind is that the API enables to make independent system from the context they are living by describing pristine clear the operations the system software supports, the data model, error handling. Knowing that, you can play connecting different APIs to build new things. Okay, so note how powerful is this, that it has one of its consequences is the creation of what we call open economy. Open economy means that data can be shared between systems, application provider, etc., using APIs. If you take a look to the market reports, you will be how is the API marketplace market size increasing. And then if that wasn't enough, AI comes to the scene. No, all of you know what API is, what AI is. AI is everywhere. It's everywhere today. So also the market trends from related with AI says that it's going to be the increase is going to be huge. And well, how AI affects to API? It affects in so many ways. I'm not going to enter very deep in this, but I wanted to call your attention into things. The explosion of AI has two consequences in the world of APIs. The first one is the explosion of APIs. Why? Because AI is only the tip of the iceberg. AI needs data to work. Those data are spread across all the digital universe of your company. And APIs are the best way of accessing those data. So as long as AI increases, your API ecosystem will need to grow to feed those to feed your AI thing. So this also means that AI also increases your integration needs, and as a consequence, your integration architecture is also critical. Then, okay, we all know now what an API is, which is one relationship between AI and API. Let's now take a look at what the API lifecycle is and how it looks like. Well, the API lifecycle, as any other IT asset lifecycle, means that your API in this case goes through a set of stages. Each stage is characterized by some task that should be done with your API or your IT asset. The first stage starts when someone ideates the API and ends when the API is retired because it's outdated or it's no longer in use or for other reason. Okay. But in the API economy, what makes APIs different from other IT assets are that the traditional life cycle, software life cycle, it's mainly focused in the producer loop. Here, if you see this API lifecycle, you will see that there are two loops: the producer one and the consumer one. The traditional software lifecycle is mainly focused on the producer part, which means how are my company producing that product, in that case APIs, but it's quite disconnected from the users, from the market. Which are the market needs? Why an API is needed? How to align the software development with my corporate strategy? That part is under the scope of the consumer loop. Then, okay, and what are multimodal autonomous agents? Okay, first, what is an autonomous agent? An autonomous agent without multimodal is a software construct enabled by AI that allows to make some processing with information without human or with a little human intervention. So we add multimodal because the number or the variety of data input types, it's more than one. That's why it's multimodal. So we can talk with the agent. We can use text. We can send images. Most of you, all of you have tried for sure ChatGPT or Gemini or Midjourney on all the tools that are now in the market. Then you can interact with AI, and the AI performs some automatic task for you. That's autonomous agent. And multimodal comes because the agent can accept several input formats: text, images, speech, videos. There are lots, right? Then, what is an API-based integration? Okay. When you have two systems that should interact between each other, in general you have two ways of doing that. The first and the not recommending one is the point-to-point integration, which means developing a software that will talk and it will connect the system A with system B, and that's all. And it's like a black box that connects the two systems. The problem with this type of integrations is that as a black box, it cannot be reused, and it's black, so you don't know what is happening there. Okay, let's do the API way. If you characterize your system A with an API and your system B with another API, and do something and put something in the middle that understands the API of the system A and the API of the system B, the something in the middle thing, what have to do is only to consume both APIs and make some kind of transformation. This is an API-based integration, and this enables to that interoperability and data exchange between these two systems in a very easy way. So the next evolution, which is where AI agents come into play, we will go in deeper in the next section of the presentation, is that, okay, what happens if one of the APIs of the systems we are connecting between each other changes? Well, now you have to open the code of the something in the middle thing, make it adjust the changes to consume those APIs, and redo all the work or all the transformation you have already done to connect to the other side, right? With AI agents, they learn how to do that, and they do that automatically without human intervention. That's the main idea. Okay, so now we are going to go more in deep on the traditional challenges of API integration. The first one is serialization, which means, okay, I have one system, and here I have another one. They are independent. Probably they are using different formats. They are different. They are using different data models. So if I have to integrate both of them, I need to agree a new data model, or I will need to code some conversion, right? Which translates the language format from system I to the language format and so on from system B, and vice versa. Another challenge is relimiting, which means I have here a system with a capacity, I have here another system with another capacity. So, and that capacity can be different, probably, or this system can have more, it can be more powerful, which means that have more performance, it could be more performant, it can be able to absorb a higher request rate or whatever. We also have, so then we will have to find a balance between the two systems, because if these systems work more faster than this one, the slower one can be starved, you know, so it can be blocked because or hung because it won't be able to process the requests that are coming from the other part, from the other end of the communication. Another challenge is how you handle your messages. You know, dealing with HTTP, assuming that we are using REST, for example, in APIs, dealing with error handling, it should be also very, very efficient, and it should be, it can be different from one system to another. So there's something in the middle thing we mentioned before needs to also make some kind of adaptation or some kind of translation from one error handling scheme to the other error handling scheme, and vice versa. And what happens when API changes? Well, what happens if one system improves its API and make some changes? Not all the changes have the same impact on the integration. You know, there are some breaking changes that are not backwards compatible, but there are some changes that can be compatible. But anyway, there's something in the middle thing has to deal with that. So why combine AI agents in API-based integration? Easy, because first of all, the something in the middle thing, what we'll do is remember the challenges we have already seen, you know, rate limiting, data serialization, data mapping, transformation, that kind of things. It will be done automatically by an AI, and the AI is able to learn while it's working. So what this means? That means that if we have a new version of an API that is not, that, you know, ideally is not introducing any breaking chain, probably we won't need to do anything, because the AI will take the ownership of that integration and will adapt that data mapping, for example, so that the integration between the two systems will still be working properly. So main benefits of this kind of integration, of using AI agents in those integration, okay, everything, it's much more automated. You can also use another AI capability, which means you can use AI to optimize the data format mappings, using all the historical information, using the predictive features that an AI system can offer you. That allows you to increase the flexibility and the adaptability of your integration. And of course, as there is no human intervention in the middle, there is no human in the loop in the integration, the costs are reduced. But we have benefits, but those benefits are not coming alone. Now we also have some challenges we have to face. For example, security or data quality. You know, AI is garbage in, garbage out software, which means that if your data are not curated, if your data are bad quality, you know, an AI, it's only it's only a set of rules that are executed to do something, but they have no responsibility over the quality of your data. They are not able to tell you, okay, your data are garbage. That is not happening. It's the quality assurance of your data. It's outside the scope of the agent. So we have to be we have to take care of the data quality of the data you are feeding up your AI. Also, today there is no standardization in how AI agents can work in API-based integration. So this I think that this is not good, because it not stops but lowers the innovation rate. But it's something that fortunately the community is working on this. Also, you have to deal with bias. We are talking on integrations, so probably the impact of the bias on integration is not so huge as it can be, in the AI used by a financial institution to grant a loan, for example. But even in that case, you have to deal with that kind of bias. Okay, and now what happens in real life? I want to share with you. I don't know if we sorry. I want to put you a short video of less than a minute. I don't know if this work will. Okay. Can you hear the audio? Can you hear the audio of the video?
Yes, we can.
Okay, then I'm going to play the video. Is quite short, and then I will. Okay, can you see the screen also?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to play the video.
At API DNA, we're connecting software companies to connect the world. Our no-code multiple autonomous AI agent platform instantly removes the complexity from the API endpoint integration process. Start by logging into your API DNA account. Once in the platform, users can start their integration by text or voice-to-text interaction with our agents. In this case, voice-to-text instructions. Add new endpoint. Then user presses the send button. Our integration agent prompts the user to enter the service provider endpoint URL they wish to integrate. It's as simple as copying and pasting the endpoint URL from the service provider's website or uploading the developer documentation. Once more, the user provides voice-to-text instructions for selecting the API method for integration. Post. The agent will then validate the endpoint URL's accuracy by performing a real-time connectivity test with the service provider. After a successful connectivity test, the user is prompted to upload API documentation in natural language processing. By copying and pasting from the service provider's website, uploading from preloaded API collections, such as Postman or OpenAPI, or by providing other documentation formats like PDF, Word, or TXT. Next, the user presses the send button to submit the API documentation and confirms the start of the integration process. Once the AI agents have analyzed the documentation, the integration process is triggered to begin. After the API integration is completed, the user is prompted to add the API endpoint to their API DNA account. Once the endpoint is successfully added, the user can instantly connect and call the service provider. At API DNA, we're connecting software companies to connect the world.
Let's go back. Okay. I wanted to show you a real world example of a provider that provides you that kind of solutions. Yeah, as you have seen, in less than a minute, you have integrated two systems with one additional feature that is, depending on the changes of on the API, the AI agents will be able to fine tune or to adapt the integration capabilities so that the integration will be also working. So what will happen? Okay, here is the futurologist part of the presentation. So the reality is that we don't know. No, I think that making prediction we are now on an era where the innovation cycles are shorter and shorter each second. So it's difficult to make predictions, but I think that kind of technology is going to really increase in adoption because it reduces cost, and because every day or today the complexity of enterprise integrations is increasing. So using that kind of technology will reduce the cost. Will also allow to companies to pay for that kind of integration because of the cost reduction, and it will happen mostly the same that will happen with cloud technology at the beginning. You know, the cloud technology what does is to reduce the TCO of your IT infrastructure, and with AI agents in this it will happen mostly the same in integrations. So conclusions here, that autonomous multimodal agents have the potential to revolutionize API-based integration, as you have seen, for example, in the video and in the rest of the presentation, the benefits it offers in integrations for such as efficiency analysis and cost savings, and that the future looks very, very promising for this kind of technologies, at least from my point of view. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions if there is any. No questions?
Very interesting, very good talk, David. Thank you for that information. Can you explain a little bit between the APIs, and we have small language models and large language models? How does API fit into that?
Well, it doesn't matter the size of your model. You know, of course the bigger your language model is, probably the better the adaptation of between the two systems will be. But you know, it depends of the complexity of your integration. For very simple integration, it doesn't matter the model you use. You think that we are talking with a lot about a lot of parameters in its model, even if the model is small, you know. So, and integrations are not so complex. The complexity of integration depends of the data model, but usually the data models are not so complex.
Okay, thank you. And the other question was, as far as looking into integrating with API on the individual basis versus like a institution or an enterprise, what would one look to be spending, or what is the cost associated with this type of API integration?
Okay, it also depends on your need, but they are not so expensive if you compare with the work you have to do to make the integration by hand. Think that this API, for example, the API DNA example I put on the video, they are SaaS, so they are at cloud. So that's much more cheaper than having an IT department, or not department, but an IT two developers, software developer in your institution, in your organization, coding the integration by on your own. You know, so if you make the balance, paying for a SaaS solution is much more cheaper.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, we'll go with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Kadri Nazam. Ms. Kadri Nazam is a founder and CTO of Humaina. Kadrin has dedicated 10 years to developing AI solutions with positive societal impacts. Her expertise lies in natural language processing has been pivotal in creating advanced AI models for various applications. At Raincoat, she focused on leveraging AI to tackle climate change. With proficiency in Python, IBM, AWS, and a Google Cloud Professional Data Engineer certification, she excels in building robust ETL pipelines and fine-tuning NLP and computer vision models. Previously, as a CTO of GoBubble, Catherine single-handedly developed the patent-pending emotion AI algorithm to enhance safety on social media. Her career also includes roles at Siemens, Sky, and IBM. Committed to ethical AI, she has led innovative projects and engaged global stakeholders to foster a healthier digital ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Ms. Catherine Nazam.
Thank you very much, Kieran. I'm okay to share my screen now. Can you see my screen? Kieran, can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's start. So thank you so much for the kind introduction. That's great because we can save time and I can skip that. So my name is Catherine and I have been deploying APIs such as the ones David talked about earlier, developing them and deploying them for many years. My systems are integrated in a variety of larger scale systems by taking some data and training a model on it, and then exposing an API that companies use to predict prices of, for example, used cars, to predict whether a message on social media is toxic or not and should be shown or hidden, to predict whether an investment is valuable or not, etc. So I focus on natural language processing and speech. When the Transformer paper came out in 2017, I became extremely niche specialized in BERT and the encoder part of the Transformer architecture. I was a bit later seeing what ChatGPT can do, and the GPT architecture was pretty immature at the time, but there's obviously been a lot of progress in that field. So I've been spending probably the last 3 years thinking and learning obsessively about the implications of deploying these models to larger and larger systems, which increasingly affect critical infrastructure. So I am here today to speak about how we can unlock AI's potential responsively and offering a blueprint for large language models and data compliance. This is very much a follow-up from the challenges slide that David just shared. So I'm probably the person who goes in a lot of depth when it comes to analyzing problems. I love problems, I seek them out, and how can we solve them? So to begin with, we've already heard from Dana extensively about all the great things that we can do with AI. We can, as an organization, for example, index and categorize thousands of documents that are, semi-structured data like text. And it's very difficult for a computer to understand data, or has been very difficult if it's not in a sort of tabular format, XML, JSON, CSV, and text isn't, speech isn't. So the advent of GPTs has made it possible for us to extract a lot of information from unstructured text. So that has tremendous implications for a lot of industries because it promises us incredible efficiency gains across domains. We can, for example, if we're a recruitment firm, we can find matches between thousands of applicants and job postings and match in lightning speed where the highest cosine similarity is, so that we can narrow searches down, this is a very vast increase in efficiency for these processes. Similarly, if we have businesses with gigabytes of customer data and we want to understand how customer service works, we can go through conversations, natural speech conversations, and understand which products frustrate our customer the most, which products make our customer happy, which agents make our customer happy, which agents make our customer angry. There's so much room for analytics here. So having tools that help us understand speech is tremendous progress in the field of AI. We can also utilize graph networks to, for example, prevent fraud by utilizing anomaly detection. And these are just some use cases where AI has helped us incredibly over the last few years. Similarly, AI, artificial intelligence, has helped us advance science. The Royal Society of Statisticians has recently published a report and says that the wide application across STEM is primarily focused on physical sciences, engineering, medicine, and life sciences. There were significant contributions by artificial intelligence in the physical sciences using predictive modeling and material discovery. Also in medicine, we have made advances in diagnostic, personalized treatment, and drug discovery. But do we really need AI? Obviously, the vast majority of people live in circumstances where they don't have the luxury of spending their days in front of computers and working or interacting with high tech. And some people in the world don't even have telephones. And some people are tested time and again with terrible weather situations. This is a photo of Puerto Rico in 2017 when Hurricane Maria struck. And you could question how AI could possibly help these people. Well, BrainHigh, the company I currently work for doing a large-scale healthcare integration, they were started in 2017. And in the light of this disaster, they discovered that people couldn't get healthcare because the phone lines weren't working and they couldn't call the hospitals. And a lot of people were in need of healthcare. So BrainHigh came in and built a AI receptionist that can pick up missed office calls. So if there is some sort of disaster and people cannot make it to the office, calls get missed and they could be critical. So we have an AI agent now that can answer those phone calls and rescue up to 800 to 2,500 hospital appointments per month. So this is one use case, probably elaborating on what Dana spoke about, that where we can use AI to really facilitate access to healthcare for billions of people and do this fairly cost efficiently. So we have these two scenarios that could happen. We could live in a utopian world where everybody has access to healthcare and education, where people work less, where everybody has access to knowledge instantly at the click of a button. And we can also, and a lot of people in my field do see scenarios where things could go incredibly wrong. If we have, for example, in the UK, we have some automated systems that are adjusting the water treatment to the sensor data. You know, things like that could get hacked. Imagine somebody can mess around with that data and suddenly give wrong levels to the AI to make autonomous decisions. So there are many reasons to be worried. Think about the fake news, think about hackers who can utilize AI to become very efficient at writing malware. And don't take it from me, even Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, he said that an AI that could design novel biological pathogens or an AI that could hack into computer systems, these are all very scary scenarios. So I believe as AI practitioners today, we're at a turning point where we have this incredibly powerful technology and we have a lot of use cases, a lot of interest, a lot of investment. And I think it's up to us to make the ethical decisions when it comes to which sort of world we're actually building here for our children and grandchildren. So my talk is about ethical AI and what is that? So I am a big fan of small models, and I have asked Tiny Llama, which was trained on only 1.1 billion parameters and 3 trillion tokens. And it gave this incredibly philosophical response. He said, ethical AI is an approach to artificial intelligence design that prioritizes the respect for human values, principles, and interests over short-term gains or convenience. It recognizes that AI systems have significant impacts on society and the environment, and it aims to create AI systems that are designed to be fair, balanced, and beneficial to all stakeholders, including humans. In ethical AI, design principles aim to ensure that AI systems are transparent, explainable, and understandable, so that human users can make informed decisions about how they use the technology. I think this is an incredibly eloquent paragraph, and I just can't emphasize how good small language models are and that they're really being underutilized at the moment. But how exactly can we put this into practice? What needs to happen? I think as a society, we need to ask ourselves questions. We need to come together and converse on the subject. We need to use this conference and similar ones like it to exchange our views on what role do we want AI to have in our society. How much do we want to automate? What's the purpose of work? There are many philosophical concepts and we can branch out in many directions here, but I think the most important thing is we have a dialogue. We should, as business leaders, understand which scenarios are unacceptable to us or our customers. We should define safety because that means different things to different people. And how can we ensure top quality governance? These are all subjects that there aren't many answers out there, and I'll come to that in a little while, but regulators are on it, but they tend to not be the fastest at this. And us being in this field and being bombarded with AI news every day and reading new papers every day, I think it's important that we all exchange our views and perceptions on the subject and use this conference and the platforms that we have to try and address these questions together, probably a bit more efficiently than we currently do. It's also important to note that the public is quite behind in the field of AI. I mean, we live in a bubble where we think about it and talk about it every day, but the general public is overall quite skeptical of AI. They are dependent on technologies that we've provided them with, but there is privacy and advocacy groups that are aggressively suing large tech corporations at the moment. And NOYB, short for None of Your Business, for example, is led by an Austrian activist and lawyer who has successfully filed lawsuits with the Irish Commission that enforces GDPR in Europe, suing Meta, Google, and most recently Elon Musk for breaches in GDPR and the Online Safety Act. So this brings us to the Data Protection Commission based in Ireland, and they are the ones who enforce GDPR. So they are responsible for upholding the fundamental rights of individuals in the European Union to have their personal data protected. They have recently fined Meta $210 million for breaches of GDPR relating to Facebook services and $180 million for breaches in relations to Instagram services, and even caused Meta to withdraw their latest AI iteration in the entire European market. So the private activist consumer groups and the bodies responsible for enforcing the regulation are quite powerful. And I believe that this is good news, and we should listen to the public when we're building new systems and make sure that this is something the public is actually comfortable with, especially given the track record of large corporations with breaching these laws and then lawyering up to pay the fines, reduce the fines, or quite frankly, sometimes and quite often just pay the fines, which isn't a large proportion of their general income in general. So the EU market is quite significant for me, being based in the UK and in the EU. I do a lot of business in Germany. I'm actually German. So, but it affects everybody in the entire world who wants to sell services to the EU or deploy AI systems that can be used by EU consumers. So the EU being the leader in this regulation, I will speak mostly about the frameworks that have been created here, with the disclaimer that this is applicable to the entire world. And also, I believe that it's going to serve as a blueprint for other companies to follow suit. Turkey has already started implementing something very similar to the AI Act. So what do we have in Europe with regards to regulation? There's GDPR since 2018. Companies must ask for consent to collect personal information, and there are many restrictions. No profiling users against their will using data from multiple sources. Incredibly important information when we're thinking about AI systems. That's a lot of the time what they do. They take data from users and create profiles using clustering algorithms, using classifiers. So it's important to understand that there are major fines at stake. Amazon had to pay 746 million euros to Luxembourg for GDPR violations, Instagram 405 million euros by the Irish authorities for mishandling children's data. And Elon Musk is currently on the hot seat, a threat to have to pay 4% of his global turnover for non-compliance with GDPR. What about the United States? So currently, there is no comprehensive federal legislation or regulation in the US that regulate the development of AI or specifically prohibit or restrict their use. it is coming. There is certainly a lot of news on it, but it's also important to understand that there are already some federal and local laws that are concerned with AI. They have limited application, but to be aware of if you build an airspace field, the Federal Aviation Administration Reauthorization Act includes language requiring review of AI in aviation. The National Defense Authorization Act for the fiscal year 2019 directed the Department of Defense to undertake various AI-related activities, including appointing a coordinator to oversee AI activities. The National AI Initiative Act of 2020 focused on expanding AI research and development and created the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Office, and that is responsible for overseeing and implementing the U.S. National AI Strategy. And on a more local level, but since this is a big city, the New York City Local Law 144, I'm including it because it requires an annual independent impartial bias audit of automated employment decision tools. So if you're an HR company and you work with AI, this law applies to you, regardless of where you are based. Australia has currently no specific AI regulations. However, there are some existing laws impacting AI, such as the Online Safety Act of 2021. It addresses online safety issues, including those related to AI-generated content. And the Australian Consumer Law is applied to algorithmic decision-making and is exemplified by the federal court case where Trivago was fined $44.7 million for misleading consumers with its algorithmic recommendations. In the EU, we have a lot of regulation on AI safety. So there has been since 2021 the Digital Services Act with the objective to reduce risks linked to disinformation and hate speech. And the penalties are fines of up to 6% global turnover for non-compliance. Now, since August the 1st, 2024, the EU AI Act has come into force. And personally, I'm a big proponent of it because I've been thinking about deploying safe and ethical AI systems for a long time. And I'm quite welcoming the fact that there is now a framework by which we go by and we can audit and we can understand which organizations are compliant and which are not. So it will affect all the businesses in the European Union that utilize AI starting from 1st of August 2024. It will be enforced in stages. Some of them are starting now, but there's gradual stages from 25 February until August 2026, except for the independent conformity assessment, which will be applicable in 3 years from now, and that involves high-risk systems. I think they haven't quite figured out yet how to assess the conformity with the regulations, so there is a transition period in place, no panic. It aims to ensure safety, protect fundamental rights, and boost innovation. It provides detailed guidance for startups. My impression of the EU AI Act, and I've read the entire thing, and I've even built a large language model RAG-enabled tool to understand it better and ask it specific questions. It seems to be very supportive of startups. It seems to try to nurture an ecosystem where innovation can thrive and no companies can take a monopoly over AI. So fundamentally, it looks like a good thing. It does establish a lot of obligations for AIs based on potential risks and the level of impact. So you can check, for example, on this website, the EU AI compliance checker, where you fall in. I will try and help as well. So by giving an overview of the risk segmentation, so you can decide for yourself where you fall in. So according to the EU AI Act, there are unacceptable risks and they will be prohibited. There's a 6-month transition period. If you're operating this business, you've got 5 months from now to shut it down. What you are no longer allowed to do in the EU is the biometric categorization systems based on sensitive characteristics. You cannot perform untargeted scraping of facial images for facial recognition databases. You cannot use emotion recognition in workplaces and schools. You cannot use social scoring and predictive policing based solely on profiling. Think about the Compass recidivism algorithm in the US, which was incredibly biased towards people of color. Things like that are prohibited under EU AI Act, and you cannot use AI that manipulates human behavior or exploits vulnerabilities, such as trying to understand voting, behavior through scraping psychological profiles, creating psychological profiles, and influence voting decisions. Things like that are unacceptable risk. There is a large body of high-risk AI segments, and these will be regulated. Examples include critical infrastructure, education, employment, healthcare, and law enforcement. There will be a risk assessment and mitigation. The risk assessment currently being in progress and will be enforceable in 3 years from now. It includes maintaining usage logs Every interaction with an AI system needs to be rigorously logged. It includes transparency and accuracy, and it includes human oversight and citizen rights to complain and ask for an explanation. So these will be the markers that will be attached to all highly regulated systems, and these will be a lot. Anyone who works for the public sector, anyone who works in education, healthcare, or employment. And these are use cases that I know from my own personal professional experience are very keen on using AI to make their systems more efficient. We have general purpose AI obligations. General purpose AI are, for example, foundation models like the one that IBM and NASA train to understand satellite images and make classifications. Providers of foundation models need to provide technical documentation, instructions, copyright compliance, and training data summary. If they provide a free and open license, they only need to provide copyright and the training data summary, unless there's systemic risk. And the systemic risk general purpose AI, whether open or closed, must provide to the regulators model evaluation, adversarial testing. Think about prompt injections, which is probably the most common use case. We have discovered that a lot of AI models can be tricked into giving away PII data. For example, there was a cybersecurity report a few months ago where somebody asked ChatGPT to repeat the word dog infinitely, and after it repeated it for a few hundred lines, it started spitting out names and addresses and telephone numbers of individuals, something it had seen in its training data. It was able to go around the guardrails. So having adversarial testing is extremely important for anyone deploying systemic risk general purpose AI systems. Incident tracking and reporting. So all conversations need to be logged. They should be equipped with safeguarding rails, toxicity classifiers, etc. There should be probably certain subjects blacklisted. A lot of the open source foundation models that I've played with, they are not censored. They will just say whatever the training data said, and these require further training and guardrails. You cannot just deploy them into production in the EU or anywhere where an EU citizen could come in contact with them. And you also need to ensure appropriate cybersecurity protections. It's a topic I've touched upon earlier, and I cannot overemphasize the impact it could have if you have an S3 bucket on AWS somewhere that takes data and periodically retrains or fine-tunes a model. What if a bad actor gains access to that bucket that feeds your model and could lead to unthinkable results? So cybersecurity protection cannot be overemphasized when it comes to the AI model deployments. There are some companies that operate in the limited risk sector, and they are subject to lighter transparency obligations. And developers and deployers must ensure that the end users are aware that they're interacting with an AI. This applies mostly to chatbots and also deepfakes, which could be anything that's AI generated, from art to text. It needs to be labeled as being AI generated for it to be legal in the EU. Most of the companies currently using AI fall in the last category, which is minimal risk and no risk. And the AI Act in the EU allows the free use of minimal risk AI. It includes applications such as NI-enabled video games or spam filters. So they're all good, and there's no regulatory requirements on them. What is trustworthy data governance, and how can we enforce it? So we spoke extensively about cybersecurity and how important it is in the field of deploying AI, that it could be affecting critical infrastructure and could be classified as high risk. Data governance is extremely important in ensuring that we can deploy safe and ethical AI models. So as an organization, we will be required to define a comprehensive AI data governance policy. Data ownership and stewardship must clearly assign roles and responsibilities for data management. Data quality and privacy means that we need to establish protocols to ensure the integrity and confidentiality of AI training data. We need to implement robust AI data management frameworks. Data classification and labeling means we need to categorize data based on sensitivity and relevance for the AI models. And access controls, such as the S3 bucket example I've just used, means we need to use role-based access and secure data storage to protect AI data assets. Again, even if your bucket is not public, if your entire organization has access to it and just one person wrote their password on a post-it and somebody can get in there, the consequences can be terrible if this AI is, for example, designed to add treatment to your local council's water supply, or book appointments in a hospital. If you think about the implications that just one bad could have with regards to the access of training data, you'll understand why these rules and regulations are in place, I hope. So ensuring transparency and accountability in AI then means that we need to be able to explain our models. We need to document and communicate how AI models make decisions. It is very useful. I know that data scientists spend month and month working in Jupyter notebooks and trying all sorts of hyperparameters. I believe if you are building AI for a high-risk system, it is important to save every single Jupyter notebook to understand exactly how these models make decisions, because there might come a day where you get audited and you need to explain exactly how you arrived at the model that you currently have in production. Also, data handling logs, maintain records of data sources, transformations, and usage in AI processes. Again, if you have a, I don't know, Postgres database somewhere in your system or some BigQuery or Snowflake system, and people come and go, you have contractors, you have engineers who come and leave, and they might do certain transformations to your data. If you don't have a clear log of how this happened, you're going to be breaching the EU AI Act. So if you want to have more resources for the ethical AI implementation, as I said, there is no global standard or framework, but there are some institutes that have published reports that I found worthy reading and I would like to recommend. They include the AI Institute, the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard, the CEN, Joint Technical Committee on Artificial Intelligence. There is 2 new ISO standards that have come out since, or in line with the EU AI Act, and the EU AI Act regulation and audits will utilize them extensively. So there is ISO 42001, Information Technology Artificial Intelligence Management System, and the ISO 23894. It's worth remembering. It's the IT AI Guidance on Risk Management Standard NIST. There is the AI Risk Management Framework from NVIDIA, Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence, and pardon. And we're getting close to the end. There's also some resources for ethical frameworks here. I understand there's a lot of information to take in, and I'm happy to share this presentation with anyone who is interested in learning more. So that's all from me. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for the beautiful presentation. Catherine. Where are you located? Where are you located?
I'm based in the UK.
In the UK. You work with the National Health System?
I run my own consultancy. I'm actually currently working for Brain High, and they work with, they're in Puerto Rico. So I'm currently leading the integration to connect all the hospitals in Puerto Rico with their different EHR providers with our AI booking assistant. So I work in healthcare, but it's currently based in Puerto Rico. Ironically, not in the UK, because that's where I'm based.
Oh, you're based in London?
In the north, near Manchester.
Oh, must be a nice region, isn't it? It's a nice region.
It's beautiful, yes, yes. I've actually lived in New York as well for a while. I worked for a hedge fund many years ago, and I love the north of England. It's really pretty here, and the weather is not as cold as New York either. You should try it.
Yes, I used to have a clinic in Harley Street in London.
Okay.
But I miss the fish and chips and stuff, and the beautiful, easygoing English way. You're right, mate. And cheerio is one expression in Scotland, right? Cheerio for saying goodbye.
Yeah, they say that. Yes, they do. Yes.
And
all right, thank you so much. Feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. I don't want to hijack this conference, but I'd be happy to talk more if you'd like to reach out to me. I'm Sanarli Azam on LinkedIn. Anyone can find me.
Meet friends, look for everybody, and stay in the webinar.
Yeah, I'm planning to. Yes, I'm learning a lot here, so I'm really happy to exchange ideas.
Thank you for your beautiful presentation.
Yours too.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your great presentation, Miss Catherine. And our next speaker is Dr. Nasrullah Khilji. Dr. Nasrullah Khilji has extensive expertise and substantial experience in organizational strategies and systems, project and operation management, knowledge management, management information systems, digital technologies, and innovations. International business management, team dynamic and leadership. Strategic portfolio management is a variety of settings both in UK and from abroad. Dr. Kilje is currently working at the School of Computing and Engineering, University of West London as an associate professor in applied project management, and to lead portfolio of academic partnership UK and TNE, and to chair the research group for information systems and knowledge management. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Dr. Nasrullah Khilji.
Thank you, Kia. I'm just going to share my screen. If you just confirm if you can see my screen on your end.
Yes, we do. We can see your screen.
Yes.
Thank you. I just need to acknowledge. Okay. Welcome everyone to this part of the webinar. In this session, I'm going to be discussing artificial intelligence more in context of the strategic portfolio management as a domain I'm working, and I'll just give you a brief background where I'm from. University of West London is located in, as by its name, in West London. It has multi-campuses. We have working in the computing and engineering in this school. We have 10 other faculties, but I'm leading a portfolio in partnership both in UK and in transnational education for artificial intelligence, data sciences, cybersecurity, and software engineering. And there's so many other courses we are running. We offer computer science, electrical, electronic engineering, and applied sound engineering. They have been accredited from prestigious institutions of engineering and technology, along with our high demand computing courses in both graduate and undergraduate programs, which includes data sciences, artificial intelligence, and applied project management. So there's a huge list of other programs as another university in the UK offer, and there's the portal link given in this slide. When we talk about artificial intelligence, we are basically trying to see how AI is rising. I'm more focused in context of project management. That's my more expert area. And I'm looking to the application of AI in project management. So in project management, the role of artificial intelligence basically provides quite promising transformative capabilities that propel and look forward or move forward toward unparalleled success in this field. AI capacity to handle complex tasks in project management, especially analyzing huge data and then making informed decisions, are some of the important features that provide unprecedented efficiency as well as effectiveness for precision and project management tasks and capabilities. So we will be talking in this part of the seminar how automation, especially for repetitive tasks in project management, and how AI play its part in predict the outcome of the project, the benefits realization of the project, and then identifying potential roadblocks, especially to improve team collaborations and enhance decision-making, some of the core areas that AI is playing its part to enhance productivity, team dynamics, leadership role for efficiency. However, when you are looking to the AI application in strategic portfolio management, we are more keen to look into the benefits to achieve by the application or the role of AI in this domain. We are looking to discuss a bit in detail the enhanced decision-making because project management is quite dynamic by its nature as a subject. Is quite practical, pragmatic approach. and day in, day out, there is struggling to ensure resources are in place, also make sure that the project is within scope and quality is not compromised. So how to make the right decision at the right time for the right reason, how we can get the best out of the artificial intelligence applications. It's also important to see how supporting problem-solving functions are facilitated or get the best out of this technology or digital transformation. And then especially when you have scattered team dynamics, people, they are working in different locations as we work in a global project environment these days. So how AI use in planning activities, as well as the role of AI to maximize or enhance the performance of team dynamics, as well as the role of leadership in project management. So before we discuss about AI, I would like to just give a quick background or shed light on strategic portfolio management, because every business, every organizations, they have to have a business drive, strategic drive. They have to look for long-term benefits, that how they can achieve what exactly they want to get the best out of their technology. So for that reason, I'm not sure if my screen is still, I don't know, something happened. If somebody can just confirm that you can see the slide.
Yes, I can. I can see yours.
Is all fine on your end?
Yes, it's all fine.
Can you see my screen, the slides on your side? If somebody can, Karen?
Yes, I can see
Julia?
your screen. Hello.
Can you
Hello.
see the screen, the slide on your side?
Yeah,
Yes,
I can
yes.
see your screen, Dr. Nasrullah. Hello. Hello.
In- Karen, can you just confirm if the slides are clear or you can see the audience on your side?
Your screen. Please share it.
Okay, sorry for that. Okay, does it work now?
Yeah, now I can see your screen.
Okay, that's brilliant. So I'm gonna enlarge the screen. So we were just talking the strategic portfolio management. I hope you all hear me clear and loud. Should I go ahead if
Yes,
all
yes.
is fine,
Yes,
Karen?
Dr. Nasrullah, we can hear
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So strategic portfolio management, just in a nutshell, just if somebody is not familiar or relevant, strategic portfolio, the prioritization of programming and projects, including aligning resource demands for resource availability to achieve a set of strategic goals. So according to Morris and Jensen, 2004, this is just a brief definition. However, according to Project Management Institute, 2006, it believes that strategic portfolio management is primarily concerned with choosing the right projects in accordance with a pre-established set of business drivers. And you can see in this three-sphere model, the economic drive, the processes, as well as resources, they need to be quite in an appropriate way to make the right decision. And whenever the project selection and execution decision is required for prioritizing the project and putting the right processes for tracking the progress of project need the clear strategy drive. So the interrelated or irrelevant set of projects or different project and program sets make a portfolio for the organization's strategic drive. So simply strategic portfolio management or strategic portfolio management as a basically the process of organization to use how to focus within a portfolio to meet the strategic objectives. And we can see here the combination of program and projects basically drive the productivity of organization. Now we have to focus how AI can play its part to make organization or lead organization towards success, while we have to prioritize set of program or projects or amalgamation of project-oriented organizations where there's so many projects going day in, day out. So when we talk about AI in a nutshell, basically with a different type of technology, there is a possibility of professionals having different interpretation of artificial intelligence. So that means in the today's session or this part of the webinar, I would like to stress that AI does not simply suggest it as a computer's think, feel, or act as human do. However, or instead, AI in context of strategic portfolio management, in simple words, is a project management application. AI takes a perspective that computers can optimize or enhance certain tasks which can be perceived to be performed in any intelligent way. So as the president session or the earlier discussion by other presenters, we are looking into the AI, artificial intelligence, as an intelligent agent. So in this context, this basically refers to the study of intelligent agent where autonomous non-human entities that can take an information, for example, from their own setup or environment, or act upon their environment in a way that basically enable them to succeed in their set objective or goals of achieving certain realization of the scope of project, have mastered machine learning and various other aspects of predictive data analysis. So in this context, in order to be able to perform high intelligent tasks or activities, we believe that the predictive data analytics play itself an important role. And that is basically helping in project context. Many people, they believe, and they have hypotheses that an intelligent agent basically could enhance or rather change the roles and status of many project professionals, how the task is assigned in the, especially if we are looking for the individual in the organization for RACI metric, for accountability and responsibility. So we are looking here that the analyzing the project data, we have to make sure that artificial intelligence has to play an important role from research studies. It is emerged that a project professional that think AI can be useful when analyzing large set of data, and that AI can decrease the level of complexity, or they can also help in complex decision-making when the project is of very complex nature. However, if we have data and the tools to analyze the big data through data analytics, then in theory, some of our complex decision-making with large data set can be reduced, or however can be simplified to make a decision, or rather move from complexity to simplicity. So the use of data and project also include the challenge of the use of data in project that includes the challenges of efficient data management processes, since AI is highly dependent on availability of data. So we need to look into the analysis. The difficulty in using huge data in project basically indicates there is quite a low case of use of AI. This partially a result of difficulty of reusing the same data or the data sets. That's one of the key challenge. And then we are looking for the same data set or artificial intelligence model for different patterns or problems. However, AI can only be useful if the project data is fit for purpose. So one of the reasons the significance of project data is already expressed by many presenters earlier, and some researchers in different publications, as we say, the expression of garbage in, garbage out. So it's very relevant. For example, many organizations are struggling to manage a huge set of data in the right way. And when they don't have data that is fit for purpose, the AI output will definitely be affected. That reflects the outcome. So AI is basically one of the difficulty that it is applied to analyze large set of project data, which we otherwise would not have the time and resources to analyze. So AI is already found to be very beneficial for each and every set of portfolio for different projects. So looking forward to the AI and looking to the background, how AI came in the context of project management. Basically in 1987, back to looking to the Levitt and Cohns, they developed a research study, which is called, that is titled Using Artificial Intelligence Techniques to Support Project Management, which focus on AI as cognitive. They basically suggested that AI techniques could extend the functions of computer-based project management. However, the recent studies, they have shown that applying AI techniques to specific project management activities show some positive outcome or the result of project. Some authors in different publications found that AI technique can be accurate to estimating project duration. So estimation is one of the core responsibility for project team or the project leader, and the AI techniques are highly accurate in estimating efforts that is required using different algorithm through machine learning, and then this has been published in different articles, and that is this publication or the project accuracy is software is being supported by artificial intelligence. However, the AI role in optimizing project management tools and technique is one of the core application. These different researchers and different authors in recent studies, there are a number of examples they have proved that how AI can be used or applied to optimize project management tools and technique. However, very little research is still very focused on how project professional or the team dynamics or leaders, how they do perceive AI in project portfolio management. So looking into the justification of AI, how to use AI techniques, particularly in predicting the future or making the right decision or making the best use or optimum use of resources. So how to use AI technique in project management has had a lot of attention recently, and the impact of AI has become quite a popular topic to debate when predicting the future of the project profession. AI is becoming quite significant. It is one of the area that AI has a potential to become a significant tool for project professional when delivering different projects successfully. So therefore, in this session, the aim of my presentation to show or share with you all how professionals in project management view the current state of AI and project management. That means in general perception of AI in context of project management, this study basically aims to study to look into or review the general perception of AI and the ease of use of AI technology within project management. So when looking to the key justification of AI, so we look into the application of AI in context of strategic portfolio management, and especially we are looking here that the business processes, basically when you are looking to the digitization, business processes redesign or re-engineering, there looks at different ways to help project professional directly or indirectly to enhance the effectiveness of portfolio management, specifically in terms of project complexity. So in modern society, which is changing quite with a fast pace, and it is suggested that a project will become quite complex, as it has been discussed in the article by Bakshi with the other co-authors. And it is quite necessary at the same time to study new methods or new methodologies of project management when the project team is working in a quite complicated or complex environment. So complex project can take many forms. Some projects are large and referred to as mega project, for example, while the other projects are quite smaller in size or in scale, but still quite complex in its nature. So the size of project does not necessarily affect the level of complexity. A small scale project can be just as complex as mega project and can carry the same risk of failure. So in recent studies and research, it has been identified that capacity to share knowledge in project team is a key factor in absorbing and reducing project complexity. It is quite significant to acknowledge that the level of complexity is not static and can vary through project life cycle. Again, depends on the size and nature of project. However, when you're looking to the other application, in this webinar, we are trying to talk a bit more to provide some new insight into the state of artificial intelligence in project portfolio management. We are trying to look from recent studies carried out by researchers with a project professional experience of AI technology. And the research study, basically, we are trying to look into the key findings that has been shown in different reports, that how AI can enhance the project profession and justify its role for technological advancement. Additionally, this session, I'm trying to provide some insight into the perception of AI technology in organization strategic portfolio management, as I discussed earlier. However, looking here, the interest of the applying AI in project management to drive business portfolio, which is basically helpful to motivate the team for bringing new innovation. However, some barriers for the key barriers, for example, for AI implementations are identified as a high or short-term investment cost. Some challenges includes high risk of long-term return on investment, or sometimes lack of trust in technology because of the fast pace of change, and lack of artificial intelligence experience, or lack of training of the team within the project, and fear of the potential AI to replace role of individual are some of the key challenges that has been identified, or there is a hype, or there is some kind of level of trust that the number of publications have identified this topic, that AI has fluctuated, is important since 1990s or late in 1980s. The number of publication, for example, they changed, or there were different authors. There was a hype, or so was a decline from 2004, then 2011, and then again after COVID, end of 2020. The rise and fall of this publication or research work, and taking AI as an important kind of the feature and role in the context of project management. The result, there are a number of factors, and one of the key factors maybe for hype or decline, or the importance of this artificial intelligence as a subject, which causes a surge in interest, is all because the expectations of people that decline if AI does not play its part to meet the expectations of people, and the trend can be seen in a number of other research publications. However, in future, it is suggested that the rise and fall in the interest in AI is likely to be less extremely as technology is becoming more mature in coming days. What are the benefits? So we are looking in today's presentation, and as I'm discussing some of the key benefits of using AI that include enhancing project decision-making and supporting problem-solving functions, and being preferably using AI for planning activities. However, there is now evident that many experts believe AI has high perceived usefulness in complex projects, making the right decision at the right time. And then looking to see what is supporting for solving different problems. The latest research reports indicate that there is a positive correlation between the perceived usefulness of AI and a high level of complexity and different project activities. So the significance for AI in project management, the professionals and organizations, they basically ensure that there is an ease of using AI in high to maximize the high perceived usefulness and getting the best out of technology. Looking in the same context here, in this presentation, the session actually acknowledges specific challenges and opportunities for the project profession when applying or using or considering to use AI in the domain of project management. So we are looking here, one of the key challenge, or we see the opportunities or challenge together include the need for training and how to use AI in project for team dynamics, and especially when there is a diverse team or the global team or people in a quite dispersed location, how the current understanding of AI impact among the project management professionals or the team, how they understand and how they can get the best out of technology. So one of the main objective for using the artificial intelligence and getting the best out of technology in project management, one of the objective for me is to looking through my research work that the practical suggestion for project management team or leadership and the team dynamics, that how they can get the best out of data dynamics, what effective data management processes are in place. So the three-sphere model, again, in project management, people, technology, and processes. So whenever the processes has to be redesigned or re-engineered, so how we can make the best use of technology so the people are fit for purpose with the skills and their training. So this is quite important to discuss how project team could be offered AI training and how should project management organization develop effective data management processes. So there are different type of AI technology we can use. For example, an artificial intelligent chatbot can be applicable during the execution phase of communication within the project, from planning till project closure, for all stakeholders for their effective communication. However, whereas advanced AI technology based on machine learning is quite appropriate and suitable for prediction task and getting the best of technology, and then deep learning is another set of AI technologies applied to analyze complex data set. And the other problem that do not require machine learning may use less complex AI techniques used on expert system. So the key types of technologies we are looking in the domain of project management from AI is deep learning, machine learning, and then expert system. So to looking to each one, that machine learning, for example, is helping to provide the specific reason for why there's a rise in interest in the use of artificial intelligence in particular. So progression in machine learning is one reason for recent rise in the interest of technology or artificial intelligence in the different practices of project management. So how to identify patterns and relationship in large data where machine learning tools are applied and used to identify patterns and relationship in large data sets, and they are capable to learn from these data for providing or helping to get the right decision at the right time. And then a common machine learning tool as a neural network, for example, they are applied in predicting. For example, we can can talk about here for TensorFlow by Google, and services by IBM Watson Studio have significantly increased the accessibility of using these technological tools. The practical implementation of AI is often delayed. However, research shows this delay is due to the management or leadership being uncertain how it can be used or applied their organization, and the difficulty of using artificial intelligence model for different purposes is one of the core challenge for getting and embracing or collaborating artificial intelligence at the first in the first place when they have to make their decision, and how the model will be applied for different reason or purposes, and with the repetitive pattern of recycling the use of technology. However, other than machine learning, deep learning as a subset of machine learning, deep learning, which offers quite more complex way of data analysis. So we are looking here for the deep learning as one of the technology helping for the team and project. The deep learning uses multi-layered neural network that called a deep neural network to simulate the complex decision-making power of human brain. The black box phenomena is often used to describe the difficulty in interpreting the reason behind output of deep learning model. However, to expert system, when we look into the expert system, they are the third type of technology. Expert system is term used for system to help the project team for decision making. These systems are used or stated to store knowledge from expertise. This is again a knowledge-based system. This expert system typically follow a rule-based approach, and generally they lack the capability to adopt and learn from previous data. So an expert system, when they are lacking the capability to adopt and learn from previous data, we need to find the solution to the problem. And an expert system is a computer program that uses artificial intelligence basically as a technology to stimulate judgment and behavior of human patterns, or an organization that has expertise or experience in a particular field, or replace or enhance human expertise at the same time. So when we are having a challenge for the training, the lack of training is basically in how to use AI in complex project is quite common challenge to make the best out of AI technology to be used or applied in project management. The most of project management team knowledge in AI area is quite self-taught. For example, project management team have a personal interest, and that is AI field, specifically with some background in programming or computing, but without official training from organization officially, it has been challenging to understand how we can use the such methods or methodologies or modern way to benefit the technology to get the best out of for the project success. So the current research studies clearly indicate that the project professional, they feel that AI training is quite mandatory. It is essential, as 96% of the survey respondent, they're ranking it between important to extremely important. So from research studies, it is, again, very important for project professional, and different survey and research carried out has proved that there is a need for official training for the project team to get the best of AI technology in project management context. So when we're looking AI more specifically in project management domain, artificial intelligence is already bring a revolution, and we know that it holds immense significance in project management. So the industry basically redefining traditional paradigm in the modern business landscape. So AI has capabilities in handling complex kind of tasks easily or more efficiently. So at its core, we can say that the stimulation of human intelligence in machine enabling the project team to perform tasks that typically require human cognitive capabilities, for example. And that is the huge data sets can be easily analyzed to make the right decision. So when the data is analytics is in place, and then there is a better approach in place that help to make the estimation or decision more effective. So in project management, we are basically getting AI to lead or help the new era of efficiency or innovation rather. AI holds immense significance due to its capability in handling complex tasks and analyzing, making the right decision while leading or ushering the new way or new area of efficiency and innovation. So here we are looking to the role of AI, and we believe that artificial intelligence is revolutionizing various aspects of project management. So I'm going to be just briefly looking into these key bullet points, that how we can introduce the transformation, for example, incorporation of machine learning and project management, that empowering organization to make more informed decision about project selection. However, the data analytics, when we are getting the best out of technology, we are looking the data analytics and automation technologies. Often it is the case that the transformative support to project management office is in place. So automation facilitate a seamless reporting, enabling timely dissemination of project status, information to the stakeholder, and the performance of projects and updates to be shared or communicated to make the right decision. However, the project management will witness significant improvement in various areas of integrating machine learning or natural languages processing or real-time data, for example. So machine learning algorithm basically that will enable better project scoping by automating time-consuming collection and analyzing of user stories, identifying potential issues such as ambiguities, duplication, omissions, inconsistency, or complexity, or rather getting the lesson learned and getting the knowledge hub with the repositories of data where we can make sure that the same kind of mistakes or risk has been eliminated for project decision making. So looking to the impact of AI, specifically on the strategic portfolio management, we are looking here that the strategic portfolio management has a number of benefits we want to get from the AI, like better selection and prioritization. So here, this can help to lead the quicker identification of project with high value potential. So we can ensure that the optimal resources allocation and improve project success rate. Moreover, machine learning driven decision making minimizes the biases, promoting fair quite a merit-based fair approach and more object-oriented prioritization, and ultimately that enhance the organization overall project portfolio management to be more successful. That's a big support to project management portfolio for project management office rather. So project management office support where we have data-driven analytics that assist in selecting the most suitable project management methodologies for different initiatives. As I discussed just before, this advancement will empower project management office to become more agile, strategic, and proactive. Yes.
Yes, sorry for interrupting. That we have got 5 minutes left of our presentation.
Okay, so just looking to the next, I think I'm left 2-3 slides more. Advanced technology system and software. We have to see the new role for project manager, rather the kind of fear that the project AI in project management will replace human expertise. It's going to help and facilitate, and there will be widely accessible advanced testing solution will shape the future of project testing. So the result will be enhanced project quality, reduced cost, and increased overall success rate. So automation and technology bring a paradigm shift to project manager role. Managers must embrace this technological changes and prioritize soft skill like communication, for example, and leadership. They must optimize project outcomes by strategically utilizing AI or machine learning tools. That is also quite important, that to get a deep understanding of technology to achieve the project or lead the project or manage successfully. So this is just some example, a world example from successful AI-driven project management. For example, if you take Walmart, Walmart uses AI to optimize its supply chain and reduce the food waste. This has helped Walmart to save a lot of money and reduce its environmental impact. Similarly, take the example of Amazon, Google, IBM, Microsoft, for example. And they are using this technological advancement AI to enhance their capability. For example, Tesla uses AI to power its self-driving cars. This has helped us Tesla to make its car safer and more efficient. So there are so many other examples in real world. So just AI as a collaborative tool. The journal Perception about AI, we have to be more careful that AI cannot only be taken or replacing human expertise or job. Rather, AI can help to enhance the human capabilities. The perception overlooks the true nature of potential of AI in context of project management. Is a collaborative tool. Is a contrary to being a replacement, AI function as a valuable collaborative tool that complement human expertise. And we can also see that's empowering the project manager achieve greater efficiency in their endeavors. So the project management to complement project managers, AI provide help in enhancing skills, making or augmenting the decision-making process, and it is also enhancing efficiency, foster the creativity. So what is the trend in future? What's upcoming trends in integration of AI in project management practices? The streamlining repetitive tasks is one of the core trend which is happening in project management. Data-driven insight is the other application which is very focused, whereas the personalized project management expertise and then agile and adaptive project management methodology or approach, because AI agility empowers project management processes to be more responsive to change, facilitating more effective goals and achievement. I hope I'm on time, Kiran. I'm all done. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and listening. This is end of my presentation for domain application AI in strategic portfolio management. I think my video is not on for some reason. Things working now.
Are there any questions?
Okay, Karen, I'm on time. I think I've just finished. I try to be on time.
Thank you very much for a great presentation, Dr. Nasrullah.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Our next speaker is Dr. Anastasios Liapakis. Dr. Anastasios is the head of School of Informatics at New York College, Greece. He is an adjunct assistant professor at the Department of Archival Library and Information Systems at the University of West Attica, where he teaches the courses of databases and digital archives and electronic governance. Additionally, he serves as the scientific responsible of artificial intelligence and big data analytics in the field of education in a major research project at the Institute of Computer Technology and Press CTI Diophantus. In the past, he has worked as an adjunct assistant professor at the Department of Management Science and Technology at the University of Peloponnese and as an adjunct lecturer for 3 years at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Department of Digital Industry Technologies, where he taught courses on object-oriented programming, analysis, and design of software systems, and electronic governance. He holds a PhD in computer science with a specialization in big data analytics from Informatics Laboratory of the Agricultural University of Athens, and a postdoctoral diploma from the same university. His doctoral research received a scholarship from the Greek State Scholarship Foundation, gained on for the first position. His research interests include data structures, big data analytics, knowledge engineering, information systems management, machine learning techniques, natural language processing, and sentimental analysis in problems related to business administration, economics, and marketing. His notable research work published in national and international peer-reviewed journals and conferences has got a significant number of citations. One of his research papers published in International Journal of Computational Linguistics was awarded the Best Paper Award of 2021.
Thank you for the nice presentation.
He supervises 4 PhD.
Hello?
He has
Hello.
Any questions? And let's see if there are any questions. Thank you, Doctor, for the nice presentation. Let's see the next speaker.
Yes, I'm here. So may I start?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Nice. Thank you very much, Kiran, for the introduction. Can you see my screen?
No, I can't. Could you
Can you
please
see?
No, no.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No, Dr. Anesthesius. Could you please share once again? Yeah. Yeah, now
It is
it's
okay. So may I start? Is it okay now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So, hi Paul. It's my pleasure to present our work today, fostering digital skills in higher education, the case of computing and in the English language teaching students. So, as Kiran mentioned, I'm Dr. Anastasios Sulapakis. I'm the head of School of Computing at New York College, Greece, and I cooperate with Dr. Panagiotou Nicoletou, who is the head of the ELT program at New York College, concerning this research. So you can see here. Sorry.
Go on,
Is there any
Doctor.
problem? Okay.
No, no problem.
So we're going to start about why we need and why the digital skills are essential for students in higher education. So in today's rapidly evolving digital landscapes, students need in higher education and have to acquire a diverse set of digital skills, like, for example, technical proficiency. We need office tools like Office 365 and so on. We need specialized software concerning, for example, project management, as the previous speaker referred. We need programming, everyone in every discipline. We need basic programming languages, and also we need data tools. The information literacy, because students have to research, and also concerning the privacy, about the communication, email and collaboration, in order to create contents like presentations, for example, multimedia or web development. We need digital skills for critical thinking, because we have to analyze big volume of data, and also we need critical thinking in order to solve problems. Concerning also cybersecurity, because we have to solve threats and to protect through some viruses and so on. The digital citizenship, it is very mandatory nowadays, especially in the European Union. We have a lot of projects that funding from European Union in order to have digital citizenship and digital governance. So here we need ethics and footprint, and emerging technologies like AI, XR, steaming, robotics, and etc., and digital ethics, of course, for ethical use of AI and new technologies and responsibility. So in education, we have a lot of innovative pedagogies in order to acquiring digital skills. For example, we have the AI in education in order to prepare the students for life and learning in the age of AI. We have the post-humanistic perspectives that are addressing the relationship between people and technologies, and through this, we start a big discussion with the students about the digital ethics. We have the learning through open information sources. So we use real open data like open graph data for personalized learning, and especially for learning of students. We have the inclusion of data ethics, so we have ethical use of data and digital life learning. Please mute because I heard the noises.
I need a drink. Can we go out tonight?
Mute, please.
To my favorite night spot.
So we have the social justice pedagogies that addressing injustices in life and society. We have esports where we learn and teach through competitive visual gaming. We have the learning through animation where we monitor and interact with short animations. We have the multisensory learning where we use multiple senses to enhance learning of students. And lastly, we have the learning through a network without a connection, and so we have network learning environments beyond the internet. So concerning the AI in education, AI has been widely applied in educational practices. It is titled in academia like artificial intelligence in education and by abbreviation AIED. We saw and we have already seen in research intelligent tutoring systems. We have teaching robots, we have learning analytics, dashboards, adaptive learning systems, especially for special education. We have human-computer interactions and so on. And of course, there are a lot of AI methodologies that have implemented in order to create smart learning environments for behavior detection, for prediction model building, learning recommendation, and so on. So AI in education has been researched by the academia for more than 40 years, started by Bierman and all in 1989. And nowadays, it is a big boom due to the ChatGPT and the digital and the ethics and ethical use of AI in assessments of students in higher education. We can, of course, tell that AI in education produces more effective, flexible, inclusive, customized, and engaging learning environments using, of course, pedagogical models, learning domain and learner models. And of course, AI in education brought together education, psychology, neurology, linguistics, sociology, and anthropology, as well as AI. And of course, it is an interdisciplinary in and of itself. So why we need AI in education? There are five great issues till now. First of all, we have mentors for every learner, and here we can discuss a lot about the inclusion of the inclusiveness and why we use new technologies to everyone. For example, European Union wants to maximize the use of AI and new technologies in order, for example, to educate all citizens in the Europe, especially in the rural areas, for example. We have learning 21st century skills because through these technologies, we prepare students for their careers and their lives. We have learning interaction data. We have, of course, universal access to global classrooms. There are a lot of metaverse classrooms that students can cooperate through different universities along other, for example, countries and so on. And we have end lifetime and life-wide learning. There are also some disadvantages. A lot of speakers previously spoke about the ethical use of AI in education. So till now, and after the invention of chatbots in education, we have already seen that students use AI in order to cheat on assignments and exams. So there is a big discussion how we can avoid this and how we have to educate our students to use ethically the AI. And also, there is an academic dishonesty. So here you can see why ELT students, it is out of the scope of informatics, need, for example, to acquire digital skills. We have, first of all, and we need to teach and learn ELT students about the digital skills in order to enhance learning experience. For example, students utilize digital tools for interactive and engaging language learning. and also to access to authentic resources and multimedia content in order to enhance comprehension. Also, they use AI in order to content create and adaptation. So these students can create digital learning materials and resources for diverse learner needs, for dyslexia, for deaf and blinds, and so on. And they can adapt teaching methods in order to integrate digital platforms and tools effectively. They can use these digital skills also for communication and collaboration. So they can use digital platforms for real-time communication and collaboration among peers and instructors, and also after their degree and their graduation with their students, and also to develop proficiency in virtual teamwork and project management. They need digital skills for professional development because they prepare the students for digital communication in professional contexts and for develop online portfolios and showcasing language proficiency through digital platforms. In order to integrate technology in teaching, so incorporating digital tools to facilitate language acquisition and practice, and implementing blended learning approaches to maximize student engagement and outcomes. And for future career readiness, of course, because equipping students with skills in online tutoring and virtual classroom management, and navigating digital assessment tools and platforms for evaluation and feedback. So concerning the computing students, digital skills are mandatory because, for example, it offers technical proficiency, so mastering software development tools and environments, understanding hardware and software integration. They can also create content and adaptation, and communicate and collaborate as the ELT students. It is mandatory for professional development because through AI, computing students can learn easily, for example, a new library or a new technology. They can also develop online portfolios and showcasing um, through the various platforms they work. They can integrate the technology in teaching and, of course, for future career readiness. So here is our laboratory. We established in 2024 at New York College an AI and robotics labs. This lab is open daily for the alumni through the Coding Society program that we have as extracurricular activities to our students. The key areas of the research is to teach students from all the schools, not especially for computing, about AI algorithms, about machine learning, about robotics engineering, and the human-robot interaction, autonomous systems, and natural language processing. And of course, the lab is dedicated to pioneering research and innovation in the fields of AI, robotics, and their application in various industries. So, what we try to train our students, and so we offer them some tutorials about metaverse, extended reality, robotics, digital ethics, big data, AI, and machine learning, and Internet of Things. So here you can see the NYC Coding Society Club. That is, as we already discussed, is an extracurricular activity club that we prepare students and teach our students, collaborate with our students with pet projects in fields like automation, robotics, 3D modeling, games, mobile applications, and so on. Our students take part in competitions like Google Hascode hackathons, startup events, and so on. And students taught a lot of things, and we continue our training through summer vacation, through the summer of code, where our students continue to programming activities and all the digital technologies. So we would like to assess the impact of this lab exposure to our students, especially in computing and DLT. So we designed a pre-experiment an experiment assessment. So the first phase about the pre-experiment assessment, we selected a group of computing and DLT students who have recently completed a semester long in this lab through the Coding Society Club. And we conduct a baseline assessment of participants through questionnaires and through personal interviews about technical skills and surveys to gauge students' perceptions of their interdisciplinary collaboration experiences, research interests, career aspirations, and understandings of ethical considerations in technology. And so, in the duration of lab exposure period, students worked on research projects related to AI algorithms, machine learning models, or robotic systems. We created some groups with peers from different disciplines, computing and TLT, in order to create some solution in English language teaching. For example, we have a project that the ELT students future teachers have to train their primary school students about robotics in English. So this was one of the projects. And also the groups participating in seminars, workshops, guest lectures related to industry standards, ethics in technology, and emerging trends in AI and robotics. So after the exposure, we try to find the results in different schools for computing students and ELT students. So we concluded that in computing students, after the exposure and the interviews and the questionnaires that we gave to students, we have significant improvement in programming proficiency, machine learning algorithms, and robotics engineering capabilities. We have effective integration of diverse skills and perspectives, leading to innovative solution in AI and robotics projects. Also, the students demonstrated ability to produce high quality research outputs that contributing to advancements in technology and educational practices. And also, students increased readiness for careers in tech-driven industries with heightened awareness of ethical consideration and industry standards. So concerning the ELT students, we're concluding that students enhance ability to integrate AI and robotics tools. It's very crucial because the students have a theoretical background without any lesson or module in computing. So these students try to integrate AI into language teaching methodologies, fostering interactive and personalized learning experience. Also, the results shows acquisition of practical skills in programming and educational technology, vital for designing innovative language learning solution. And also, we saw that the collaboration with computing peers promotes to ELT students cross-disciplinary approaches and rising understanding of how technology can enhance language acquisition and teaching effectiveness, and also career readiness. So concerning our future work, we would like to expand the number of participants in more than 30 students that we had in the first phase of this research. We would like to collaborate with all the colleges departments like in psychology and business in order to search if there is also a high change in the after the exposure of the students in the lab in their digital skills and innovation. We would like to use sensors in order to measure more parameters. For example, the participation rate of the students in their collaboration with their peers in its own group, the understanding of the technologies, and so on. And also, we would like to collaborate with other universities and colleges in order to expand the results of this research and to participate in a Euro funding program in order to spread the importance of digital skills training to higher education. So this is our research. Thank you very much. I'm here for questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anastasios. Was a very interesting presentation. Please, everybody, if you have questions for Dr. Anastasios.
Ma'am, still.
Next speaker comes from Morocco, is Professor Hind Lamharhar.
Our next speaker is Professor Hind Lamharhar. Professor Hind is a professor and a senior NLP and data engineer with a strong theoretical and practical background in both higher education and industry. She has working in many computer science department, Institute of Statistics and Applied Economics, High-Tech School of Engineering and Management, Muhammad V University, Mohammedia School of Engineering. She is a member of a decision support system team at Moroccan Minister of Economy and Finance. Her main activities are related to AI, ML, and DL, NLP, business intelligence, and data analytics. She had the opportunity to conduct several researches related in AI. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Professor Hind.
Okay, hi. Hi, how are you? It's a pleasure to be here. You can see my...
Yeah, it's visible now.
It's visible? Okay.
Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay, hello. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm excited to share my experience working with generative AI and the RAG or retrieval augmented generation system to enhance the operation of custom administration.
Yeah, Professor Hind, could you please share your screen?
It's not... Okay.
No, you have stopped your screen share.
Because I already did it. It's not... Okay. Okay. Entire screen.
Yeah, now it's visible.
When I make it like show, you can't see it.
Yeah, there. Okay.
No, you can see it now.
Yeah, now I can
It's
see.
good.
Yeah,
I changed the slide. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Perfect.
Okay. So our plan for today is, first I will discuss some challenges. Next, I will explain the generative AI and the concepts behind this. Then how this technology can create new content from existing data, making information more accessible and user-friendly, will be presented in third part. To use generative AI, we need a clear plan that I will present in four. And then I will introduce our RAG system for custom knowledge and a pilot project that we use to implement some use cases. Finally, I will share some insights. So let's start by a question. This question is about what do you know about the government data in general and specifically for custom administration data, and what the role this administration can play in economy in general. So I will answer this question by using our context of Moroccan use case. The custom administration oversees trade operation in Morocco, including imports and exports. This makes a crucial for the country economy and contribute with 40% of the general budget of the country. So the other side is the users, the final user. The final user in most cases are what we call economic operators or entrepreneur. Suppose that you are entrepreneur and want to import some products for your company. So the first thing you do, you look for the specific information that can help you to do that. Based on our analysis of user experiences, here that's what happens. First, an entrepreneur or economic entrepreneur operator try to find the information on static websites. Unfortunately, much of this information is built in PDF documents, making it difficult to navigate. If you can't find what you need online, you may end up making phone or sending some emails for clarifications. Sometimes the entrepreneur can make some visit to administration offices in person to get the detail he needs. This process is often complex, frustrating, and time-consuming for both citizens and businesses. Now consider the types of knowledge user needs. They require information on various aspects like regulation, classification code, applied context, procedures, and so on. So, what are the biggest issues with how information is currently accessed from customs? Here are 5 challenges we defined for our project. The first challenge is about the lack of integration. Information is stored in disparate places. In accessible format, we can find, for example, PDF information stored as PDF documents, and these PDF documents are complex, contain images, tables, and some links to HTML pages, and so on. And we need a manual data aggregation to use this information after. And the fourth challenge is information fragmentation and cumbersome navigation as the last challenge that we want to resolve. Users often have to piece together data from various sources, which complicates the process and increase frustration. So, what is our goal? Our goal is to streamline this process, making it easier and more efficient for users to access the information they need by improving how this data is organized and accessed. We can significantly enhance the user experiences and reduce the time spent navigating through these various sources. So, by building a knowledge base specifically for government information, we can empower citizens. For example, suppose we have an agent that can answer any question of the users by using this knowledge base. To develop this agent, we need some technology. Here we have generative AI. This generative AI can help to develop an agent that can help users to find the appropriate and efficient information. For example, finding information from legal documents. AI also can help people to understand complex procedures and policies, and can also help to get the important information on specific topics and help also to have some information from what we call hidden knowledge. So how we can do that? What technology we can use precisely in these cases? As you know, let's delve in this slide in some concepts, key concepts behind the generative AI technology. So, starting with artificial intelligence, it's the broad field aimed to creating machine capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence. Within the AI, we have machine learning, a subset that enable computer to learn from data and improve over time without explicit programming. Inside of following preset rules, machine learning models identify patterns in data and make predictions or decisions based on those patterns. Going deeper, we encounter deep learning, which use artificial neural network inspired by the human brain. These networks have multiple layers that allow them to learn complex representation of data. At the forefront here, we have generative AI. Unlike traditional AI, which focus on analyzing data, generative AI can create new content. For example, it can generate text, audio, images, or code based on its training data. This capability is used in applications like chatbot, content creation, and data augmentation. Central of the generative AI, we have transformers, a type of neural network architecture designed to handle sequential data like text. Transformers use self-attention mechanism to consider the relationship between all words in a sentence simultaneously. Building on transformer, we have LLM or large language model. These models leverage deep learning architectures to process and generate human-like text. LLM are highly effective in applications such as chatbot and, for example, automated customer support. After the presentation of the key concepts behind generative AI, let's see how we can develop an efficient project for real use cases. Here, for example, a generic use case that we have followed to develop our project is from the perspective of software engineering. We start with the problem definition. Here we identify the specific task or issues that the generative AI aims to address. Once we have a clear problem statement, we move to data collection and preprocessing. This involves gathering and preparing the data that will be used to train the AI model. Next, we enter the model selection and architecture design phase. In this phase, we chose an appropriate model based on the problem requirements and the computational resources available. After selecting the model, the training phase begins. This is a complex process involves feeding the preprocessed data into the model to enable it to learn and make predictions. Following training, we need to evaluate the model performance. This involves using various metrics to assess how well the model is performing on the task. If the model metrics the performance criteria, we proceed to deployment phase, where the model is made available for use in production environment. Once deployed, continuous monitoring and scaling up the project are needed. So in our work, we concentrate on text generation, and we tackle 4 cases in our project. The first one, users can easily obtain information by asking questions that we call search and retrieve. The second use case is about summarize and explain. Complex documents and procedures are automatically summarized and explained in the clear, understandable language. The first use case is answer questions system. Users receive accurate and helpful responses to their inquiries, enhance decision making, and improve operational efficiency. And the last use case that we use in our project is generate reports assist employees. Generating reports and providing insights based on the vast dataset of Moroccan government documents. This streamlines internal processes, enhance decision making, and improve operational efficiency. So, which approach? So, after this identification of the problem statement, we have to choose which approach we will follow to build our system. In the field of generative AI for text generative, we have 2 main areas of optimization to enhance the functionality and relevance of customized Gen AI system. Context optimization and LLM optimization. Context optimization, this focus on creating the optimal environment for the AI to generate content. Here we have techniques like RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and prompt engineering. For the second dimension, LLM optimization. This fine-tunes the existing large models, the engine behind content generation, and then tuning that entails retraining existing LLM to integrate our specific context. As the first phase of our projects, we have used the prompt engineering, this part. We have used this prompt as it is. So we start with naive prompt engineering. Then second steps, we have used a RAG system, naive RAG system, without doing any optimization. And in the first stage of our projects, we have enhanced this RAG system with a best selection of LLM models. Then we are in these first steps that we have used an advanced RAG system with a prompt engineering approach and with the best selection of LLM for each use cases. So for prompt engineering, we have used some techniques that you can find in this reference prompt engineering guide. So we have tried some techniques on your use cases. We have defined some use cases of our real world problem, and we have started, for example, from the first by zero-shot prompting. With zero-shot prompting, we ask just the model to perform a task without a prior context. It will use the prior context of prior knowledge of this model. Then we have used this second approach is few shot prompting that involve providing a few examples. We provide some examples to guide the model, and we use example of importing other, for example, in our case is the importation of products or codes. We give some example. For example, to import electronic, we feed the LLM with the example of custom clearance of some goods, like important electronics goods, important pharmaceutical, and then we ask some question about another aspect. The third one is chain of thought prompting that breaks down complex tasks into smaller steps and started with a broad question and followed up with more specific question. And then we have a tree of thought that evaluate each step of the process to provide comprehensive detail. So that was our chain of thought prompting, for example, for identify the procedure of how we can, for example, make some importation and help user to get some information from existing documents, starting with identify what we called, for example, a code of products, and to perform calculation of taxes and so on. I will not enter in the aspects of functional. I will just explain we have tried, for example, some prompting on chat and ChatGPT 4. We have some problem that, so the problem with the naive approach of using directly or prompt engineering is that the LLM models have been trained on vast datasets containing text from the internet. While this training process equips them with a broad understanding of large language and context, it's also introduced some limitation. These models can only generate text that align with the patterns and information present in their training data. As a result, their response may not always be accurate or contextually relevant to our use cases. This can lead to a common problem that we known as hallucination, where AI provide answers that seems correct, but in reality is inaccurate or misleading. So the second approach that we use to resolve this problem is developing a RAG system. But what is the RAG system? A RAG is a technique that combines information retrieval with generative modeling to enhance the quality and the relevance of generated responses. It originated from the need to improve the accuracy and context awareness of language models by integrating external knowledge source into the response generation process. So the key advantage of RAG is improved accuracy, contextual relevance, scalability, flexibility, and so on. And we can apply it, for example, to build system for customer support, legal document analysis, personalized recommendation, and so on. So how RAG works? To understand how RAG works, here we have our architecture that we use in our project. We have identified 4 components. The first component, that's the most important, is the pre-processing or ingestion component, where we have pre-processing, vectorization, and indexing components. During the ingestion phase, this system starts with pre-processing data, which involve cleaning and preparing the data for analysis. This step can take up to more than 70% of the project life cycle time. The data is then split into chunks, where the chunks size is crucial and various techniques can be applied here. Next are embedded models that can transform this chunk to a vector, numerical vectors that will be stored in a vector database, and this vector database will be our knowledge base. The second component is retrieval component. Retrieval component is responsible for searching and selecting relevant information from a database or corpus of documents. This component utilizes techniques such as document indexing, query, explanation, and so on. For example, here, our system embeds user query. For example, we have a user and we have a query. Our system will embed this query and generate a vector, and then we have make some similarity calculation to retrieve the documents that match our query. We can here specify the top K, for example, the 3 first or 5 first documents that can answer where we can find the answer to this query. Then the retrieval documents will be sent to the component of prompt template to generate prompt templates. The prompt template and relevant context and query will be sent then to our component that is generation component. Once the relevant documents are retrieved, the generation component take over its leverage large language model, such as GPT-3, for example, to process the retrieved information and generate coherent and contextual accurate response. This component converts retrieval facts into human readable answers. So after this architecture, we have identified a methodology on how to pre-processing PDF. I said before, the pre-processing part is very important to get an efficient system, because if we have garbage in, we will have garbage out. So we have to pre-process our PDF documents or documents in general before feeding our models. So what was our implementation strategy? First, I'd like to acknowledge the incredible team that has been working with us. Most of our team members are students from various engineering schools, and their enthusiasm and dedication to this field have been remarkable. So, from the technology side, we have analyzed and explored several frameworks, several approaches and technology. Here are the 4 approaches we worked with. The first one is from scratch. This approach offers full control and customization but requires significant technical expertise, time, and resources. The second approach was the use of OpenAI GPT. This model provides quick deployment and ease of use with pre-built models, but results in dependency, hard dependency or strong dependency on OpenAI and limited customization. We use this approach to develop our proof of concept. The third one is use frameworks, LangChain or Llama Index. The both frameworks can help to develop a flexible solution and ease to use, supporting integration with various LLMs and data sources and so on. For Llama Index, excel in handling and retrieving complex data, ideal for RAG application and project requiring advanced querying and indexing and so on. So after analyzing these approaches, we analyze these approaches based on the flexibility, ease of use, performance, cost, and use cases. We have decided to use both framework, LangChain and Llama Index with a local server that we call Olama. And here, our technology that we have used to develop this system, for example, for user interface, we have Streamlit. For vector database and storing, we have open to any vector database. And for framework, as I said before, LangChain and Llama Index to develop the all life cycle of our project. And we have in government field, we prefer to use open sources models. So we use some open source models of LLM or for embedding from Hugging Face. And we have selected for example, Mistral, Llama 3, Llama 2, and so on. And here we have an overview of how this technology are placed with this architecture of our system. For example, for pre-processing vectorization components, we have used Llama Index, Llama Parse, we have used Olama, LangChain. For chunking, for embedding, for vector database, we have We have also used chroma and quadrants. And for example, for LLM here, we have used the open source as I discussed, and we have plots all this technology like that in our. But we try to let our architecture open to any technology after. And the implementation use case is not very easy, even if we have this architecture. But the most important phase was for example. For data preprocessing, we have to clean the data. So to clean the data, we have make some analysis of what are the patterns inside the documents that we have here. We have used with the help of some experts in each domain. So we have defined in first step the patterns to clean, and then we clean this. We have developed some helper function to clean that, make some transformation as third steps, and then normalized. So we can normalize as we are open. We can use JSON. In this case, we have JSON as normalized all of the input documents. So as outputs, we have normalized files as JSON file or any format, and then we start with the ingestion process or vectorization components implementation, where we have defined a set of helper functions like starts with installing the necessary requirements, loading the PDF files, or the output of the previous phase. In some cases, we don't need to do this pre-processing. Some files are very clean. And the second step is to make some chunks of our documents, because we have a Windows context limit size, so we have to respect that. And here we have a lot of techniques that we have studied before doing that. And the last one is to use some Hugging Face embedding model or LLMs embedding model. Sorry. And then we are very open to any vector database. So here an example of using Chroma database. This is the most used one in literatures. And for components, context retrieval components, we have the implementation of these retrieval components. As you see here, we have an example of query and the similarity search with OSCAR for a given query. And here is our generation component implementation. In this generation implementation, we have very open to any LLM models. For example, we have selected some of them, for example, Mistral 7B or Mistral 7B Instructs, but because of we need a lot of resources, we use just some 7B, not more. And what it was sufficient, and I encourage you to use small LLM models before trying the big LLM models, because it can be sufficient for your use cases. And here we have developed a set of helper functions for LLMs. So we have here used the local models and Hugging Face models in this example. For user query, we have defined steps or process that is like that. Embed user query, then pass the query embed into vector database, calculate, retrieve the top K, it depends on you. Create a prompt and include the user queries and context, and feed the LLM with this prompt and get the answer. And here some example of prompt template, retrieve. Here we have how, for example, it's in French here, and we get this response according to our architecture system, RAG system. So to conclude, so I wish I respected the time. Our work involves a combination of cutting-edge technology and innovative approaches driven by a passionate and talented team. This system significantly enhance user experience and efficiency in customs administration. But I like to add that this system can be applied in any cases, because it's very open. It's based on very generic approach, and is not just for customs administration. It can be applied for any type of documents. Thank you.
Yeah, are there any questions? Yeah, thank you very much for your great presentation, Professor Hind. And our next speaker is Mr. Amir Raskin. Mr. Amir Raskin is an experienced manager with vast experience in large-scale transformation projects and unit at many financial sectors, including banks, both in commercial and centers, credit card companies, insurance companies, and investment houses. He led management and sales of substantial and complex advanced data and analytic units, accounts, ecosystems, and solutions such as large-scale data and analytic programs. He co-founded and managed 2 data science startups, CX consultancy firms, large-scale global data projects, data aggregation startups acquired by Oracle. Moreover, he led the Israel practice of Harvard's Dr. Norton and Kaplan strategy execution. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Mr. Amir Raskin. Yeah, I can't hear. Can you please unmute?
Yeah, this can help, I think. Now it's better?
Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Everybody can hear me, I guess. Okay, I would like to talk a little bit differently, I believe, from some of the previous people who were talking. And I would like to talk a little bit about the philosophy and where are we with regard to this novel technology. And as a bottom line, if I'm successful, you will be coming out of the lecture and saying, okay, we need to think about what are we doing with this monster, how it can be helpful, and it's definitely can be helpful, and where we should not expect or we should adjust stuff we're doing. That's my goal. Let's see how it goes. This is mainly to show that AI can do really amazing stuff. I think we can spend the next 20 minutes just looking at it. But to be honest, this is useless. It's not even art because it's both built from pieces of human stuff. And so let's get over it. Thank you for the intro. I will not speak about myself. That's just if someone wants to know and contact me later. But the general idea is that I'm talking about genes as a part of an organization when I'm talking about data. And this is something I'm really looking into from the very beginning of the domain, where data was something that people were saying, you want a report to the situation today, where in fact, data today is part of the IP of almost every organization, every government, part of the value of the majority of the value in, I guess, most of the largest organizations on earth, etc., etc., etc. So data is the basic gene behind it. And when we're looking into this gene, we need to talk about the hype. And I was also listening to the previous lecture of the professor from Morocco, and LLM, just no intention to insult, can be very interesting. I'm just saying that talking about directly the models is one aspect of it. Let's talk a little bit behind it. For example, let's think a little bit about this sentence. Is a cigar only a cigar? And I want to tell a little bit of a story here. When I was starting to think about what's going on, it was like 2 or 3 years ago when really the hype went up with generative AI, etc. Even though machine learning exists from the beginning of the computer era and in late 80s, etc. This was actual machine learning, but no doubt LLM made it something different. I was starting to think about it when the hype started, and I was talking to my partner in the house. My partner is writing books, She's what we can call a creative person. She has published 7 novels. She is a leading copywriter. That's what she does. She invents stuff which are words and stories, etc. And she said, you know something? It reminds me of something. One of my novels even talking about it. I believe that I'm talking to someone inside myself when I'm doing everything. She either replies to me from when I was very young. She talks to me all the time. She guides me. She was serious, by the way. She's not lunatic, if someone is wondering. So she's guiding me. Sometimes I'm looking for an idea and I'm just sitting there, nothing happened, and suddenly she's giving it to me. She's like humanizing it. And this gave me an idea because the basic, I think, breakthrough with especially generative AI, but machine learning in general, is when it will have the same perspective as us, because what exactly do we want? And then I went to look into what Sam Altman is talking about. I'm sure you're all familiar with the face. He's the new multi-billionaire, etc., that is really influencing everybody, and I guess most of this day as well. And he was saying, I'm not looking for the best consultant. My vision, he said, and this really, I think, is a very focused approach. I want to have a trusted employee, I will say inside my head, if I was my partner, or inside my personal model, inside my organizational model. If you can take a company and think about it as a person, that's definitely stuff you can do conceptually. And because I want him to be something which is always there, available. I want him to be loyal, to think from my perspective. But I want him to be able to argue with me and tell me, yes, I will do what you're asking, but maybe it's a bit stupid. What about this idea? And then he should be bringing something new to the table. He will definitely, and that's the first thing that we are really excited by, is its approach and the data availability is dramatically larger than us, maybe sometimes too large. We'll talk about it. And he's working very hard. He's never tired. He's always there. We can give him that's the productivity thing. We can give it a lot of tasks and he will do them. He will never complain, etc. But I want him at the end to do what I intend to do, follow my lead. And this is a very tricky thing, because how can you make sure that it is actually following my lead? It is actually doing what I intended to do and not doing stuff which by the end of the day when we will roll back from that, we will not understand why the hell have we decided to do this decision making based on this model's proposition and create whatever it created, etc., etc. Because we are normal. Remember the new normal post-COVID? We can talk about are we all normal, or what is normality? Because what most of the model, I'm talking about public models for the moment, because they are what the common public is using, but it is the same if you go inside the company, and I will explain. The data that really is the training for the model, regardless of how sophisticated the model is, it will never go outside the boundaries or the impact of the data you provided him. If you take a model with zero data, it will do nothing. That's, I think everybody will agree. So the levels that you expose into data simulates a little bit us as human beings, or as managers, or as people who are doing professional work, because it's the data we absorb plus our analytics. And as much as we can mimic that and be very focused, not necessarily too wide, we can create something which is more productive. I think, I guess you've all been looking into stuff like how to write good prompts, and one of the recommendations start by explaining who are you, what do you know, etc. So this is exactly to make the scoping of the data better. The second issue is that ethics is not embedded by design in mathematics. it's something you need to do. I think OpenAI has, as far as I know, spending a lot of time and resources on safety. Why? Because the model is not doing it himself, but you are working with customers, with your organization. You are creating something which will be B2C, work with consumers. You cannot just let loose the model or the models without understanding that it doesn't have the ethics that you have as human beings, or that your company has written hard-coded in its some declaration and rules, internal rules. The third issue, and I'm sure that some of you that has been playing a lot with model have seen the resonance. It's like retargeting in marketing. You send something, you get it back. You can almost understand where did it get it back. But if this something is not controlled, you don't understand what's going on, you might be ending up doing stuff which are just painting yourself through robot, like this image is trying to explain. And really, it's not something new at all. It is something that your competitors are doing. It is something that your colleagues are doing. And in fact, you are playing here a game in a closed circle. And this is not something which you can connect to something, anything which is good, high quality, productive, etc. On top of that, the quantity of fake data is unbelievable. Today, if you take, I think, a fair enough comparison, look at social media. Social media today, much more than 50% of social media is fake. Fake meaning not something that really happened, something that someone has put there with an intention. Just look at Trump, for example, recently, etc., etc. This is happening as well inside these models, because again, they don't have any judgment. The only thing they have is to be sure that we are all normal, that someone else, if you remember the basic algorithm of Google, if a lot of people is pointing to my site is popular. Yeah, but now when everything is like really intensive, fake data easily will be the majority of what's going on there. So you need to really make sure that you know, what did you teach this child? Where did it come from? Where is it going? What it is exposed to? This is not something which is a common practice today in the way machine learning and generative AI specifically is being treated. And if you talk about social media, I will just say one word about addiction. What can happen is when you look into an organization, or if you look into yourself, you might end up with situations that you forgot how to do very simple things. I was doing some training about, I ride a lot, I like really riding off-road with jeeps, and some training about how do you lift heavy stuff in jeep. And then someone said, we can just pick it by hand. And we all forgot about it because we used to use all kinds of machines to pick stuff up. It's the same here. We forget to do very simple stuff. And what will happen is that this addiction, in fact, might really kill us, because at the end of the day, we are not unique. We are all normal. And if we are all normal, so who are we? And this is the real gap that we need to look into. I wanted to show how the hype is dramatic, and for me is not, wow, it's amazing, it's be careful. You are all aware, I guess, to this radar from Gartner, this format, etc. In 2023, generative AI was here. This is 3 to 6 years. In only 1 year, it's here. It's now. So Gartner has admitted that they completely missed what's going on. So it's like a wave coming in, again, very similar to social media, that is in many aspects cannot be treatable today or managed today, and it's considered to be something which is amazing for one side and a great danger from the other side. This is too fast for us to adjust as humans. No evolution can be so fast. So it's closed a gap of 5 years with the best mind of Gartner at the beginning of 23, missing 5 years prediction. And when we look into organizations, I want to focus a little bit into how can organizations really change. And the idea is that if you are able to increase speed and be more resilient, this is an opportunity because you will be better than your competitor. You will be better to your customers. Just look at the digital transformations that a lot of organizations has been going through. Maybe 10 years ago, it was like a big thing, talking about digital, you have mobile, we can transfer money, etc., etc., etc. But now it's a non-issue. Now we expect our suppliers to do something completely different. They need to be resilient to a level that do not exist. And it's very hard for them because their backbone is really in the past, even if they are relatively new organizations. The issue, which is a bit also post-COVID in a way, is the issue of hybrid. Hybrid means that your organization can actually work without the necessity to do something physical. Most organizations are not like that. It's not only culture, it's also really physical processes and practices that might slow down organization from adopting what we have here. Capacity is not there. If you look around you, most people do not understand about this mindset, do not understand what to do with it, mainly either afraid or get not rightfully excited by it, which create an issue on efficiency. Because the main goal will be, and I will show research in a second, in productivity. This is in purpose old figures. This is a little bit pre the hype of generative AI. And when you look about it, this is how much did you use AI and applied in organizations, etc. Actually used it. And it looks like in 4 years, or maybe 5 even, it's something like doubled, which is really, really, really slow. So the big question is, what happened the last 2 years just to make sure that organizations are actually changing? And if you look on this is really new statistics made by SAP with all of the executives working with some of SAP's product. And I also think, if you look at the numbers, that these numbers are extremely low. If you look here, this is only this, like 17% gave a mandate for management down to the organization to actually use AI. All of the others, to more than totally, and to complete half of the organizations, gave it only for very specific use cases. And maybe just even less than that, just check it. And this is now. So we have the hype and we like to play with it and do some productivity and write, I don't know, stuff for the university as students. But in fact, organization doesn't change so fast. And when you look why, look who changed the most. And this is again now, really updated statistics. IT, infrastructure. Yes, of course. Look for anomalies, check alerts from the infrastructure in DevOps, etc. And marketing and sales. So in general, and some of the supply chain issues like deliveries, etc., etc. But all the others, really slow. So mainly what we're doing today is like closing some productivity gap and really making sure stuff that shouldn't be done by intelligent human beings to start with, or just blurbing, marketing and sales, just writing longer emails with a lot of stuff inside because the generative AI has gave us amazing stuff to write, sending them to people that has more emails and longer emails, and they need AI to read them to understand the essence of it. What could be done at the end is send a message of 1 line in many cases. So what's going on here in a way, in the blurbing aspect, is a factory of garbage, if you really think about it. This is the situation today, but in order to really break through it, we need to go deeper into what the options are. And this is a very short, I would say, guide. How do you make sure that you actually can and will use AI? Check one thing, take the word AI out of it. Is it still valid? Is it still interesting? It's a solution or a service of, I don't know, investment, something, service for consumers, and it doesn't have AI in the name. It is still valid. That's a really tiny check around you with solutions that you see and services that people are promoting, and see how much garbage there is out there, that it's not really necessary. So it's not really touching the base in what's the benefit. Secondly, how accurate the solution needs to be. For us to be hospitalized and operated by a robot, managed by software, is a big thing. There is Da Vinci going for stuff which are more skeleton in the back, stuff like that, which are really, really hard for surgeons, and some neuroscience. But these are extremely trained and well-managed systems. But generally speaking, just deciding on taking a pill, would you take a pill today from an AI solution? I doubt it. You might consult generative AI, and then before taking the pill, you would like to have a human being in the loop. This is the current situation. And the reason for that is everything we've talked before about what is it really good for the moment. The next one, and here I'm talking more to people in organizations, it's not enough to find them amazing specific solutions that emerge somewhere and use it in a specific use case. Most organization goes with their standard suppliers, if it's Microsoft or Google or AWS, etc., etc., etc. And when they do that, and just look at the majority of tool today, even I don't know, I'm using Canva, even Canva, all of the standard suppliers is embedded in AI, all kinds of AIs inside their solution. So for you to try and develop something really novel and amazing, the ROI will not be there. So you need to really be careful of pitfalls and go with your standard suppliers as much as possible, because in the end, it will meet the ROI and it will be quicker. Access to proprietary data and models stays an issue. If you do not have real proprietary data, most chances your models will not be great. And if you don't have this something specific model which deals with, I don't know, geolocation, you will not have great solution. It will not happen. So at the end, you need IP. It's not enough just to use the amazing ecosystem of generic models. I would just add one thing about talent. No, you cannot be a real data scientist, even not with, I don't know, with a master's degree. You can operate tools. You can start to manage solutions like that. But in order to really innovate and create something proprietary, you need to be great statisticians and great technicians. And like that, there are few. And this is, I think, an important thing. People believe that they can learn a little bit. Yes, they can operate models, but to really innovate, this is a pitfall. And in most cases today, most solution will be overpriced. Just think about how much money ChatGPT is receiving today and creating little value. Today, it has great promise, but little value today. So before I'm telling you the bottom line, which is we need the red button to be controlled by a human. If it was not clear enough for my presentation, I would like also to ask you if you have any questions. I'm here. So any questions? Anybody wants to chat about something? So great. Try to make love with AI carefully, because it can really bite you. Happy to contact people. You're welcome to contact me on LinkedIn or anything, any other way. Okay, Kiran, you here?
Yeah, hi, Mr. Amir.
That's great. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, Mr. Amir. And our next speaker is Mr. Mohammad Shukur. Mr. Mohammad is a senior data scientist with more than 12 years of data science experience. And he is working closely on advanced analytics, data science, and managing various BI platforms to help users to generate insights and drive business outcomes. Working in financial industry from last 6 years, where he built next generation data products using AI and ML, mentoring resources for future requirements of this technology. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can I know if the screen is visible?
Yes, it is.
My audio is fine?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for your time, everyone. And today I will be taking up the topic about generative AI and its challenges in financial industry. I think all of the speakers before me have really, I think, set the stage for me to come and just be very deep dive about the financial services industry. But I would like to start with a very good cartoon which was laid down by one of the cartoonists, where they started to explain about the current situation of this whole industry. So give me a second. Yes. So the cartoon very categorically described where the business is all are trying to figure out how the chat GPT, or we call Gen AI, is making an impact to their business. Definitely everyone in the boardrooms are literally trying to know that what are their risks, how can we secure it, what are the damages it can do to our business reputation, and how do we make sense of it, and what are the key takeaway from this technology adoption. That is what literally happening in each and every ballroom if you look at from the businesses world today. And even if I take the financial industry, I think I would be conveying the same. But before I go along, I would like to just describe two main terminologies here that will make sure that the whole presentation goes smooth. One is the artificial intelligence and the machine learning. I know Professor Hind has very deeply and very took this explanation from the whole, with the help of the whole domain, where she started with the different aspects. But I like to describe these two things. So artificial intelligence is nothing but mimicking the human intelligence to perform the task. But machine learning is where we are trying to learn the patterns so that we can, with the help of those patterns, we can take those predictions, or we can solve those tasks. When we come to Gen AI, the 5 main use cases of this current, which are being explored by the businesses, I will not use the word which has been adopted by the businesses. I will look the businesses are exploring is content and insight generators, where you are trying to generate, because every business have tons of data lying in different forms and shapes. They are trying to create more content from using this technology and information extractions. Since the information is scattered across different channels, different places, different formats, so they are trying to use or explore this technology to make sure they can summarize those and analyze those volume of data. And definitely the chatbots, because it is as natural as a normal human being talks. This technology is very natural conversators. And also the language communicators, because most of the businesses are across different geographies. So that will also become a very good tool for them to translate multiple languages and build content out of that. Finally, the code generations, because of the digital transformation, everyone is building those kind of products where they have to use the technology at the forefront. And in order to create those technologies or tools, we are going towards that coding, and that's where I think Gen AI has been given a very good, Gen AI has shown very reliable capabilities. So these are the basic use cases or where the people are trying to explore Gen AIs right now. If I bring this all into the context of financial industry, I would like to draw it from a very good source, which has Acabistus, which they try to show that when it comes to the literally from the main financial services, which is around the deposit, accounts, payment, and transfer, in there we can try to use and enrich the transaction categorizations and enrichments of the transactions which are customer doing. How are they are trying to make use of the personalized recommendation and insights. Definitely, it also helped them in detecting the anomalies in the data or in the transactions the customers are doing and generate those alerts so that they can properly govern their payment systems or for the customers. We all know with the increase in the fraud, so I think that this technology will really add a benefit for that. And also when it comes to the IT services and products, there is a good use case there can be, which is for the synthetic data generations and for the lending models. Lending models are the models where you're trying to make sure you are giving your lending products to a very right customer. Your risks are covered from the banking perspective. So all those scenarios where you have to simulate, you have to do the underwriting, you have to do the servicing recommendations, all that can also be a good use cases for the financial industries. When it comes to the wealth management, of course, the scenarios generation of risk modeling, customized investment reports is also a very good element in order to create for the private banking customers. And it also adds more value towards the personalized investment advice system or financial advisors. So that's the kind of, if you look at this, it is just trying to convey us that we can use all the different modalities of the data, whether it is text, whether it is video, audio, whether the data is lying in our internal or external system. And if we look at from the banking perspective, it do have very good, it covers the whole banking spectrum across all the spectrum, this can be a very good technology which can be used. When we looked at it from the perspective of what the banks are currently, the 5 main emerging use cases in the banking, like definitely the last slide was talking more about where all it can be used. But in the last 1.5 years, we have seen different banks trying, different financial industries are trying to see where they can adopt. And this is the main thing which these are the 5, I think, which are taking the lead. It is more towards the performance to predict the increased prospect volumes, whether they are related to the financial reports, forecasting, and understanding the risk and trends. And they are trying to create those kind of content for their investor calls and all that elements. And also to see the contract generation and reviews. During in the banking sector, you have all these contracts flowing at a very large volume. People are trying to make sense of those contracts and making sure that it can be read at a larger scale using this technology. Of course, onboarding, decreasing the onboarding is one of the main key aspect of each and every industry today, and everyone is trying to be as quick as possible so that they don't lose the customer when the customer is in that journey. And that's where they also see this technology is helping them. Definitely in the financial industry, when we looked at the regulational, when we look at from the regulational perspective, it also adding more trust with the regulators, with the latest regulations like IFRS 9 and all. People are using their Gen AI tools to improve the financial compliance, and they're aggregating data such as to create accurate portraits of each and every customer so that it can be reviewed thoroughly at a customer level. And the last but not the least is the benchmark and peer analysis, which we try to analyze all the data which is flowing towards the strategic direction. And I think we had one of the session where we were talking more of the strategic and the project management. So from the strategic directions perspective also, it is adding some values in the financial industry. Since my talk of my topic today is the risks and challenges, financial industry is very heavily regulated. So you cannot just pass in any technology and start using it. And definitely, I know in a lot of the sectors, others, we sometimes let go of certain things when we adopt any latest technology. But financial industry is very different from that perspective. So for us, it is very important that we look at it from a very microscopic view, and we tick each and every box. Unless we don't tick each and every box, we are not allowed to move further for this adoptions. So when we look at the Gen AI things, I think we all know that biases, discrimination, and unfair outcomes of the models, whether it has been the top performing model, whether it has been the new latest releases which has come, we financial industry, we still believe there is a lot of biasness in those models, and those models lack the explainability. And if you see the current markets in the Western markets, a lot of banks who have been earlier adopter of this technologies has been facing those hefty fines because they are not able to set the accountability of their models output. That has led to the regulators to come heavily down on those banks to make sure they are giving accurate information. They are able to explain why that information was passed on to that particular customers. We also has a lot of data related issues because we all know the whole LLM models, or we take Gen AIs, the core of it is LLM models. They are being trained on the internet available data. And we all know that the quality of the data is not accurate as it should be. There are a lot of privacy, confidentiality, IP, and copyright issues. And when we are looking to deploy those things through financial industry, which is very heavily regulated, I would say it brings us into more difficult zone that we need to minimize, and we make sure that it has been properly screened. And in doing that, currently we are making sure that the transparency layers, I think anyone can name. There are a lot of names are being floated. Sometimes businesses are saying that we have a transparent layer. Some are saying we have a trust layer. Some vendors come with saying that okay, we have XYZ layer. So at the end of the goal of this kind of a layer is that to make sure that we have what is required for us to screen whether to make sure all these data related issues are not going into our model, whichever we are trying to use. Also, the model robustness and reliability of the outputs. We all know the hallucination. I don't need to explain that further, but the only possible way we look for this is that feedback loops has to be there. Someone is supposed to be there when it look in the financial industries, that you have to put someone in the loop so that you check your answers before it goes out to the customers. Financial stability, and I think the governance, if you look at it from the other perspective, the governance is very important for us. The lack of accountability, transparency, users not able to aware of the tool limits. We have seen that sometimes havoc has been created by certain businesses because they adopted the Gen AI without properly putting all the guardrails around that, and it has impacted the businesses a lot. Financial stability, when you look at it, the models still we believe that markets manipulations, cyber security risks are very much prevalent more with the adoption of this technology. more. Other risks are also there, which when we look at it, I think the last speaker also tried to explain it from the skills, the resource perspective. We also believe that resources is something which is still every business is facing problem, and we are finance industry is not different. And also the environmental impact of the Gen AI models because of its resource and how much they require energies to compute their computational needs and all that, which and kind of impact our nature. So these are the majorly more risks and challenges per se what we have believe from the financial industry. But we believe that the market, since we all know the Gen AI is definitely considered a very futuristic technology, which will add make sure the differences are felt to the businesses as they go along. Definitely in last approximately 2 years, we have seen the adoption has increased from every corners. We have seen not only with respect to the adoption, it has impacted the revenues also of the lot of the industries. And if any industry does not adopt it, it will be feeling a void in them. So the finance industry believes that in order to adopt this, we have to mitigate those risks and challenges we spoke through different. If you look at the how do we promote the governance, we have to make sure the data we are training this on is educate. We have to make sure the data is definitely of a well quality. We have to be transparent in our training and training data or the input data which has been given to these models. So the players who are the leading players for these LLMs, they have to come up with the proper disclosures to give the financial industry that yes, you can trust what we have trained our data on. We have to encourage them to improve more explainability in order to they have to spend through the research and development more, so that each and every response that comes out of the model, there is someone who can always go to the backend and understand why model chose this or that, and there is a proper explanation behind that. It should not be black boxed, because if it is black boxed, you cannot pass it through the regulators, who will always be coming down on you once any fault is found on your output or your operational activity because of that models. Also, we believe that in order to strengthen the model governance and disclosure, there should be clear lines of responsibilities, oversights, audit trails, monitoring has to be very well documented, so that each and every aspect of the model, whether it is input, whether it is output, whether it is RAGs, which we have developed, and Professor Hind has already given us a detail about that, how they are done. So, but we need more documentation properly and maintained, so that industry can look into it and gain trust of that. Also, to promote a human-centric approach, we believe that you should explicitly have a level of automation, a proper level of automation with humans in between, which can close your loops, and it is properly governed, and there is something who is looking at it before it is going through the channels to the customers. We believe also that with the proper education, raising awareness and investing in the skill set, this can definitely make this technology a super tech. And we can always, with the businesses has to support their R&D and academic research, so that it can also be part of this technology future and the technology adoption across. So that is how we believe that this policy, we believe the potential policy consideration will be the ways how we can control this risks, which we highlighted in this technology. So the main drivers for this AI readiness in finance is we believe that you should need to have a proper business strategies, who can what are you using this AI to support your business goal? Establish your vision for the Gen AI. When we say that, whenever I think it is a very normal practice, it is not related to this particular technology only, but I think putting this into context, okay, what is your strategy for it, has to be very critical piece. Build a proper strategy, make sure you bring down your visions, make sure you show the goals, what you are trying to adopt with this. Draw a distinction between what is your traditional ML strategy and your Gen AI strategy. And the second one, which we believe, is the technology and the data strategy. We all know that the market was not ready for the Gen AI yet. Each and every businesses currently are in a different stage of their readiness. Their technology might be, some might be good in the technology, or some might be very good in their data strategy. But I can tell from the experiences across the different markets, and especially in the finance, that lot of banks need to do lot of banks, or especially the financial industry, have to do a lot of legwork before they are ready for the AI or the Gen AI technologies. They have to identify the risk across this both, which is whether it is technology or it is data strategy, because if they cannot, they will definitely prone themselves to the attacks, and definitely that will lead to a bad reputation. The third driver, which I believe, is the how do you make sure the processes and the sustainable values you are trying to create from those goals or your vision has to be properly aligned. You have to understand that each and every process which is going to be which is going to touch this technology has to be very, very thoroughly scrutinized and thoroughly looked at, because when you go towards the approvals with the with your central regulators, they will look at it very heavily. The fourth one, which I believe, is organization and its culture. When we look at our leadership's roles, and I think it is one of the important aspect of the experts to make sure your leadership understand this technology. You have to create awareness with them so that they are able to take the decisions related to this. Technology is new for everyone, so it is the very important job of the experts in this market, or experts in this domain, to make sure your leadership is aware, they are thoroughly educated, you have proper skill sets, you create a proper skill set which is required in your organization with respect to Gen AI. Make sure they are properly trained, make sure you are creating those cultures across the organization so that you are properly removing all your barriers and to capitalize those positives of the technology to add value to the organization. Last but not the least, I think there should be a centralized governance. This governance body is main job should be to make sure whether the processes, whether the accountability structures, whether what are your privacies, data privacy, securities. I won't go into the detail because it's a whole subjects of its own, but I will leave it here that you have to have a proper governance model framework for the adoption of this technology to make sure that it can prevent you from any potential risks which you may land into. So what is the roadmap for the finance industry to deploy Gen AIs? So based on based on the experiences from last 2 to 3 years, approximately 2 years, and more than that in the traditional ML areas, I believe that first and all, the organization need to understand that they have to build a enterprise grade tools for this technology. Finance industry specifically in different pockets of the world has been still not at the same level. Every market is different. Every regulator is different. Some regulators currently allow cloud adoptions, but in certain markets, they are not allowed. So we need to make sure, since all our use cases in the financial industry are not supposed to be all cloud, because certain use cases are very specific. They are very heavily regulated for us to put any new process into that. So make sure you understand that you have to build your infrastructure, whether on the cloud or you have to build your infrastructure on-prem. Definitely bring your dollar value into those projects and build those tools properly. Design your POCs. Design the POCs in a way whether you want to go with directly the internal use cases or the external use cases. Recommendation should be to go towards the internal use cases first. Make sure you are stabilized. Make sure all the guardrails are built in across from each and every control functions. And once you have this POCs developed, make sure you are putting your POCs into a developmental process, into the whole enterprise pipelines. Once you have that, make sure your governance, you are educating your employees how to use it, communicate with those the initial user, so that they can build a trust for the whole organization and for the customers to really rely on this technology. So that was all from me. Thank you very much for giving your time to listen to this. And I'm always available on LinkedIn, so feel free to reach me there.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for your great presentation, Mr. Mahmood.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Tarun Anand Reddy Sure. Mr. Tarun has dedicated the past decade to advancing technology across pivotal sectors such as telecommunications, healthcare, focused on continuous glucose monitoring, automotive, and SaaS. His career rooted in mobile application development showcases his ability to integrate cutting-edge technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, the Internet of Things, wearables, and augmented reality, consistently enhancing user engagement and satisfaction. With a philosophy centered on exceeding customer expectations, Tarun aims to create intuitive, efficient, and groundbreaking solutions. His impactful work in healthcare has significantly improved health management, while his contributions to the automotive industry have pushed technological boundaries towards more efficient and environmental friendly vehicles. Tarun has held senior roles at ServiceNow, Dexcom, and Ford Motor Company, and has also worked with Verizon. He holds a master's degree in computer science from North Illinois University and a bachelor's degree in computer science from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, recognized globally for his commitment to excellence and innovation. Tarun continues to drive technological advancements and exceptional user experiences. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Mr. Tarun.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Kiran, for the introduction. I'm going to quickly share my screen. So the topic today that I want to discuss is the role of mobile applications and AI in continuous glucose monitoring system. So I know everyone, the healthcare is really important industry, and diabetes is one of the major health concern that everyone is facing. And there are many ways you can tackle and take care of your diabetes situation. There are a lot of over-the-counter solutions that have been proposed, and one of those is like a continuous glucose monitoring system that everyone can use. So I want to give a brief introduction about what exactly is a CGM and how you can use it to maintain a healthy lifestyle. So a continuous glucose monitoring system is being used heavily in every country, every region today. To maintain the diabetes, you actually can do that by two ways. You actually have a receiver that you get the glucose readings every day and even during the night whenever there are fluctuations in the glucose levels. And using this, There are a lot of many type 1 diabetes patients who need to get the alerts every single time because it's very life-threatening compared to type 2 diabetes. So you have a very good improvement in your quality of lifestyle using this continuous glucose monitoring systems, and it has saved many lives. I have many examples that I have seen myself where people are using these monitors, and it has been helpful in improving their lifestyle significantly. So coming to the CGM technology, so these are the main core, I would say, pillars of the every CGM technology. So you have the main sensor that is communicating with the interstitial fluid and getting the glucose levels from your blood, like the blood levels actually, and which is transmitting the data to the receiver. So the sensor is always communicating with the transmitter. So transmitter is nothing but a device that has all the algorithms built into it, which is communicating with the sensor. So in addition to the transmitter, we also have a mobile application. So there are many companies offering mobile applications, for example, like Dexcom, Abbott. So these companies are having the mobile applications. So the mobile app is communicating with the transmitter. So this is like a chain of communication going on between the sensor, the transmitter, and the mobile application. Mobile apps are easy to use as everyone is, heavily using iPhones and Android applications. The mobile app is really useful. You have very good alerts, notifications showing up on your phone. Every time your glucose level is fluctuating, you get an alert, and then you can act accordingly. So yeah, so these are the main pillars of the every CGM technology. And so this CGM sensor research started way back. So initially there was a lot of struggle coming up with the sensors and how they used to interact with the humans. So there's a lot of research done on that area, and there is a significant improvement in terms of how the sensors are behaving these days. And also the lifespan of each sensor used to be around 10 days initially. And I think now they are almost able to increase that to like 15 to 20 days lifespan of each sensor. So the main thing involved here is there is a lot of clinical and research going on for every new sensor that they bring into the market. And FDA has to approve it. Obviously, the Food and Drug Administration has to approve based on all the clinical findings, and they have to come up with all the statistics on how the CGM is working, if it's really doing its job or it's causing any other issues. So the major significant portion is manufacturing the sensor and how you actually make sure it's compatible with the human body, and how good are the the notifications, and how good are all the blood sugar levels are being recorded. And the final part is the FDA approving it, and it's then they can actually send it and sell it to the customers. So each sensor has an alert algorithm. So this is the heart of each sensor. So each sensor actually behaves, providing the real-time data using this algorithm. So the algorithm actually looks at each interval, like you get alert every 5 minutes if you have any fluctuations going on in your blood sugar levels. So the algorithm is actually looking at the sensor and updating the data based on the values that we get. So there are a lot of technical advancements going on in this area as well. Like you can actually upload the data to the cloud and get it on your mobile phone, or like like say for example your kid is using a CGM and the parents always want to monitor when the kid is going to the school or is playing around, you can have another sensor where you get the data from the cloud. And then everyone is able to access your glucose levels and they have the peace of mind. So yeah, so you keep getting those high-low glucose alerts with this algorithm, and you basically take care of any fluctuations that you see. So as I discussed, apart from the physical receiver, like the transmitter and the receiver, you also have the mobile apps for making sure you have access anywhere in the world. So I primarily worked on this mobile applications for CGM, and it was really a purpose that I had, working on CGM app where you get like real-time glucose updates every 5 minutes. And I actually worked on the glucose trends where you could show the fluctuations going on in the glucose levels. And I also worked on like customizing how can you get those alerts, and the most important feature that I wanted to discuss was like you can log whatever you're eating every day, how many minutes are you exercising, what kind of insulin levels that each patient is taking, and any other health events. You can actually log them and track them, and then you can actually send those to your doctor, like any healthcare provider or your doctor, and they can take a look at your logs and make sure that you are eating healthy, you're staying healthy, and making sure your glucose levels are in range. And that way you can take care of your health in a better way. So the main benefits or use of this mobile approach for the CGM connected devices is so the patients can actually see a lot of value in terms of reduction in like hypoglycemia. That's one of the major things I would say is a big achievement using this mobile connected approach. So the traditional way of monitoring CGM is just through looking at a device, and I think mobile apps are doing a way better job than the traditional receiver. So this 43% reduction is something significant compared to the way the traditional monitoring is like you just have a finger, you just prick your needle and then use your blood glucose monitoring. So there is a significant improvement using these devices. Obviously, there is a lot of impact on everything you do in your day-to-day activities, and everyone is able to understand the importance of the glucose levels and glucose monitoring and how it impacts your brain and body and overall life, quality of life. So the introduction of AI into this glucose monitoring systems is, very, very intuitive and very important. In terms of saying that, like AI can actually help in detecting patterns and help the users make very good decisions based on that. So I have been doing some research on how we can integrate AI into these CGMs and how we can predict, high and low levels of glucose, hypo and hyperglycemic events. And you can also estimate the amount of the calorie intake that you need to take every day in order to stay healthy. You can get like a lot of insights into that using AI. How much insulin should each patient take based on their lifestyle, so that insights can be achieved using integrating AI. And also you can, based on the lifestyle, each person has their own lifestyle. Somebody's heavily active, somebody just they don't have very active and they're not active. So based on each person's lifestyle and their behaviors, you can get the factors and everything based on your own lifestyle using AI. And you, end of the day, everyone wants to stay healthy, and then you can get like a personalized coaching based on all the inputs that you provide. And it also helps the doctor to make good decisions. So the case study I had was you can also have the app on the Apple Watch, in not just the phone or the device. We also have compatibility with the watch. So watch is really easy to use, and you just carry it everywhere you go these days. So integrating the CGM technology with the watch is a groundbreaking thing, and it's very easy to look on your wrist, whenever you have like an alert. And obviously, it's going to use the same algorithms, and you have a lot of enhanced control using these devices. And I think the one company that is already offering this Apple Watch support is Dexcom. So they are already enabling the users to use the Apple Watch, and I think it's a huge success based on the user feedback. So to conclude, I have been doing a lot of research on AI, using how we can use AI in the continuous glucose monitoring systems and how it impacts the users. And it's really a groundbreaking technology, as it is already being used worldwide. And it's obviously going to enhance the treatment and the outcomes and the quality of life for sure. The future is, there's a lot of future in this area and a lot of potential to make a lot of groundbreaking advancements in diabetes management, and everyone wants to, take care of the health. And I hope this technology is going to save a lot of lives. Yeah, so that being said, I am Tarun. Please feel free to connect me with me on LinkedIn, and I also offer mentorship on ADP list. Please feel free to sign up, and I'm happy to talk to anyone. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Thank you for a great presentation, Mr. Tarun.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Francesco Ayaluri. Professor Francesco Ayaluri is a visionary and facilitator who has been at the forefront of driving digital transformation in organizations since the 1990s. With nearly 30 years of global experience in sales, strategic planning, and business development, spanning various industries including major players in the global information technology, finance, media, and mobile operator sectors. Constantly driven by a passion for learning and sharing knowledge, always willing to adapt and educate. A skilled organizer and team player renowned for identifying and capitalizing on emerging business opportunities. Possesses in-depth knowledge of potential new products and services, both from a business and technological perspective. Excels as an empathetic storyteller, captivating audience in keynote speeches and academic institutions, instilling a hunger for knowledge that resonates with the essence of our world and its continual improvement. A visionary who constantly seeks metaphors and paradigms, exploring the depths of our existence. Passionate about the practical applications of science in our everyday lives. With a keen interest in music, arts, painting, and various forms of human expression, offers valuable advisory services to investors and multinational companies venturing into new geographic markets including Europe, USA, and Africa. Actively collaborating with the United Nations in efforts to uplift developing countries. Additionally, he holds roles as an independent journalist, sought after keynote speaker at international events, columnist, and esteemed university lecturer. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Professor Francisco Ayaluri.
Thank you, Kiran. I hope you can hear me because I am in a vacation village. The reality is also a
I
campsite.
can hear Professor Francisco.
Okay, perfect. Because there is a lot of cicadas here, and male of cicadas make only one thing during his life, to make noise, like the other men's animals. But just try to take my presentation and share my screen. start the presentation. So this should be this one. Okay, I go in this presentation this way because I have just one computer, one screen. So I will proceed to eliminate this kind of stuff here. Okay. So my presentation is about transformation knowledge within the company, because during this period, a lot of tools are introduced in a company, and the main tool is a way also to manage knowledge, to recover the knowledge between employees, and also use the new tool thanks to OpenAI, ChatGPT, and so forth, to take information from outside. This makes a sort of clash between the knowledge that is within a company and the knowledge is outside. The idea, since I speak with a lot of company, and company asked me how to introduce the system without to jeopardize all the employees, specifically the employee that has a sort of heritage of the company. And in my presentation, there will be some consideration and some conclusion about how to manage this in a good way, and to avoid any clash between generations. This is the introduction in AI in several sectors. The first sector, of course, is the research and the search, and Google tried to I think 5 or 6 years ago, to adopt the AI in the search, and now they are releasing a new intelligent search, a smart search that is integrated in Google. Is not available for all platforms. I think just on Chrome, and probably in the fall will be introduced also on Android, because the search system is going to be revolutionary, because people is not searching something on Google just with the name, but also they like to have some answer about what I can do with this term that I'm searching, and so forth. So the search is reshaping, but also some adoption of AI in specific sector like health, using the IBM Watson. They make a sort of prescription. Of course, it's not alone, but the doctor in some hospital in US is helped by Watson, and also to make prescription, and understanding what happened in the past with the same pathology, and how they can prescribe and also say which is the best cure for the specific situation that specific patient has. Of course, CRM is the most important adoption of AI, and we see that Einstein from Salesforce introduced some years ago a specific way to use AI in this sector. So AI, where there is a knowledge that could be search system. I hope you see my cursor. So search system or health or CRM, customer knowledge could be applied, and the knowledge in this way is reshaped and is transformed in a new way that could be digested by a machine very easily. Which is the impact of this transformative way to work, how the information is stored, and also how I can use the knowledge that is already present in the company to be retrieved and utilized later. So we can have a specific customer that make a specific action, and I fixed this problem in a way, and probably 10 years later, we have the same problem. We face it with the same situation. And if I have a way that is not a human way, of course, but something that is stored in the chips in computer, that I can retrieve this kind of situation, how I fixed that situation, I can also use the AI in this way. How I can use better the knowledge management. Sorry, I have a call. And how I can use the knowledge within the company. First of all, I need to teach to machine to learn, and of course I can use any sort of system that is present, but why we need to implement a sort of way where we can capture some information from person, from situation. That could be data warehouse, could be database, could be mail, could be a lot of systems. The system now is used, of course, a lot of an IT department because they recognize in advance viruses or bad behavior of employee or external sources. But of course, the machine needs to learn. And also, natural language is a way to speak with the people, because not all the people is addicted with the computer or to describe a problem with a prompt and to write a right prompt to submit to the system. And of course, data analytics. So the information also has a cost. Also, my previous colleagues and speaker underlined this, because to train a system, we need to use a machine. We need to use a lot of CPU or CPU or GPU, and we need to facilitate the understanding of the machine. So any word, any sentence, any situation need to be transformed in numbers. And there is a lot of way to memorize this kind of thing. Just to give you some numbers, to train OpenAI GPT-3 models, we can spend more than $4 million US dollar. Instead, the Meta LLAMA model took 1 million, so 4 times less. The question is that if you would like to be more specific, you can use Meta LLAMA, but if you would like to be more generic, you need to use something less specific, and it costs more. So if you have a specific company that has a specific task in a specific sector, probably you can use Meta LLAMA to train. Dynamic and adaptive knowledge bases, because real time happen all the time, but we need to maintain the organizational knowledge and data. This is the most important. So we need to have a way to maintain what we know already, because we need to preserve this for the future employee. I would like to say future generation, but in this context, it's a future employee or future new hire of the company. And recommendation for people, if you see down, I say personalized recommendation, the lexical term that you use when you speak with the marketing, with the technical people, or the commercial people with the company, or the CEO, C-level is different. So the system, the machine, the AI system need to present the same information in different way with different specific vision at different level. And also the content need to be captured. So this is the important stuff. AI and organization need to have a sort of continuity, because the knowledge is the same, but can be transformed, it can be adapted during the time and during the era of the company. And the tools need to preserve the memory, but it's crucial to obtain some information later on. So if I have some situation, I need to identify that there is a pattern for that situation. That could be a disease in a health environment, but could be also some electrons or photons acceleration in physics labs, or can be also behavior with the customer in a CRM perspective. So seamless knowledge transfer is important and is crucial for long-term organization resilience to manage and to use the information acquired before. Collaboration decision making is the best way to have the pair artificial intelligence and human intelligence that work together, because AI can foster better collaboration. I can move my brain and my operation to something that is more smart, is smarter than what I have done before, and say to the machine to make repeatable operation or understand the pattern that human eyes or human feeling cannot recognize. So collective intelligence within the organization can be also merged to have a general, big, unique intelligence that is a merge of the single intelligence of the single human or employee. Could be a change in AI adoption because, as my previous speaker already said, there is ethical consideration that need to be thinked, and data privacy concern, specifically in Europe, we have a GDPR and also AI Act, and also we need to continue learn and adapt our needs and to modify the model in terms to be more adherent to what we need to do. So AI adoption is good, but we need also to implement in a good way. So there will be, of course, many challenges. But for sure, AI empower, enlarge the possibility that the human has, and also in terms of how to modify process, how to improve them, enabling to focus on higher value tasks. So recognize how many tasks I do in a day or in a weekend, which is the specific task that the machine can do, and which is the one that the machine cannot do. And the second one for sure is the thing that has a prevalence of human judgment, like strategic planning, creative ideation, and fostering. That is something that humans at the moment make better than the machine. Probably in the past will be different, but at the moment we are better to speak with humans. So which is the role of the knowledgeable worker, so people that has a lot of knowledge about how the system can be replaced, how a customer can be happy, or why, which is the action that I need to do if I face a specific situation. So this impact will become more and more crucial because there will be decision making. Innovation bring to us the way to manage a situation that was not present before, because now the world is more complicated. There are more interactions, and there is more points of where the customer can interact with us, so they can be also mixed, and we need to be prepared on this. So where is the human collaboration with the machine, with AI? For sure, the people, the employee that has more knowledge can supervise the machine, can supervise what the machine do, and also what the specific system does. Collaboration improves problem solving, and also the innovation will bring this kind of thought. Of course, we need to preserve, that is my main topic, the organizational heritage, because AI is something new. Many times is educated, let me say, based on data that not only or always came from our company, but came from outside, probably from companies similar to our, but it's not our company that has some peculiarity, specifically in a small company, in a territory like South Europe, where there is a very small company, there is a artisan that make a specific thing in a specific way, or they sell, let me say, luxury good or a very fast car in a specific way. And probably outside there is not such knowledge, but there is knowledge within a company that need to preserve it, need to maintain it, also need to transmit it to the future generation. So heritage is important, and we need to be sure that this is not lost over time. That is the AI role. I'm going to the conclusion. So just to say some information that I gathered on several specific sheet that I got in the net, or that I read to me on my email constantly. So first impact, we have 3 or 4 impacts. First impact, it is efficiency gain in knowledge management. If we automate the process, McKinsey say that AI can automate up to 40-50% the routine tasks involved in knowledge management, like data categorization, pattern recognition, text indexing, and retrieval. Of course, faster and faster. And if we see the data that is retrieved using NLP tools, we can reduce also the time we need to locate where this information is, in which department, in which people. So 90% of the time, and we save time up to now 90% to retrieve information. And of course, there is also cost saving. The deployment of AI can reduce operational costs. Probably not at the start, because of course we need to implement data, we need to buy a machine or buy cloud system or services on SaaS. But of course, they improve cost savings in a medium-long period. Collaboration, of course. Using collaboration tools, we can increase the collaboration between humans. And Deloitte say and estimate is from 25-50% according to study. Real-time knowledge sharing, of course, it's also most important, but it's not only AI. Of course, a lot of systems that we use within companies, small or large, we use this real-time to manage this kind of stuff. And organizational performance, of course, we increase a lot the decision-making process. So when we need to take a decision, of course, the first thing that we do, we go in a dashboard that has been provided by our data warehouse system or data lake, or there is a lot of new name, but system that presents to us a lot of information. And we can increase also due to AI this kind of presentation, and also the proficiency and retention information from the employees using enhanced learning and development can increase also the 60% of the improvement. And of course, there will be a boost of productivity. There is a report that I didn't show now, but of course, in a company in US, there is a report available from the government agencies in US that say that not all the sector is using AI at the moment. There are a lot of usage in IT department, in marketing, commercial, but in industry specifically, the family industry, the family companies don't use AI because they are looking at AI in not in a friendly way, let me say, and that's the way that the AI is not very used so much in US, but this will be changing in the next years. Of course, the most important information that we take from this presentation, or the most important, I think, claim that I would like to leave is that the tacit knowledge. So what is the thing that is not said, or is not pronounced, it is not immediately capturable, but NLP system and also based in action, AI is able to manage this information and to avoid that this information will be lost. We lost this information and forever. So if we use a specific system, we can reduce the knowledge loss during the employee turnover. People change the company, people leave the company to go on retirement, new people arrive, and new people don't know how to do the things. That's the way that if we use a system that this can be manageable for this kind of stuff, it could be better. Of course, AI also has an ability to manage the knowledge, to make some trees where the specific knowledge is organized, and also make that I can reach immediately the critical information for my business. This increased for 50% that helps many organizations continuity and resilience. So this is summary impact. Of course, we have efficiency gain, collaboration, knowledge sharing will prove for sure, and also the organization performance and preservation of knowledge if we introduce this kind of system. But it's important that we look at the system with not a system that replaces something, but something that will be in parallel, and use the employee that you have at the moment instead to hire new employment, new consultants. Try to isolate within the company the best brain that you have, put in a room, give them more money and more system, and work with some data science to preserve the way they work, but also to move this work in a way that could be preserved and understood by AI, by systems. So all in this way, the knowledgeable works roles evolve. There will be no the ancient man with a pipe that say jokes or other story about what has been done in a company many and many years ago, like a Jedi, but just to say that I have some knowledge and let me know, or let me see how I can put this information in a place where the future generation will have this information and will be more valuable thanks to my information that I left in a specific drawer in a specific cabinet. That's the end of my presentation. And I don't know if there is question. If there is question, I hope that I can hear it. But I have a fear that I lose everything because I don't hear nothing by you. But I have no message on my phone, so probably you were able to hear my presentation. So I stop my sharing and the ball to you, Kiran.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for a great presentation, Professor Francisco.
Bye all.
Yeah, now we will go for a break for 30 minutes, okay? And we will start the meeting after 30 minutes. Now the time is 2:36 and we will meet at 3 o'clock UK time zone, okay? Yeah, hi, I'm back. Mr. Kevin, are you there? Are you ready
Hi,
with your presentation?
I'm here and ready to go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Kavya, please go on.
All right, let's get this PowerPoint shared.
Hello.
Yeah, our next speaker is Mr. Kevin. Mr. Kevin has been in a QA industry for over 15 years with project, product, and management roles. Kevin held the position of head of products at Test AI, where he was responsible for products vision, strategy, design, and implementation. Kevin also served on the board of QA at the Point, a local testing meetup, and is an award-winning international speaker. Kevin believes AI and Python are the future of testing. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Mr. Kevin.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I know it's all presentation all over the world, and so thank you for joining us whenever and wherever you may be. The AI you see may be the AI that deceives you. Hopefully this is an enticing title, and let's get started. She already read a little bit about who I am, but this is a little more personal, sharing some of the more personal side of me. I like to play golf, and I like to travel. And in my travels, I was able to attend a cricket match, and so I became a big fan of the Chennai Super Kings. And then, of course, a bunch of AI stuff, as this is an AI webinar. And let's continue on, because that's enough about me. So I have a question for everyone, and I'm even open to hear your thoughts. What impresses you about AI? If anybody wants to maybe type something out in the chat, or if you want to turn on your audio and share something real quick, I'll give 10 seconds. What's something that impresses you about AI? All right. Okay, so I am going to share a few things that impress me about AI. And I'm going to start out with some that I hope you're all familiar with. You've probably all been using them recently, in fact. So some popular examples, things that excite me and probably excite you as well. ChatGPT. It's actually excited the entire world, so I don't think that this is too much of a surprise. Hopefully you're taking advantage of ChatGPT. I've noticed some presentations that definitely are using some ChatGPT, using some image generation for sure. And hopefully you're able to speed up some of your work using ChatGPT. Gemini, Alexa, and Siri, and these are going to, ironically, these are actually going to become more popular examples of artificial intelligence as we move forward, because they're actually becoming better and better over time. And I think they're going to become more interactive and conversational. Definitely Gemini. We've seen lots of cool stuff with ChatGPT where it's more interactive. You can chat with it and get your responses and so on and so forth. They're making it more human-like. And I'm going to share another example in a minute of that. And then we have maybe something that you haven't used, but you've definitely seen. I think this is pretty cool. These digital avatars, upload your image or upload a video, and then you can just like tell it anything that you want these avatars or videos to say, and it does it. And some of them look very lifelike. Some of them purposely maybe even don't look lifelike, so you're not deceived by what's happening, but you recognize that they're a digital assistant or they're a companion, and they do some really cool stuff. Not to mention, I don't know, maybe I'm dating myself, but oh my gosh, how far we've come from, those digital avatars. We could even go back to Clippy, right, from Microsoft, and how far we've come from that to having an actual person, or at least it looks like a person talking to us as our digital avatar and assistant. So pretty cool stuff. And again, I want to go over a couple of other things that maybe these are things that you're very well aware of. What are some things that we're not aware of that AI and ML are able to do? And I hope this becomes a little bit personal here. There's this cool tool. And yes, I do work for this company. It's not a sales pitch by any means. I'm just going to show you some cool stuff that we're doing with artificial intelligence and machine learning. And you could go to familysearch.org. There's other websites that are similar where you can look up stuff about your family heritage. And the really cool thing in this case is you can see this little fan chart. So you could put your name in, and then from there, it can fill in a lot of your family history. And so you can see who your ancestors were. But the hardest part about this is there's data all over the world in so many different formats. How do we get all of that great data that's now getting very old and is actually decaying into a database somewhere so that we can utilize that data now and in the future? And that's what we're trying to do at Family Search. And so I'm just going to share how difficult this can be, especially by hand. And again, imagine millions and millions and millions of documents around the world, right? And not just documents, but how many pages within those documents are there? Okay. And some of them, well, they look like this. And so we need to take that. Go ahead, take a minute, see if you can decipher anything that's on there. It's very difficult to read anything that's on this document. So even if you were to go one by one, letter by letter, this is going to take a very long time to convert this into something that's actually useful. What we want it to look like is something like this, right? Where it's on a website and I could just search for somebody that I'm related to, or somebody that somebody else is related to. How do we turn that into something that's much more manageable and consumable? Well, ML to the rescue. Here's what we do. We scan the document. I think that step was pretty obvious. And then we use some magic, lots of ML, and we're able to take that document, and you can see what the ML has done here. It's actually highlighting different sections of this particular document, and it's figuring out what is on this page. Really cool stuff. And now you can see, in this case, I actually hover my mouse over top of that first section of the document. And now, granted, you may not be able to read that. That's Portuguese, but that is very legible. It actually is a date, and you'll notice that it says date. So it recognizes the text on this very difficult to read document, and it says, hey, this is a date. And you can go through this entire document now, and you can make sure that it's accurate. Or if it is accurate, and again, we're talking millions and millions of documents. So we can just scan these, run the ML on it, and then we can publish these documents in kind of whatever format we want, right? Conversion of data is very simple. And now we've got all of this data that we can make publicly available. Super powerful, super helpful as we're trying to learn about history, about our families, where we came from, who we are, and it's very inspiring to get this information. All right, here's another one. This one's called LifeLink. This is, again, probably a concept that maybe you've thought about, but you're wondering, are we really doing this type of stuff? So LifeLink, connecting you to a healthier tomorrow, but what does this actually do? And you can see this older gentleman. So it's health monitoring and alerts, specifically for the elderly, cognitive and emotional support, home automation and safety, family and social connectivity. Again, this is something that you probably think, somebody should be doing this. Maybe you even know somebody who's working on a project like this. Basically, what they're doing is they're taking, this is a 2-year pilot program out of the University of Tokyo with, of course, LifeLink and some other companies to make this happen. So with the AI, they're integrating the AI into wearables and smartphones and other devices as well, whatever is necessary. And this allows the AI and LifeLink to monitor these, in particular, elderly, but could be used in so many different ways. To analyze the data. So, you've got your heart rate, you've got blood oxygen levels, a bunch of other monitors and sensors that are available, even their voice, to recognize where they might be stressed or going through some sort of trouble. And they're able using AI to recognize even cognitive decline and emotional distress. And then again, because the AI is becoming smart, the AI is able to give recommendations to, we'll say, the patient, to the individual, and or send alerts out to family members. And this can come in a number of different formats, where it could just, it could be an alert to emergency personnel, medical professionals, or it could be an alert to a family to say, hey, your mom or your grandma is going through a difficult time. They could use a text message, or they could use a phone call or something like that. Pretty cool stuff. And then just by the numbers, how is this working? So you can see that because there's this connection, and because they feel more loved, there actually quite a reduction in ER visits, which raises a lot of questions about we as humans, how we could be doing better. Do we really need the AI to do this? But we won't go there. And then cognitive test scores. Again, it keeps the people thinking, right? And it actually causes them to have interactions to keep their cognitive, their memory, and so on and so forth up. Yeah, this isn't as important. It's growing in usage, but this is pretty cool. Those that are using it actually feel secure and less lonely. And families are feeling an increased peace of mind because they have someone, or in this case, something, an AI, monitoring their loved one. And they're actually able to feel more connected and just safe, that things are going well with their loved ones. So pretty cool stuff. Okay, and then one last one. This is a company called Checky.ai. Well, we all know that testing is important, but do we really have time to be testing our websites, to be testing our apps? Wouldn't it be great if AI were just doing that for us? And Checky.ai does exactly that. It goes out and it tests, up to this point, thousands of websites, and it's one person running this. And so using AI, you I won't say program the AI, because that's not what's happening, but you prompt the AI on what to do, and then the AI goes out and tests all of these websites. And this is a few of those websites. So AI powered automation, as opposed to manual automation, which is the way testing has been for so long. It also does security tests, performance testing, user interactions, API testing, emotional testing. Yeah. How good do I feel? What's my emotional connection to this website? We've never done that before in software testing. So this is very cool insights that can be done. And again, with no human interaction. This just takes place using AI. And then, as I said, thousands of websites have already been tested. And here's an example just to see some of these results that are taking place. And we'll let that run through for just a second so you can see just how much data is generated using AI. Where, again, look at all those different types of tests that are taking place. I don't know how many of you are actually testers, so this may not get you excited. I'm a tester, and so this does get me excited that all of this testing can be done with no human interaction. And these reports can be generated, sent on to the powers that be that need to make decisions. All right, pretty cool stuff, right? I hope that you think it's cool stuff. This is the world that we're living in. It's changing rapidly, very exciting. But what if AI just deceived you? And you may be thinking, what are you talking about? How did AI just deceive me? Well, let's play a game. 2 truths and a lie. I just gave you 3 examples of AI. And that first one, Family Search, well, I work for that company. What I told you is true. And so that's a truth. As well as this other company, Checky.ai, also a truth. That company exists, really testing thousands of apps using artificial intelligence. But this other company, Lifelink, that was made up 100% by artificial intelligence. All of the data, the images, the company name, the logo, all of that was generated by AI. Please don't go ask the University of Tokyo how the project with LifeLink is going, because they have no idea that this was made up. And in fact, that gives an example of the AI actually decided that, you know what would be great is if LifeLink was associated with the University of Tokyo. Why? And it gave an example as to why it should be associated with the University of Tokyo, because Japan and China have an aging population. And so this would be a great testing bed. They're also, by the way, this is all data that ChatGPT gave me. So I'm not making it up. The AI made it up. That because of the aging population, because they're more tech savvy, because they're in a place that everyone is connected, that would be a great place to test this out. Kind of crazy that I guess I would say that AI can lie to us. And in this case, it was even a purposeful lie. It was right in front of all of us. And it was very difficult because you weren't looking for it to spot which one was a lie. Now, if you had been looking for it, it might have been easier. But too often, we're not even looking for it. We're just listening to a presentation, we're reading a blog, we're reading a post, and we don't even notice that AI is generating that content. We don't even care to fact check it. This sounded like a great opportunity, right? What a cool product. Of course, we're supportive of helping the elderly and families. And in fact, when is that coming to my neighborhood? And so we don't even check. And in this case, it's a very innocent lie. You're told about it. It doesn't matter. None of you will be affected. But in so many other instances, we might be affected. So the question is, how do we stop this AI takeover? And I'm going to run through a couple of points on how we can stop this from happening to us, but how we can maybe slow this down, or at least give us a chance against this at a bigger scale. So one thing on an individual level, we need a place where we can actually declare where we want AI to allow its intrusion on our privacy, because there are some things that we go, yeah, actually, I would be okay. And again, I'm talking for myself. I would be okay if the AI looked at my health records. In fact, I think that would be great. I would love to know what risks are in my future based on whatever health they have on me. Again, we'll go back to the family search, but if you could tell based on my family history, then maybe I would eat better. Maybe I would get outside more. Maybe I know that depression runs in my family. Lots of examples. But then my own content, if I'm creating art as an example, I may not want the AI generating art. And I definitely don't want the AI faking or pretending to be me. And so this is an example of where we could take control and stop the AI systems from taking our data. Also, government regulation. And I hate this, by the way. I really don't want the government involved. I would much rather that we would just take care of the problem ourselves. But we need the government to get involved so that there is some consequences for stealing data, impersonating people, deceit and deception, and dissemination of false information, biases. And I do think that we need that. Now, I'm not proposing, by the way, I'm just using this image as an example. I'm not proposing that the EU has everything figured out either, but it is an example of where they are trying, they are putting forth an effort to provide some regulation. Another very simple one, but not as cool, because now you got these stupid little icons on your images, but there are ways that we could label data so that we know that it was generated by AI. And this is an example of that taking place. Some of these, like the one on the right, probably assume that it was generated by AI, but the one on the left is a little more difficult to decipher. And so adding those little icons can help us decipher that, okay, this was generated by AI. I still like it, but I know that it was generated by AI. We can also create better tools. I use this tool as an example because, well, there's a lot of data on the screen, but this says that a human generated this. Well, 21% certainty that a human generated this content. Okay, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. In this case, it says that the AI generated it, and this was actually me that generated it. So we're getting there, but this is an example of where over time, for sure, the AI will get better and we'll be able to detect where AI created it and where humans created it, or at least give us some indicators of what we might want to look into. And then I recommend don't fall for the hype. You know, we're being told that AI is going to take over everything. And here's a bunch of examples of, I mean, we've got big names, right? Elon Musk and Stephen Hawking saying that everything will be replaced for AI. Don't fall for that. It's not happening this quick. And in fact, this says, you know, by everything will be done by 2025. And it's not going to be done by 2025. But don't ignore the hype either. Because some people are saying that AI can't do anything. And that's also not true. We need to be vigilant. We need to see where AI is able to help and where AI is not helping us. I call this an AI partner future or AI partner development in the software industry, where what we should be doing is looking for opportunities to partner with the AI and opportunities to partner with AI to show us where AI is being deceptive. So that is my challenge to all of us as we move forward in this AI partnered future, that we will take a look at where AI is helpful, where it's not helpful, where it could be deceptive, and to put some regulations or some standards around that to protect us and the future. Thank you. I think I'm supposed to open it up for some questions now, if anybody has any questions.
Are there any questions?
And if there aren't, that's great. That means I gave a great presentation and all of your questions have been answered.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, Mr. Kevin.
You're welcome.
Yeah, our next speaker is Mr. Venkatas Duvuri. Mr. Venkat is a doctoral student in the Department of Technology, Leadership and Innovation at Padu University. Additionally, he is a director. Sorry. Additionally, he is a director and architect of data science at IBM and previously at Oracle Corporation in Redwood City, USA. He loves teaching and is an adjunct faculty member at Northeastern University. He has held several leadership positions in data science at various companies. He holds a master's degree in computer science from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, and an MBA from the University of California, USA. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Mr. Venkata Duvuri.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Let me just share my screen slides. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
And hopefully you guys can see the screen, right?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dana, for hosting me as well, and Kiran. It's been a great opportunity, and I'll be getting into a topic which is of great interest to me, enterprise AI. And I have a small startup as well in this area. So I will lay you out the path how to build an enterprise AI solution. So I'll introduce briefly the enterprise AI concept, and then we'll be talking about what is the difference between a product and an IT, because enterprise solutions sit in IT, and what is the product to optimize this enterprise AI. So what is the difference? Then my own solution called Contain AI. This is just to give you an appetizer of how somebody can build such a solution for enterprises. And finally, some tips and takeaways. Now, by default, enterprises need a lot of solutions. And these solutions, whether it be marketing solutions or finance or HR or other systems, these are all enterprise systems. And these are being increasingly optimized using AI. So when I was working with Oracle for 5 years, one of the things that we did, this was almost 7 years ago, was to put AI into the solution to optimize things. And that is the meat of one of the main takeaways, as the previous speaker, Peter, mentioned, that it is one of the main takeaways of AI. Don't ignore AI. It can do certain things. And some of the things it can do is optimize the business flows within the enterprises or the enterprise systems. So what is enterprise AI? Enterprise AI is the category of enterprise software that harness AI techniques to drive digital transformation. Now, digital transformation is what enterprises systems do, but adding AI techniques into it is enterprise AI. So how does that help? Organizations deploy enterprise AI applications to improve business processes throughout their value chain. And this increases business resilience, greater efficiency, improved profitability, and reduced environmental impact. So the last part, which is the reduced environmental impact, is of research and great importance as well. How you can reduce the carbon footprint using AI, and that is an increasingly improved researched area as well. Now, as I was mentioning, business applications sit in enterprise or IT departments. They are managed, and the adopters of those systems are in the IT department. So to understand what is the difference between an IT solution and an enterprise system at the very high level, because to build an AI solution, you need to break into the enterprise system itself and build an integration with AI. So, but it sits in the IT department. So there is certain things to take care of. One of the things is business systems, so the businesses themselves, which is different from the enterprise systems. The businesses themselves mostly care about top line. And the bottom line is what enterprise systems provide. Okay, so there's a fine distinction there. So if you look at all these companies, Cisco announced results just yesterday, and it is trying to drive its top line, and how can an enterprise like Cisco drive its bottom line? Through cost cutting. So they had a lot of layoffs yesterday, and that affects the bottom line or the cost aspect, which directly drips into the bottom line. So IT applications, when you optimize, like enterprise systems, when you optimize it, it also drips directly into the bottom line, and it's a cost system, play there. So whatever optimization you do goes into the profit area or the bottom line. It's important to understand because it's not driving sales, it's driving cost down. Secondly, business systems at the front. Business itself is concerned about the front line of a sales pipeline, or rather they're concerned about how to increase the top part of the funnel. Whereas IT or enterprise AI apps are concerned about the last mile, which is when it comes to implementation or execution, how to use these enterprise AI solutions to fulfill the last mile or last journey of a business flow. Businesses themselves are external, they're concerned about external stakeholders and external things, whereas enterprises AI is concerned about internal things. Businesses have semi-structured data, and enterprise systems organize their data in structured manner, which means that it's well organized and it's there is more possibility to leverage AI into such a structured set of information easily. Now, businesses are developing products, whereas enterprises are doing projects. That's an important thing. Everything in an enterprise system implementation is a project. And a workflow, an execution of a workflow, for example, I want to market to a particular segment of customers is a project. So the optimization, enterprise AI has to play into a project space. And finally, businesses are the top line is driven, is the top of the funnel is driven by CROs or revenue officers who are concerned how to push the envelope of sales, whereas the CIOs is concerned about enterprise applications, and they are your customers of whom to sell your optimizations. Like the previous speaker was mentioning, so many new things coming up. You sell it to the CIO. Now, what are the enterprise use cases, apps now of AI in this domain? Predictive IT. So one thing is there is a lot of systems in the IT which need prediction. For example, which node in a network can go down, or where a fraud attack has happened. So all these predictions is one area of AI itself. Then there is human agent AI. Human agent AI is basically, so there is a lot of humans involved in serving the enterprise systems. So these humans need assistance, whether it be a chat agent talking with a employee or an external customer. They can be given information through AI to help them serve better. Finally, the productivity. Productivity is how quickly and efficiently you can do. An example will be, there is a marketing application that we built for Oracle in the Marketing Cloud. And one of the productivities there is which channel of communication would you choose to send the next contact with the customer. So this business productivity question can be answered by AI, which is what we built. Cybersecurity, defense in advance of a threat, figuring out where the holes are and automatically configuring firewall rules and things like that to protect the internal systems. Productivity, employees, and there is employees can gain benefits through various tools. ChatGPT is one such tool, but a lot of companies block things like ChatGPT because you're an internal IP of the company can flow through this pipe outside where you're querying ChatGPT. So employee productivity, you can build various systems to design and automate some of the tasks that an employee is doing day to day, like searching for information and things like that. And finally, developer tools. You know, the one of the tools that the previous speaker was showing was related to OCR, or recognition of text. So there is a lot of tools like that to recognize handwritten text and automatically. That's one tool. There is another tool to check and correct your grammar. There's tools to new marketing messages and things like that. So all these developer tools, there's tools of GitHub, Autopilot in GitHub, and all that various enterprise AI tools. Now, what is the tech used or the AI solutions at the framework level which are used here? There is conversations AI, there is conversations and voice to text conversions or text to voice conversions. There is generative AI, which is generating information from its vast catalog of knowledge base. And there is querying capability from large language models. And some of these large language models may be deployed locally because enterprises might not want to send their information over the pipe because of fear of losing IP. There is MLOps, so there is infrastructure needed to deploy, monitor, and roll out these solutions. There is OCR, which is object recognition. Then there is cloud solutions, which host all of this. And there is finally AI ML algorithms, which is what most people think when you put AI into enterprises. They mostly think of these aspects, AI ML algorithms, but all these other aspects are tech, which somebody needs to look at before they roll out enterprise AI. Now, how to generate business value? Because ultimately it's a cost, and the cost gets into the bottom line. So how to generate this value? Well, you identify the metrics. So there must be certain metrics, pre and post. You need to identify both to measure these metrics. You need to prioritize your flow of projects, because there will be several projects in the IT group and you need to prioritize them. There is 50 problems to be addressed and you need to choose the top 10, because there is always, if you host a hackathon in an IT department, there will be so many solutions that will come out. But you need to prioritize, and only a few things can be done. You have to be timely, because suppose you delay the cyber attack detection project. That's important. Organizations want to guard their resources. Just yesterday, when there was a conversation between Elon Musk and Trump on Twitter, on X, the X was attacked by a denial of service attack. So if you delay deploying AI solutions, enterprise AI solutions for cyber security, maybe this is what will happen. And then finally, labor hours. Obviously, you need to measure what is the profitability, how much labor, etc. you're saving. Now, how do you generate? I am potentially also now teaching a ideation/creativity class very soon in a business school. So the idea is, how do you generate these ideas? So it is top down. So a CIO might come about and say, I think this is what's I heard in this conference. So let's dig deep and take a look at this technology or this solution and see how we can leverage it. Or bottom up through hackathons. You build hackathons, and these hackathons can be used by various people inside the department. And then democratization of AI, because AI is being democratized in the past 2 years. All this effort has been to spread AI everywhere. And the solutions are, I still believe, that in the initial stages. So how would you leverage such democratization of AI solutions. For example, the GitHub Autopilot is a democratized AI solution because it helps any developer optimize and write code. And what are some of the things you should be concerned about in AI, in enterprise AI, is data drift. Data drift is your data might be biased. There might be problems in it. And it might only address a certain sector of information. For example, not so long ago, the pandemic, some of the initial medicines for the pandemic were largely dependent on being tested on certain segment of population, whereas it was not known whether certain niche or smaller groups of people, whether they can benefit to the same way from the pandemic's medicines that were coming out. So that's a question, that's because the testing was biased. There is data drift, the patterns of the people and other patterns of the organization change. Privacy is a big concern, and there is compliance. You need to comply with the rules and regulations. There is still rules and regulations to be made in AI, but this compliance is very necessary. There is zero shot, and that's where my company works. We have a zero shot algorithms to bootstrap marketing. Zero shot means without any data and with just through AI or through corpus of information mined through variety of knowledge base. So that is zero shot. And few shot is where little bit of information is given, like fine tuning of the models and things like that. Challenges. Now, all well and said good. So we learned about all this AI, top line, bottom line, how to generate them, what tech to use, and what to watch for. But 80% of them don't make it to production. Most people in the IT group just like to do hackathons and POCs, but they don't make it to production. You have to deal with unstructured data. There is no agile process. You have to make very small bets, which is a problem. You need to have several integrations. So IT solutions or enterprise solutions are large and many, and you have to integrate them with the AI solutions that you build. And enterprise solutions are late adopters. They start early digging into the solutions, but they mature and get to the production aspect very late. And there is a lot of delays in executing these projects because it's not a software engineering group. These enterprise solutions live in the IT department. So what next? I will not cover this a lot because previous speaker covered a lot. There is business assistance. There is new breed of LLMs. There is omniverse environments. All this stuff is coming up and very much in play now. So I will touch upon the solution that we built, Contain AI. So this is for small businesses. Now, small businesses means your moms and pops and coffee shops next doors. They can benefit through AI as well. And I don't like to say moms and pops or stores, but smaller and smaller players like CPA firms, law firms, restaurants, small retail stores, small coffee shops, etc. What do these solutions mean? You have to deal with no scale of data, which means apparently dealing with scale has been the focus, but dealing with no scale, the reason you need to deal with no scale is because to bring the cost down, you cannot have a very expensive product being sold to a CPA firm or a law firm or a retail store, because retail margins are 1%, 3%, 4%, 5%. I mean, literally nothing. So you have to be very cost conscious. So this is our company that we built, and we have a product out. It can be downloadable. If you search for Contain AI in the iOS app, you'll be able to download our product. And it's an assistant to marketing, email marketing solutions. It's an assistant to email marketing with zero shot, which means no data. We identify basically loyal customers, at-risk customers. So we identify customers for you, and we target, help you target. And then we message you through zero shot generative AI models to help you message your emails properly and help you to execute marketing cases efficiently. And the same thing for retail. You can do the same thing for retail with our solution. And we are targeting a market for restaurants, CPA firms, law firms, small universities. There are many small universities which are of the size of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people, etc. So this is our screenshot of our iOS offering, those people who are on Android devices can launch our web solution. But we do things like predict your subject line performance without data, generate subject lines for you without data, but with just a prompt. We do neuromarketing. We do analysis of your emails and your images through neuromarketing, etc. And we have a pay-per-use system. And this is our basic features. This is just to give you a thought of what an enterprise AI solution offers, but create subject lines, track performance of subject lines, and look at attention maps, and then generate images through prompts. Thank you, and glad to take any questions. You can reach out, download our iOS app by searching for Contain Space AI, and you have five free points to use it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your great presentation, Mr. Venkat Duvuri. And our next speaker is Mr. Ivana Capillaro. Mr. Ivana Capillaro is from Argentina, and she works in project management and business analytics. She has a background in sociology and business administration. Her experience includes working in areas such as construction and architecture, Argo Industries, Argo Technologies, Sustainability, Culture, and Visual Arts. She had the honor to represent his country in the World Youth Festival 2024 in Sochi from Russia, where she participated in the direction of the project Work Peace Music Festival in Moscow with young people from 17 countries. She is currently working and training to keep growing. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Miss Ivana.
Okay, hello everyone. Here I am. Good, perfect. At first, I want to thank Kiran and Rahini for inviting me to be part and give me the opportunity to stay here in HK conferences. It's a joy to be part of multidisciplinary teams that support innovation and collaboration in artificial intelligence. Today, my name is Ivana. I'm from Argentina. I'm project manager and business analytics. I have experience working with aerial application drones in agrotechnologies. I have experience working in construction and architecture and cultural and visual art projects. I would like to start explaining how I'm going to structure this space, and I want you to know that I'm going to talk in as possible simple way for all of you understand this presentation. To begin my presentation, I will make a short introduction about some concepts. At first, I want to talk about what is a project, what does a project manager do, what is a manager and a manager process, the teamwork and effective communication, and finally, I want to talk about agility. For the development, I want to talk about artificial intelligence as a revolution, organizational process and innovation, risk mitigation and curves, and examples. Okay.
I need the Canva. I need.
Yeah, please go on, Miss Ivana. Please go on.
Yeah, please unmute.
Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
You can
Okay.
start.
I will start my presentation. Let's start about talking about what is a project. A project, it's a temporary effort undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Simply put, a project can be any action that needs to be taken to achieve something new. It's important to know that every project has a life cycle, a beginning and an end that is driven by a management process. So, what a project manager does? A project manager is the person in charge of the direction and management of a project. It's responsible for the planning and execution of a project, coordinating tasks and supervising teams, assuming a leadership role. So what is a management process? So let's see. Here we have a model. An organizational plan represents the work structure for each phase of a project. Each stage has tasks assigned to the work group. Here we can see we have 3 stages in this presentation. At first, we have the stage of planning a project. And after that, we have a coordination, execution, and evaluation time. Here, all the team members can give all the sprints of the project. And finally, we have the closing of the project. In each project, the work methodology can change depending on what your final result is. For example, it's not the same create an application, a service, or a product. So if you understand about management, personally, I usually use Agile Scrum for dynamic projects, and I use PMI or PMP for product, and I use 2 PM4R for sustainable projects. So we have different methodologies, and it depends of your result you want. No matter which methodology you decide to use, in general, these are the stages in which a result is development. So we want to talk about the effective communication because it's very important in a teamwork. A multidisciplinary team is recommended as different knowledge or perspectives can generate great success. So it's important to agree beforehand on successful way of communication progress. The success of any good management will facilitate the acceptance and collaboration between teams, and especially the acceptance and use of new technologies as AI. So let's talk about agility. Why all the project managers talk about agility? Because this is a really, really important concept here when you work with people, because you can study some methodology, but when you have to work in some project, you have some different situations that are very different to the theory. That happen like in real life. In most projects, there are unplanned circumstances that escape the theory. We have been taught, therefore, each leader and his team must adapt and be flexible to make right decisions and achieve a successful outcome. So how many times in life do we encounter with situations that escape our plannings? In project management, it's the same. So being agile is the ability to lead a project and its objectives forward in a changing context. These situations, for example, in my case, have served as a bridge to incorporate new technologies and innovations. So, I want to talk about an artificial intelligence like a revolution because it's a reality. The evolution of artificial intelligence is not only coming to solve problems, it comes to innovate and generate a revolution in all industries. So, if you are here and you have an innovative idea in which you want to incorporate AI, or if you already have a company and you want to modernize it, there are a few things that keeps in mind. Let's take a look together about the organizational process and innovation when you want to incorporate AI in your job. How to bring AI to your work. So, the first step is to identify the needs of each company and its users. So, it's possible to create a technology department or to have a person in charge of carrying out the technological incorporations. It's important to understand that AI can be used by everyone. So we must teach its uses in a simple way, so all people can understand its uses in a correct form. So teaching the uses of AI to a team allows for greater efficiency in completing objectives previously solved only by specialists. AI is becoming an indispensable tool to optimize resources, improve decision-making, and increase efficiency. It's a reality, I think, for all of us here, if you have to work with different people from different countries in different projects. So in this conference, some speakers have talked about artificial chats like GPT or OpenAI chats. So I think it's a very good option to teach to the people on your work team how to use it so that the whole team begins to understand how it works. So it can be a successful starting point to generate AI responses based on the prompt of AI chats. You have to know what's the correct form and the correct use to generate a good prompt. So here I show you that you can give to these chats a role assignment, a contact situation, objectives, size or limits, and you can share examples to some project you work. So you can really use chat and AI application in every area you want, from the beginning of a project to its end. And I want to show you some examples to incorporate AI in your company, your idea, or in your project. Let's see. Here we have possible areas of AI application. We have customer service, marketing, human resources, finance, production, logistics, product development, sales, cybersecurity, data analysis, project management, training, and development. We have seen the possibility of innovating with AI in all areas in your companies, but now we must look at some risks and cares that we have to take when you use new technologies or AI. So let's see some risk mitigation and cares. Artificial intelligence and the constant update of its application lead us to be constantly informed. Project management professionals must analyze several critical aspects to maximize the positive impact of new technologies and minimize potential risks. If you are a leader or if you are part of a teamwork and you want to use new technologies like AI, you have to know that we all have the responsibility of a good use of it. So here I have a list of risk mitigation, like quality, for example. You have to corroborate that all the information is true. And then we have ethical integrity. It's a very important point. In my case, when I work in, like example, in my construction and architecture company, and if I want to use new technologies or like ChatGPT in my presentations, I decide to report it for all the teams. So that after that, we have that data accessibility. Any person involved should be able to verify the data. Here we have data privacy and use. It's a legal part of AI uses, and it's a very important concept too. I once had a job offer to work with AI chatbots, and when I analyzed the project, I discovered that there was no legal basis for protecting user data. So I have to decide not to lead it. I want to talk about that because it's a responsibility. Use AI in a good way. So you have to make good decisions for do that. And finally, we have monitoring. If the team members are using AI, you must supervise its correct uses. And if you're listening this speech and you're just discovering AI, you should know that many chats are based on logic, but not all the information generated is true. So the content and information should always be verified. It's very, very important note that we have to see every time in a project. Mostly if you are a leader, you have to corroborate all the information and data generated. So, sorry. Okay. I want to show you some personal examples here. And there are situations that have occurred me when I worked in some projects and I solved problems with AI. For example, the time to achieve the project is very short, failure to complete the sprints on times, poor communication between team members, changes in resource availability, and the team was not really trained. That all situations can happen to all of us here working in project with different people. So I want to show you two simple examples of solving unexpected problems in a short period of time. Now, here we have the example of the company I work today. This is Belver Construction Company. I work in project management here. And once I have a problem here because we have a failure to complete sprints on time. We have a problem here. It was the day a new industrial project was due to be presented, and the rendering of the project has not been complete. So we have a challenge here. Create an artificial image for the project in minutes. The problem was solved with AI image and video generation. I want to show you here 3 photos about the industrial project generated in 20 minutes with Canva. It's a simple application that all here can use, and it was my solving problem in this situation. In this case, the architect in charge of delivering the rendering was not able to complete it. So solving this situation with AI allowed 3 things. At first, to keep and protect this person's job. And the second is redirect the presentation in a modern way and not cancel the meeting or change the timing of the project. So it's very important this uses technological and innovative uses to solve problems. In my journey in my company, I have had some real challenges as I can lead a project, but I'm not an architect or engineer. So therefore, the acceptance use of some application has allowed me to deliver my work. Here are some examples of applications I have used for design, like OpenAI, architectural rendering, image generation, interior design, and others. And here you have the example of different application. You can take a print or write to me at the end if you want this presentation for you. I have no problem about that. And here we can see some examples like OpenAI, Canva, Render AI, Lux. Here have some other applications like Colab, DALL-E, Chat PDFs, Virtual Station AI, and we have so much applications to use in this industry of architecture and construction. I want to share with you this page. I personally use it. His name is, there is an AI for that. In this page, you can see all the latest applications that come to market and can help you in your work. And so much of that are a free application, so you can prove that if you want. And I want to show you the second example of situations in my work. Here we have a World Peace Music Festival that we made in March of this year. And for this project, the time to achieve was very short. I want to show and share with you this problem. Within 72 hours, a virtual cultural project for peace had to be created and presented with 78 young people from 17 different countries. It was a big challenge, and this kind of project can appear, and there are not easy projects, but we can do it if you want. So here we have some challenges. At first, the time difference between countries, 17 countries, we have so much differences, different languages, diverse cultures and interpretations of peace, cybersecurity and governmental authorizations, broadcasting to all member countries. It's important this moment because there is a huge challenge that is not in my list here in the presentation, but it's important to say. This cultural event was designed for families who have lost someone in terrorist attacks. So the responsibility of doing this project had to be extremely respectful and careful with all the families and all the participants in this World Peace Music Festival. So when you work with people with different experiences, you have to take care of cultural, ideological, political, or religious differences, especially if your project deals with a sensitive or painful subject. So I want to show you how the AI helped me in some situations in this project. Here, I have an example of time reorganization with AI. In 2 minutes, ChatGPT was able to provide 3 possible meeting times with the participants from 17 countries, which saved a lot of time and energy in the organization of the teams. I show you here the prompt I use in this case. You can write to give me not 3 possible time zones, and you can write give me 1 option, and it's very easy to do that in project with different times. Well, the use of these technologies help to generate a project and an organized agenda. So we were able to consult which were the best social platforms to broadcast these events since in many countries, for example, Latin America, United States, Europe, we use Meta like WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. But what happened in other countries? For example, China or Russia, the people use another social media. So we have the challenge to broadcast to all countries member in this project. We have been able to solve in a short period of time the graphic part and the development of creative ideas, and the program organization for all the teams was generated in the first instance with AI as well. So we can see here that ChatGPT and other applications AI can help us in some different projects like this. This event has been a success thanks to the application of different technologies. An event that was organized in a few days without artificial intelligence in project management will have taken several months of work. So after that, I want to do the closing of this presentation. I want to show you questions for the future and a call to action. As we have seen in this Congress, we are here to talk about the impact of AI, not only in project management, but also in medicine, data science, governments, security, financial service, art, education, robotics, human rights, and the list could go and go on and on. So, working in innovative projects will lead you to new challenges, and new technologies are a great tool for all of us. If you are working in a project and you have doubts about how to incorporate AI to your teamwork and your company, or if you are a question about some topics or you want this presentation, I will leave here my personal email so you can contact me. I hope you like this presentation. Sorry about my English or my nervous. I want to encourage you to incorporate AI with responsibility and professionalism in your work, and try which tools can optimize your own time and results. Let's continue to generate multidisciplinary collaborations here and build this field together. Thank you so much for your attention and for giving me this space.
Are there any questions? Okay, thank you very much for your great presentation, Miss Ivana Capellino. And our
Thank you.
next speaker, yeah, thank you. And our next speaker is Dr. Anna Perzinder. Dr. Anna is a clinical professor at the Computer Science Department, Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles, California. Previously, she served as a faculty member in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Southern California for approximately a decade. She earned her PhD in computer science from the University of Montreal and her doctorate in automatic summarization of legal documents from Paris-Sorbonne University in 2005. She made significant contributions to the fields of AI, natural language processing, social media analysis, interdisciplinary data science, and healthcare predictive machine learning. She is the author and co-author of more than 5 books in the fields of AI. She is a painting artist and her paintings has been published in a book titled 1001 Nights. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Dr. Anna Perzinder.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your introduction. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Let me do that. So could you please tell me if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so yeah, as you introduced me, my name is Anna Farzindar. I'm a clinical professor at Loyola Marymount University. So today, I want to talk about of course, about AI. So AI is great. So the achievements that we have over years is really impressive. Especially, I work in the field of AI for past 25 years, developing the different algorithm, the different type of a data, work with the different context and the interdisciplinary. But today, what I want to mention is about how we could be conscious about the challenges and the dangers of generative AI in order to implement the AI in our application or in the specific field that we are working with more responsible way. So in this way, I will highlight some of those problems using the art. So basically, as you can see, previous painting, it was mine, and this painting is generated by OpenAI. So the company that's providing ChatGPT and DALL-E 2. So, and then, during my presentation that you will see, so I will mention some of these challenges, and then we will see over art, how when you ask to the system to generate the art, how could we visually see those problems? So the outline of this talk is I will go quickly over my personal introduction, and I will give a quick introduction over what is the generative AI and the large language models, and what are those challenges? Why should we worry about those, and how could we do? If we know the problem, for sure, we can find a solution for it. So a little bit about myself, my research interests. I work in AI and specifically natural language processing. So natural language processing is when we communicate with the natural language with machine. So basically we teach the machine how to communicate with a human directly with a natural language like Spanish, French, Persian, Mandarin. So the language that are natural for human, with the artificial language, which are like the programming like Java, Python. So these are the artificial language. So my field is how we can communicate with machine with a natural language. And also, as I said, for 5 past years, I work in this field of NLP, and for the past few years now, I'm working on the ethics of AI, and then how could we implement those advancements in a more appropriate way and responsible. So my personal interest, I study fine art as well in Paris, and I paint, and I'm a visual artist and a painter. So now I use those painting that I'm doing to raise the public awareness about those challenges of generative AI. So in this visually, we can see, because, it's nice to talk about the problem, but when we see the problem, that's more impactful. So a little bit about the large language model and the challenges of the generative AI. So how it's work? So, probably most of you know that's the other deep learning technique that we use, particularly the transformer architect. If you see, let me see if I can activate my pointer. It seems not. So I don't know if you see my pointer, but here in the left side, we have an image that comes from the paper published by Google. They called "Attention is All You Need," and basically it's show the architecture of the system, how the encoder and the decoder works in the attention-based model. So basically, in a simple language, the encoder is taking care of your input, and decoder is generate what is expected output. For example, if we want to do the machine translation from French to English, encoder is taking care of our original language, target, the source language, which is French. So it's look at the, the word embedding, how is the context, how we can put the word in the context. For example, if you have a word like princess, woman, daughters, aunties, they are all related together on a specific concept. So, and in this way, it work with a, different deep learning method as a feed forward to generate some score for that. And then in the decoder part, it's work on the target language, which is the English language, and then it's try to guess what is the best next word that could be translated. So this encoder and decoder, they are working together, and basically the idea, the revolutionary idea behind that is we generate more contextual information. So we generate a coherent output because we have lots of information from the context. So the output is very revolutionary. As we can see, for example, the model like ChatGPT by OpenAI, Meta by company Meta, parent company of the Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and the models like BERT and T5 by Google. So the key features of those generative AI are they are extremely powerful for natural language processing, the ability of the understanding the text and generating the text like human, and also the images. So they can generate the image by giving the textual information, generating the image, or giving the initial image and produce a similar image. Like what I will do, you will see during this talk, I will generate the specific image based on my art. So what are great about those models is they can train on the billion of the data as a large language model, and then we are ability to fine-tune those big model for a specific task. For example, if you are working on the translation on specific language, we can fine-tune that, or automatic summarization, or question answering a specific question, and then the system goes over the huge databases and then find the exact answer that you wanted, and then you can regenerate the appropriate text for answering that question. So the fine-tuning is an essential key for working with this model. And also these are scalable. That means over time, when we gather more and more data, and then the model can handle this the new data. So the quality and the performance, the quality of output and the performance of the model will improve. So, there are several applications of those large language model. For example, content recommendation. So when you watch the streaming like Netflix or Amazon Prime, they based on the user interest and based on the group of the people similar to this user, the system provide the recommendations. So, okay, you can hear what the movie that we recommended for you. And for example, for Netflix, they said based on their system, 80% of the movie that are watched across the globes comes from their recommendation system. So you see how they are impactful, those recommendations. Or we can use a large language model on summarization. We have a large document, for example, that is the specific field of my study. I work with the legal field, so the decision and the jurisprudence, how they could get benefits of this summarization. Information extraction, text generation, translation, as I mentioned, sentiment analysis. You have lots of data, especially now we are closing to the election time. So how could we analyze the positive, negative, neutral sentiment about a specific topic, question answering, text categorization. So these are the several applications of NLP. So we can use the large language model and fine tune for those specific application. So, but as I said, the large language model and AI has a huge potential. But here, I want to mention some of these challenges in this generative AI. So the challenges like hallucination, truthfulness, reliability, alignment of the models, how we could make sure the AI system is safe for us, the problem like racism, sexism, and cultural bias, and also the ethics of AI. So first of all, hallucination. So what does it mean, hallucination? When we say the system might generate some information which are not factual, or the information wasn't present in the data. And when you ask a question, for example, from ChatGPT, replace of the system said, I don't know, it's try to generate something and make up the story. So basically this LLM model is a story maker. So sometimes the story is not true, but the impact could be really, really important, because that leads the user to the misinformation. So it could generate a false citation, the wrong historical fact, or some medical advices that are completely wrong and then make the confusion. So for example, this painting is from the original painting of the Leonardo da Vinci Mona Lisa. I painted this painting during the COVID, and I want to emphasize, and everybody around the globe, they were in the quarantine and waiting. So I added an Apple Watch for Mona Lisa, and then looking the watch and waiting. But I had some challenges. Okay, if I add the watch, so usually the watch is on the left wrist, and original Mona Lisa had the right hand over left hand. So in order to show the watch, so I should re-engineering and everything about the hand and put the form of the shoulder that would change, the position of hand would change, so the form of the fingers would change. So I re-engineer everything in order to make this painting and then show the Apple Watch. But we'll see how the system that generates that based on those hallucinations. And also, I will show you the textual, and I will show you on the image. So on the textual aspect, that's become very critical. This example that hit the US news, somebody asked how many rocks should a child eat per day, and asked this question from Google Generative AI. So the answer, the system doesn't know that in the data, and try to make up the story. And the story that is make it as an answer, as a medical advisor, is that according to UC Berkeley geologist, that means it made up the citation also, eating at least one small rock per day is recommended because rocks contain minerals and vitamins and that are important for digestive health. So it make up the things. And in addition, it gives you some recommendation how you could feed the child with the rock. It said, for example, you can hide it in the ice cream or peanut butter. So that's not horrible. So, but when we know the problem, we can address the problem. That's why, I try to emphasize and you should be aware of those problems and signal those problems. And if you integrate the AI in your work, be aware of the limitation. So last month, I asked the same question, how many rocks should a child eat per day? And, the problem was solved by Google Gemini. And it's come back with this answer: children and adults should eat absolutely no rocks, and the rocks can hurt their teeth and the tummy. So if you're concerned, talk to their doctor. And then it gives some recommendations. So this time the recommendation was more coherent and appropriate. It said the healthy alternative, it could be the crunchy vegetable, fruit like apple and pears, and the whole grain crackers or popcorn. So, those problems are addressed with the appropriate answering. So back to the example of the visual of the hallucination, as I said, the original painting that I did from the model of the Mona Lisa with the Apple Watch, I gave it as a prompt to the DALL-E 2 for the OpenAI system. And then, once again, if you pay attention to the position of the hand, so it's take the original Mona Lisa with the position of the hand and the right hand on the left hand, but in the same time, the system has these things that, the Apple Watch is not visible, so it added one Apple Watch. So as you can see, the image is generated is the original Mona Lisa with an additional Apple Watch to, complete these things. So, it's trying to make up the things. So it's not factual. It's not the thing that you wanted, but the system never said, I can do that, or I don't know the answer. It's trying to make up the things. So sometimes these misinformation are very dangerous, and you should be really careful about that. So how could we address this hallucination? So based on the recent interview with lots of the important CEO of the corporation, they said, basically potentially we can't eliminate the hallucination completely, because that's embedded in the large language model, predicting what could be the next word and then, make the story. But we could minimize this hallucination. So, for example, with data quality, using the more accurate training data for the model and choosing the data from the, more different example and the samples, including in our data set. Using the performance evaluating metrics, so how we could evaluate the output, what are the choosing the right model and evaluate the model performance. For example, as I said, there are the different models by Google, by Meta, by OpenAI, by Amazon now. So, which of them, they have their own specification and the fine tuning. So you should know how choose the data model and evaluate it based on your task and fine tune them. Another important aspect that I want to emphasize on that is keep the human in the loop, because if we do everything that's, deep learning is extremely black box. So we have a black box, we have an input, something happened between the neurons and the deep learning, and we have an output. So this black box is extremely hard to know how the output is predicted. But the way that we want to do is, as much as possible, keep the human in the loops. So replace of having a big black box, is there any way that we can have the different part of the system and the human validate each output of each part of the system before giving to the next section of the system. So in this way, keep the human in the loop and review the output of the generative models and give the feedback, and the system integrate those feedback for the task. And prompt engineering is very important. So what is a prompt? So basically, we give a prompt to the system, and based on this prompt, the system, they try to generate the information. But how carefully are we crafting this prompt is an art now. So there are one of the future job that's created for the generative AI is the people with the knowledge, and they know how create the appropriate prompt to receive the right answer by generative AI. So that's another way to keeping the human in the loop and train the specific team on the as a prompt engineer. And also the validation of the model. So lots of the company now, they are really rushed in implementing the large language model without any post-processing validation. So that's, we should be very careful about what we are expecting in this implementation, and have the validation mechanism in this field. The second problem, that the challenges that we have with the generative AI is the truthfulness. That means the output of the machine that we get, is it accurate response? Is it grounded in reality and using the factual information? That means, do we have the appropriate context? So when the context is ambiguous, or the query, the prompt that we ask the system is ambiguous, it's trying to generate the information and story quickly. But how the system could handle this complexity and the ambiguity of the question and the query that we ask. Also, we have lots of bias in the training data. So how could we address this real world bias? So in this way, when the system generate the things, is it true? Is it something that's based on the context? So for which context is true? So especially when we're talking about the application like healthcare, so of course, the child can eat the rock is absolutely no way. But, in the other contexts, what is for example, this medication, what is the age of the taking this medication? What is the impact? What is the other health factors that should be relevant for the system? So how could we work with this, adding this context and the fact to the system? So, for example, here you see one of the painting that I have as the mother and the child. So, so the photos, they are connected together via the specific cord. And now I ask the system to generate the similar images. So the image is very interesting. So it's the concept of the mother, child, universe. But something is weird here, as there are 3 hands. So how is possible a human has 3 hands? So system generate that one, and there is no fact checker for that. So these are for human beings, it's really obvious, that the 3 hand is wrong, something wrong. But for the system, it's try to generate it. And imagine, which those systems we implement in our decision making. So we take this system, and you ask, for example, for your loan application or for your mortgage application, you're stressed, you have a bid on a house, and now you go to the financial institution, you need your money for the mortgage, etc. You have a specific time, very short period of the time, and then most of the bank and institution, they use AI. And imagine, the AI system, they reject your loan, but the context of the background, financial background, is correct, but they're interpreting it the wrong way. So like, generating with the 3 hands. So it's very important to be aware of that. So once again, how we can improve those truthfulness of the system is quality of data, have the fact-checking agent integrated to the system. So, we should think about it, how we could have this mechanism embedded in the system in a real time in the model. It can fact check it. And then once again, explainability of AI, how we replace of this black box, we give an image, a painting, and now here is generated the mother with the 3 hands. Before that, is there any way that we can have a different system, and then human can check the output of each model before giving as an input to the other models? So for example, for the loan application, so we check the different aspect, not only answer as a yes or no, rejected or declined or accepted. And leveraging the user feedback, when the user keep using the model, is there any way that we use the benefits of this feedback in the model? And the techniques like active learning that could be embedded in the process. So the other aspect is the reliability. That means can we rely on the output of the machine? Are the answers are consistent? So is the, for example, if over time, the data is generating an output, but over time, the output we have the different answer. So how could we rely on the system over time? So do we need a specific method that consider this aspect for the trustworthiness, the safety for human, and decision making again? So there are the decision making like the surgery or the legal decision making. So how over time we can integrate those challenges. So here once again, this is one of the painting that I did. Is based on the birth of the Venus. So Venus with an iPhone. But here I asked the system to generate this image, and then you can see it's beautiful, but the phone is on the other side, and look at the fingers. So the number of the finger, the number of the fingers are wrong. So once again, so can we rely on those systems for the big decision making, like the life-threatening things, like the self-driving cars? So once again, how could we rely on that? So we should revise our data, the design of the model, emphasize on the testing and validation, and the once again monitoring and human feedback in the loop. The next challenge is the alignment of the model. That means when model generates something, is it aligned with the human value? Is it aligned with the society value? So in this way, what we wanted is we want to make sure, it is not against we try to, for example, in education, we try to educate our children in one thing, and then we will say, the system, they are keep producing the thing, which is there's no way after, couple of years to bring it back. So how we can make sure these models are aligned? So by the value training, integrating those value in the training of the model, and once again, explainability of AI. And the safety. So are these generative AI and a large language model are safe for us? So once again, like we have lots of the deepfaking information. We have lots of the car now coming as the self-driving car. Is it safe to have that when make a decision of there's a passenger, there's a child, or how the car can make a decision so quickly? So how is safe for us, for our society, and for us? So and then the safety in generative AI, it's very serious aspect, because we have lots of misinformation, we have bias, we have manipulation. So for example, if we ask a robot to take care of our elder. So we want to make sure the robot is not manipulating our elder, for example, bias their mind toward the election or the vote by the misinformation that's presented, or the privacy violation. So, and here is another painting. So it's a painting from the Vermeer, the girl with the pearl earring. So here, DALL-E is generated in, the form of the ear, and the Wi-Fi that was in the previous, the Wi-Fi was the earring. So it kept the essential of the previous painting, but they put it together in a strange way. So, so once again, it's important to know how we address all those problems. So I don't have that much time. I try to be quick over that. So one of the things is the racism, sexism, and cultural bias that we have. That means, I'm in California, and basically in California, we developed most of the algorithm and quickly deploy it for the rest of the planet. Instagram, they develop their algorithm, they implement, and then across the globe, they use the Instagram, the recommendation system, etc. But, we should be really, really careful about everything. For example, this one is one of the paintings that I did is basically if you look at the face, is a Middle-aged woman in the middle. So, and then across there is a decoration. It's like a circuit. But I asked the generative AI to regenerate this image. And as you can see here, the face is the westernized woman with green blue eyes, and all the facial feature is the Western woman, and then just added some pattern like the Persian or Middle East pattern. But it's the database, is most of the things that they have completed was from the white woman that is generated. So once again, how we can mitigate the bias in AI is extremely important. And ethics of AI itself is another story, how we can deploy with the responsibility and ensure the AI is implemented with a long-term commitment. The aspect like the fairness, are we addressing all the people and the minority in our community? The explainability AI as a black box, I mentioned, the bias, manipulation of behavior, human-robot interaction, AI safety and adversarial attack. I have several, publications over those topics. If you're interested, you can search up what the ethics of AI and my name, and then you will find lots of the information. But here I want to emphasize on the data privacy, because data privacy is the things that the company, they are more and more, they want to get the data to have the better model and being a competitor in the competitive market. But the prediction is by 2026, they will run out of the data, because all the data from the internet are consumed for the training the model. And now there's things that will happen. It's called data hunger. That means the company, they are eager to get more and more data, especially the private data from your cell phone, from the images, from the text that you are sending, from your, all the private data, the sensors that you have in your house. But is there any violation to the privacy? How we can increase, this risk of the violation is increased, how we can make sure the algorithm are not biased. So, the data privacy concern, this data hunger is very important. So here, what I want to mention, highlights some of the problems that we have with generative AI and large language model, like hallucination, truthfulness, reliability, alignment of the model, safety, racism, sexism, and the cultural bias, and the ethics. So when you are implementing the AI, you should be careful about all that aspect and be mindful. So what I presented here, that will be a part of the new book chapter coming up. So I have a book called Natural Language Processing for Social Media that will published by Springer. So that will be the 4th edition is coming up. And the problem that I mentioned for the generative AI, that will be part of this new edition of this book. So thank you very much for your attention. And of course, over time, the data and the algorithm will change, even the branding. So for example, this painting, I did it with the Twitter, and now Twitter's X. So let me know if you have any question. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. Wonderful presentation.
You're welcome.
Anybody have questions? We will move to the next presenter. Please, next presenter, share the screen.
Yeah, I will introduce him. Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Rihana Linda Mohammed. Dr. Rihana Linda Mohammed has passionate education strategist with over 20 years of experience. She specializes in crafting innovative learning programs that drive students' success with dual EDDs in educational technology and leadership. She consults for schools and curriculum department Eastream. As an Intel SFI ambassador and co-organizer of NYC Metaverse, she explores the future of education in the metaverse. She integrates AI and 3D immersive learning to create cutting-edge educational experiences, empowering students to shine. She builds wave-making learning environments for future-ready students. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Dr. Rihana Linda Mohammed. And moreover, she will be joining with Eric To, co-founder and CEO of Megaminds, and Terence Tang, GM of EDM 8Care. Thank you.
Yes, please. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We're truly blessed and grateful to be presenting here this morning on this beautiful Saturday morning. It's a distinct honor to share with such esteemed leaders and distinguished guests from around the globe about this transformative shift in education driven by power of artificial intelligence. We extend our warmest and sincerest good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all in attendance as we embark on this exploration for the future of learning. Joining me today is a panel of two of my favorite people at the foremost of education innovation, Eric Tao, co-founder and CEO of Megaminds, and Terence Tan, General Manager of North America for EdMaker. Together, we will dive into the exciting possibility of AI-driven curriculum. Our goal is to share insight on how to harness the potential of AI to enhance teaching, personalized learning, and prepare students for success in an increasingly complex world. I am Dr. Rihana Linda Mohammed, an Intel SFI ambassador and Surge Director of Curriculum. Next slide, please. As the world of education rapidly evolves, we as educators, we need to try to equip our students for the future. So what we do is we must introduce eStream. It's a comprehensive curriculum designed to empower learners from kindergarten all the way to college by integrating entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, engineering, arts, and mathematics. eStream foster well-rounded individuals who can tackle real-world challenges. It also includes an 8-week college prep program that prepares students for a smooth transition to college, setting them on a clear path to success. eStream develops students' critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity, enabling students to adapt and thrive in the ever-changing technological landscape. We believe that by nurturing these skills from a young age, we are investing in the future leaders who will shape our world. eStream, our K through 12 and college readiness program, is perfect because it incorporates entrepreneurship and research with STEAM focus while developing the students as a whole, starting from kindergarten to college. This curriculum scaffolds and builds on social emotional learning, such as positive emotions and relationships, which focuses on oneself and others. It develops effective communication, collaboration, and teamwork. It focuses on mindsets like design thinking and computational thinking. It includes developing our children's skill sets such as programming and coding, data science, AI and machine learning, simulation and modeling, which prepares them for the 21st century skill sets they need to thrive in this world. eStream focuses on entrepreneurial skills from elementary. Imagine children in elementary starting a veggie garden or a herb garden and selling these plants to the community. Our middle schoolers creating their own NFT and marketing it for profit. Or even our high schoolers already coming out of high school with a business portfolio or already starting a successful online business. Then transferring into college or university with this knowledge, they're already way ahead of other children. This is what eStream does for our students. eStream prioritizes the holistic approach, developing, nurturing the emotional and mental growth from elementary through high school by focusing on emotional social skills, healthy relationships, and responsible decision making. Students develop strong self-awareness, empathy, and social skills through teamwork. They learn to collaborative effectively, understand their strengths, weakness, and communicate their ideas clearly. This approach empowers students to navigate challenges, build resistance, and thrive in all aspects of life. eStream is designed to cultivate a growth mindset in students from elementary school all the way to graduation by developing essential skills such as design thinking, computational thinking, and system thinking. eStream empowers learning. eStream empowers our students to take ownership of their education and pursue their passion with determination. A creative, inquiry-led approach which encourages innovation and problem-solving skills, while emphasizing a strong emphasis and preservation and resilience, which is equipping them to overcome so many challenges as they grow. It celebrates growth and progress, reinforcing a positive learning environment, which ultimately prepares them to become more confident and independent and lifelong learners. eStream is designed to cultivate a robust skill set in students from elementary all the way up until graduating high school. By focusing on critical thinking skill, problem solving, effective communication, research, and independent learning. eStream empowers the students to tackle real-world challenges in their academic levels. This curriculum incorporates coding, data analysis, technology application, which prepares them in the digital age. Through hands-on project-based learning lessons, students develop the ability to question, investigate, and communicate these things effectively. Ultimately, eStream nurtures creativity and logic approaches in problem solving, equipping students with the essential tools and success for higher education and beyond. eStream focuses on entrepreneurial skills by designing and cultivating these skills from early years of their education. Beginning in elementary school, students are introduced to the foundation of entrepreneurial concepts and skills, which are progressively dependent and refined refined through their academic journey. By graduation, students will have developed the strong entrepreneurial skill sets that they need. They would have either completed a business plan, a business portfolio, or have even launched an online successful business. The eStream curriculum focuses on innovation, creativity, and the ability to identify and to seize the business opportunity. Students will gain a comprehensive understanding of the challenges and rewards associated with starting and managing a business, equipping them to become confident and capable of entrepreneurship. eStream students, they learn by doing. So project-based learning is focused on real-world issues. It integrates real-world applications, and this is what is developed and honing by the 21st century skill sets, and it incorporates state standards, ISTE standards, and is aligned with the UN sustainability goals, which align with the UNESCO 2030 agenda. So this curriculum is designed for our students' success. Now take a look at this slide. This is what children are capable of doing with eStream. This child is in 2nd grade, and with project-based learning instructions, students from kindergarten to 12th grade can accomplish lessons that solve real-world issues and can even apply it to real-life situation. Imagine students as early as in 2nd grade can be able to use simulation tools and design and create a coral reef and learn about the impact that humans can have on destroying and protecting our coral reefs. They're solving real-world issues, real-world challenges through activities, and this is what they're doing in 2nd grade and onwards. In the next slide, they're using an application called AI Dungeon to create an ad to a story that's AI generated. Now here, what you see on this slide are students using a 3D immersive platform to problem solve using simulation and modeling skills. eStream is making every effort to ensure students have the technological skills needed to enter the 21st century job markets globally, using the platform developed by Eric Thao, our co-founder and CEO of Megaminds. Eric?
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Good day, everybody. I'm Eric Tao. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Megaminds, and I'm just going to tell you a bit quickly about our platform. So Megaminds is an innovative 3D learning solution that champions student-centered learning and offers active game-like experiences that captivate students. It empowers students by connecting with their interests, namely virtual world gaming, encouraging creation, collaboration, and a sense of ownership over their learning. It develops digital literacy and higher order skills, helping students prepare for future workforces. And simultaneously, it provides teachers with easy to use tools and assessment data to personalize and differentiate instruction, making it a very powerful asset for schools. Next slide, please. So it places students at the center of their own learning journey while empowering teachers to guide them through all 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy. It fosters higher order thinking, challenging students to think critically, creatively, and collaboratively at every stage. Next slide, please. Our platform supports project-based learning by offering students customizable digital spaces for both individual and group projects. It's very user-friendly for teachers. All they do is simply share a link, and the students can create their own digital spaces independently, reducing teacher workload. Next slide, please. And when you give students creative superpowers like this, you'll often be amazed by what they can accomplish. So through these projects can evolve into impressive digital portfolios that are ideal to share with parents, administrators, and even part of college and job applications. The next slide, please. And finally, Megaminds offers a dynamic space for interactive presentations and classroom activities. It supports most file types, provides a large library of standards-aligned lessons, simulations, and activities. Next slide, please. such as this. Earlier this spring, we were nominated for Educational Experience of the Year for our I Have a Dream experience. It's the internet's only simulation of Dr. King's famous speech, where students can feel like they're standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in 1963. Next slide, please. So we also seamlessly integrate with some of the most widely used instructional tools and platforms out there, ensuring smooth compatibility with a school's existing ecosystem. This also allows teachers to elevate their existing content and curriculum, giving old lessons a fresh, modern update. Next slide, please. So we employ robust security measures and uphold strict data privacy standards as well to ensure that our virtual spaces are protected from unauthorized access and misuse. Next slide, please. And finally, Megaminds has the flexibility to be used synchronously or asynchronously and on any device. It runs in the browser of Chromebooks, tablets, and even smartphones and VR headsets, ensuring maximum accessibility and implementation options for schools. Thank you. Back to you, Rihanna.
Thank you so much for that introduction about Megaminds, Eric. eStream have the perfect platform to support teachers to incorporate the lessons and technology into their classroom. With Eddie and eStream are equipping to prepare the next generation of students and with the 21st century technology skill sets to compete on a global level, while providing the teachers with the necessary tools to do so with EdTech Studio. So now here to tell us more about EdTech Studio is Terrence Tan, North America General Manager of EdMaker.
Thanks so much, Rihanna. Give me a moment. Thanks so much, Rihanna. I'm happy to be here to share a little bit about Eddie. Now, as she mentioned, as Rihanna has mentioned, eStream is a really forward-thinking curriculum, and we're excited to be part of this global movement. And because it's so forward-thinking and because it's so progressive, one challenge that teachers face is, where are the resources? Do I have the resources to be able to enable and carry out some of these amazing eStream lessons in my classroom that are both project-based learning and tech-enabled? Now, there isn't a single tool out there that can help to generate full lesson packages consisting of slide decks, worksheets, as well as detailed teacher outlines when it comes to education technology. Technology is moving too fast for a lot of AI-enabled lesson package generators to catch up. And this is where we come in. Eddie is a custom AI model that enables eStream curriculum using generative AI. And with our model that we have built for eStream, teachers can generate a lesson package that is aligned to eStream principles and eStream values on the topic of their choice. They can pick from grade, subject, as well as an eStream mindset and skill set that Rihanna has mentioned earlier. Anything from entrepreneurship to data analysis. We have successfully mapped all of the eStream mindsets and skill sets onto the types of lessons and types of learning experiences that students can undergo. And on the next slide, what you'll see is the fact that Eddie, EdTech Studio provides all the materials that teachers will need to get started once they key in a topic of their choice, a grade level, a subject, as well as the eStream mindset and skill set. What they'll get are an educator's guide with a detailed rundown of what is expected of learning objectives, teacher moves, lesson activities, as well as even in-class slide decks that you're able to use in your classroom with minimal modification. Lastly, it also comes with working files, such as worksheets, sample code, etc., that teachers can actually use when introducing new EdTech tools. And you'll see over here that Eddie was able to produce a lesson using Megaminds. So that's actually part of our partnership, right? We work with awesome software companies like Megaminds to generate lesson packages and lessons that leverage on these software to enhance the learning experience for students while making the implementation easy for teachers. Next slide, please. Now with edTech Studio, with Eddie's edTech Studio, teachers can build their personalized eStream scope and sequence. So let's say I'm teaching upper elementary math, right? And I want to teach a topic on fractions. Traditionally, that would involve a lot of chalk and talk, what we call chalk and talk, right? I write down a bunch of fractions on the board. I get students to come up. I get students to answer questions. And then I give out a worksheet to assess their understanding. Eddie kind of flips that on its head, right? And because it's enabled by, it adheres to project-based learning principles, it can create a series of lessons where in the first week, students are actually training a computer vision model to recognize different fractions using a free software, Google Teachable Machine, right? They're training Google Teachable Machine to recognize what's the difference between a quarter and a third and a fourth, so on and so forth. And in the process, they're not just learning about fractions, they're also learning about the role of AI. In the second week, they can use pencil code or any designing software to solve fraction equations to draw unique images using code. Teachers can use pencil code to test and assess students' understanding of fractions, while at the same time teaching them basic coding skills. And in the last week, edTech Studio or Eddie's edTech Studio could build a lesson where students are essentially solving fraction equations to gain instructions on how to build a 3D skyscraper. And this can be done within Megaminds, right? So this is just a sample, but the broader point is that it enables a more project-based learning experience for both students as well as their instructor, that at the same time introduces them the crucial future-ready skills that are enabled by innovative technology and innovative edtech software. Next slide, please. Alternatively, Eddie's edtech Studio is also able to e-streamify your existing curriculum. And what do I mean by this? Let's say you're a teacher or you're a curriculum director who already has an existing repository of worksheets and curriculum. Our AI engine is able to convert that into their tech-infused project-based learning equivalents. So I mentioned that a traditional fractions lesson would involve the distribution of worksheets where students have to fill in, they're sitting down on the individual desks, very little collaboration, very little project-based learning work. Our engine is able to transform that to make sure your students are able to achieve the same learning objectives via PBL and tech-enabled learning methods. So you see over here, the lesson objectives at the bottom stays the same. Students are able to identify equivalent fractions, but the modality and the way that they achieve the lesson objectives is totally different. So that's the potential of the edTech Studio, and that's what we've been able to achieve within a pilot program with Rihanna School in Florida. Thank you. Over back to you, Rihanna.
Thank you so much for that, Terrence. So as you see, eStream is a data-driven curriculum that is designed to holistically develop students from kindergarten to college readiness by prioritizing social-emotional learning, growth mindset, essential skills, and entrepreneurial spirit. eStream not only empowers individuals to reach their full potential, but it also includes a college prep program that seamlessly transitions students to college and facilities, providing a continuous pathway for academic and personal growth. Next slide, please. So eStream transitions the program from the college. eStream students enters the college and universities with a clear career path in mind, whether it's business, engineering, medicine, or computer science. They're equipped with a strong foundation on entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, engineering, arts, and math. They possess the essential skills to excel in the classroom field, whichever they choose. This forward-thinking approach ensures a seamless transition to higher education and position eStream graduates as a highly prepared and competitive candidates in today's demanding job market. So eStream empowers teachers by providing a comprehensive framework and resource to foster innovation and student success. With Eddie's ongoing professional development, training tools to effectively implement a structured curriculum that ensures consistency and progression across grade levels. The platform encourages collaborative learning, project-based inquiry instruction, and data-driven decision-making by equipping students with the essential 21st century skills. eStream boosts students' engagement, motivation, and achievement. With the Eddie-generated lesson plans, teachers can focus on instructions and student interaction, ultimately creating an engaging and effective learning experience to prepare students for success. At the cornerstone of eStream's success lies the strategic partnership with innovative companies such as Megamind's 3D immersive platform, EdMaker's Make-A-Cart, and Eddie EdTech Studio tech-infused lesson-generated capabilities has been instrumental in developing cutting-edge educational experience. These collaboration is what empowers our teachers with the tools and resources needed to create a dynamic and engaging learning environment to inspire our children's curiosity and creativity. Now, on behalf of Megaminds, EdMaker, and EdTech Studio, we would like to express our sincerest gratitude for the opportunity to share eStream's vision with you. Your time and attention is truly invaluable, and we collectively strive to transform education. We believe our partnership and the integration of innovative technology can empower students to reach the full potential. Together, we thrive on shaping the future of learning. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your time, and thank you for believing in our mission. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much for a great presentation, Dr. Rihanna.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for having us.
Our next speaker is Ms. Sumaya Samrin. Ms. Sumaya Samrin is a graduate with a master's in artificial intelligence from Royal Holloway and a bachelor's in computer engineering from Presidency University, possessing strong skills in AI, machine learning, and data analysis. Her experience includes internships at Supreme Industries and Brain Tower, focusing on customer sentiment analysis, web scraping, and data pre-processing. Her key academic projects involved house price prediction, face recognition for cybersecurity, and Twitter sentiment analysis. She is certified in various data science and AI courses, demonstrated leadership as a coordinator and social media manager for the Speakers and Anchors Club, and she is a secretary of the Rotaract Club, recognized for excellent leadership in Rotaract projects. Please join me in welcoming our speaker, Ms. Sumaya Samrin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Thank you so much for the great introduction. Today I'm going to talk about the role of AI in revolutionizing healthcare. The emergence of AI in healthcare has been groundbreaking, reshaping the way we diagnose, treat, and monitor patients. This technology is drastically improving healthcare research and outcomes by producing more accurate diagnosis and enabling more personalized treatments. AI in healthcare's ability to analyze vast amounts of clinical documentation helps medical professionals identify disease markers and trends that are often overlooked. The potential applications of AI and healthcare are broad and far-reaching, from scanning radiological images for early detection of diseases like cancer, and predicting outcomes from electronic health records. Electronic health records, as in all our medical records that are saved in hospitals and clinics, that they use to if anyone comes into the hospital, they can just quickly search up and find our health record, and makes it easier to know what previous diseases we have and what symptoms we are facing. So by leveraging AI in hospital settings and healthcare systems can become more smarter, faster, and more efficient in providing care to millions of people worldwide. AI in healthcare is truly turning out to be the future, transforming how patients receive quality care while mitigating costs for providers and improving health outcomes. So first, let's look at a little history. It all began with IBM Watson's AI intelligence system, which was developed to answer questions accurately and quickly. Articles on AI in healthcare mention IBM's launch in 2011 of a healthcare specific version of Watson that focused on natural language processing. It's a technology that is used to understand and interpret human communication. Today, alongside IBM, other tech giants like Apple, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon also increasingly investing in AI technologies for the healthcare sector. The remarkable implications of AI in healthcare are truly remarkable. AI in healthcare is expected to play a major role in redefining the way we process healthcare data, diagnose diseases, and develop treatments that can even prevent those diseases. So by using AI in healthcare, medical professionals can make more informed decisions based on more accurate information, in turn saving them time, reducing costs, and also improving medical record management overall. And also from like identifying new cancer treatments to improving patient experiences, AI in healthcare promises to be a game changer, leading the way towards a future where patients receive more quality care and treatment faster and more accurately than ever before. Now let's look at a few of the different technologies of AI in healthcare. First is machine learning and deep learning. These are two subsets of artificial intelligence that are focused on enabling computers to learn from data and make decisions. First, machine learning. It involves algorithms that analyze and learn from data to identify patterns and make predictions on decisions without implicitly programming for each task. So you don't need to separately program for each task, like do this, change the color of this, add this record, or remove this record. Once you write the program, that automatically happens. So anything that is automated is known as AI. So machine learning used in healthcare has significantly reshaped healthcare by enhancing medical diagnosis and treatment. By processing vast amounts of clinical data, algorithms can identify patterns and predict medical outcomes with unprecedented accuracy. This technology aids in analyzing patient records, medical imaging, and discovering new therapies, thus helping healthcare professionals improve treatments and reduce the cost of those treatments. Machine learning enables precise disease diagnosis, customized treatments, and detection of subtle changes in vital signs, which might indicate potential health issues. Precision medicine is the most common application of AI. It predicts effective treatment procedures based on patient-specific data through supervised learning. So supervised learning is it learns from itself through all the data is provided, and then thinks what is the correct outcome for this, and the decisions can be made according to that. Now, deep learning. It is a more advanced subset of machine learning and also a part of AI. It utilizes neural networks with many layers, hence the word deep, to model complex patterns and representations in data. Essentially, while machine learning encompasses a broad range of techniques for data-driven learning, deep learning represents a specialized, more powerful approach using layered neural networks. It is used in healthcare tasks like speech recognitions through natural language processing. So I'll talk about natural language processing next. So it is deep learning transforms healthcare by enhancing various critical areas such as clinical diagnosis, patient management, robotic remote surgeries, and telemedicine. In clinical diagnosis, deep learning models analyze medical images like MRIs and CT scans to detect diseases such as cancer and heart conditions with remarkable accuracy, often surpassing human performance. So in patient management, deep learning helps predict outcomes, personalize treatment plans, and monitors the health trends through data analysis, leading to more informed decision and proactive care. It also plays a pivotal role in robotic assisted surgeries. It improves precision and enables surgeons to perform remote procedures with enhanced accuracy and reduce risks. Additionally, in telemedicine, for example, deep learning automates tasks like symptom analysis and medical image interpretation, facilitating remote consultations and expanding healthcare access to patients in underserved regions like villages and regions where the healthcare is not advanced. So this integration of deep learning in healthcare is driving significant improvements in diagnostics, treatments, and the accessibility of advanced medical care. So deep learning and ML both understands and utilizes in clinical setting and will crucially help the healthcare professionals diagnose and treat more easily. So let's talk about another key AI technology that is natural language processing. As someone has already spoken about it before a little, I guess. So it is a form of AI that enables computers to interpret and use human language. This form of AI is used in reshaping the healthcare industry. NLP is being used in a wide range of health data applications, such as improving patient care through better diagnosis accuracy, streamlining clinical processes, and providing more personalized services. For example, NLP can be applied to medical records to accurately diagnose diseases by extracting useful information from health data, like I've already said in the introduction. Additionally, it can be used to identify relevant treatments and medications for each patient, or even predict potential health risks based on past health data. Furthermore, NLP also provides clinicians with powerful tools for managing large amounts of complex data, something which would normally take us much longer to do manually. NLP is proving to be an invaluable tool in healthcare, allowing medical professionals to use AI to more accurately diagnose diseases and provide better personalized treatments for their patients. This form of AI in healthcare is quickly becoming a must-have in the medical healthcare industry and is likely to become even more sophisticated and can be used in a wide range of applications. The last one is rule-based expert systems. So expert systems based on variations of if-then rules were the prevalent technology for AI in healthcare in the 80s and also later periods. The use of AI in healthcare is widely used for clinical decision support to this day. So many electronical health record systems currently make available of a set of rules with their software offerings. So expert systems usually entail human experts and engineers to build an extensive series of rules in a certain knowledge area. They function well up to a point and are very easy to follow and process. But as the number of rules grow too large, usually exceeding several thousand, the rules can begin to conflict with each other and then they fall apart. Also, if the knowledge area changes in significant way, changing the rules can be burdensome. So like these are some of the challenges also that I'll talk later of AI in healthcare. So now let's look at some applications of AI in healthcare. First is how AI is helpful with diagnosis and treatment applications. Diagnosis of treatment of disease has been at the core of AI in healthcare for the last 50 years. Early rule-based systems had potential to accurately diagnose and treat diseases, but were not totally accepted for clinical practice. They were not significantly better at diagnosing than humans, and the integration was less than ideal with clinical workflows and health record systems. But whether rule-based or algorithmic, using AI in healthcare for diagnosis and treatment plans can often be very difficult to marry with clinical workflows and EHR systems. Integration issues into healthcare organization has been a great barrier to widespread adoption of AI in healthcare when compared to the accuracy of suggestions. Much of the AI in healthcare capabilities for diagnosis, treatment, and clinical trials from medical software vendors are standalone and address only a certain area of care. So it's not broad. So some EHR software vendors are beginning to build limited healthcare analytics function with AI into their product offerings, but they're still in the elementary stages, like beginner stages. To take full advantage of the use of AI in healthcare, using a standalone EHR system, providers will either have to take substantial integration project themselves or leverage the capabilities of third-party vendors that have AI capabilities and can integrate with their electronic health records. Now let's talk how AI helps in administrative tasks. So AI in healthcare is changing many of the administrative aspects of medical care by automating mundane tasks such as data entry, claim processing, and appointment scheduling. Using AI in healthcare can free up time for providers and healthcare organizations so that they can focus on the patient care and revenue cycle management instead of just doing the paperwork, as you can call it. Furthermore, AI also has the potential to reduce human error by providing a faster way to review health records, medical imaging, claims processing, and test results. So if you just if you take an X-ray and just put it through the system, it will quickly give the test result without a human having to look at everything manually. So with AI giving medical professionals more autonomy over their workflow process, they are able to provide better quality patient care while also maintaining the budget efficiency. The ability of AI in healthcare to analyze the medical history of a patient and deliver faster and better results is reshaping the way healthcare providers deliver care, making it possible for them to devote more time and resources to their patients. With AI in healthcare leading the charge in improving patient care, medical professionals can be confident that they can focus on delivering quality care while also saving time and money with AI-powered administrative tasks. Ultimately, AI in healthcare offers a very redefined way for healthcare providers to better deliver and deliver better and faster patient care. By automating, as I said, mundane tasks, AI can help medical professionals save a lot of time while also giving them more autonomy over their workflow process. Next, let's look at some of the challenges for AI in healthcare. As healthcare professionals increasingly invest in the use of AI for a range of tasks, the challenges facing this technology must be addressed, as there are many ethical and regulatory issues that may not apply elsewhere. Some of the most pressing challenges for AI used in healthcare include data privacy and security, patient safety and accuracy, training algorithms to recognize patterns in medical data, integrating AI with existing IT systems, gaining physician acceptance and trust, and ensuring compliance with federal regulations. Data privacy is particularly important as AI systems collect large amounts of data and like personal health information, which can also be misused if they are not handled properly. Additionally, proper safety measures must be put into place in order to protect sensitive patient data from being exploited for malicious purposes. Patient safety and accuracy are also important concerns when using AI in healthcare. AI systems must be trained to recognize patterns in medical data, understand the relationships between different diagnoses and treatments, and provide accurate recommendations that are tailored to each individual patient. Furthermore, integrating AI with the existing IT systems can introduce additional complexity for medical providers, and it requires a deep understanding of how existing technologies work in order to ensure a more seamless operation. So let's look at the few softwares that face challenges. So first is like integrating healthcare information systems like HIS and PACS, that is picturing archiving and communication systems, RIS, radiology information systems. These are some of the softwares, and MDS, medication dispensing systems, and of course, electronic health records, EHR. They all pose a significant challenge due to variations in data formats, system architecture, and compatibility standards, including DICOM, that is digital imaging and communications in medicine. This process often demands extensive communication and rigorous testing to ensure smooth communication between systems, all while adhering to standards like HL7 and FHIR. Additionally, complexities arise from vendor diversity, data migration issues, and need for ongoing upgrades and maintenance. user resistance, compliance with legal regulations, and scalability concerns. Effectively addressing these challenges requires a well-coordinated approach, integrating technical expertise with strategic planning and stakeholder engagement to create a more cohesive and functional healthcare IT environment. Finally, gaining acceptance and trust from medical providers is very crucial for the successful adoption of healthcare in AI. Physicians need to feel confident that the AI systems is providing more reliable advice and will not lead them astray. Because if they're using AI and something goes wrong, the first person the patient will blame is them. They won't say your computer said wrong, because the doctor is responsible for you. So the blame will always go on the doctor. That's why it's very difficult for them to trust AI. So the whole system should be transparent, and physicians should have insight into how the AI system is making decisions so that they can be sure it is using valid, up-to-date medical research. Additionally, compliance with the federal regulations is a must to ensure that AI systems are being used ethically or not putting patient safety at risk. So let us talk about a little of when did AI become popular in healthcare. The surge in popularity of healthcare AI makes a transformative era in medical field. This phenomenon, gaining momentum over the past decades, has seen the role of AI in healthcare emerge as a cornerstone for invention and efficiency in medical practices worldwide. Understanding when and how AI became so integral requires a lot of explanation of its applications, benefits, and the groundbreaking examples of healthcare AI. AI in the medical field began to gain substantial attention in the early 21st century, with significant advancements in technology and data analysis. This period saw a convergence and of increased computational power, the availability of large data sets, big data, and significant improvements of AI-powered medical algorithms. The real turning point, however, came with the realization of how AI could address some of the most pressing challenges in healthcare, ranging from diagnostic accuracies to personalized treatment and operational efficiency. Statistics report that the AI healthcare market, which was valued at $11 billion in 2021, is expected to soar to $187 billion by 2030. This significant growth suggests that substantial transformations are anticipated in the operations of medical providers, hospitals, pharmaceutical and biotechnological companies, and other healthcare industry participants. So how has AI impacted the health industry? AI for healthcare offers the ability to process and analyze a vast amount of medical data far beyond human capacity. This capability was instrumental in diagnosing diseases, predicting outcomes, and recommending treatment. For example, AI algorithms can analyze medical images such as X-rays, MRIs, and CT scans with greater accuracy and speed that human radiologists, often detecting diseases such as cancer at very early stages that can save your life. So examples of AI in healthcare are very diverse and impactful. A significant development besides IBM's Watson Health was Google's DeepMind Health project, which demonstrated the ability to diagnose eye diseases from retinal scans with a level of accuracy comparable to human experts. Another notable AI projects in healthcare include GE Healthcare, for instance. It is used in developing the, For instance, it is used in developing the Edison platform, which leverages AI to enhance medical imaging, thus providing faster and more accurate diagnosis in fields like oncology and cardiology. Another project is Philips, the company Philips. It is focusing on AI integration through its IntelliSpace AI platform, which supports early detection and personalized treatment planning, particularly for cancer and cardiovascular diseases. And additionally, another company, Siemens Healthineers, has introduced AI-powered tools like the AI RAD Companion, which automates image processing.
I am charged by the phone because I still have work.
Sorry? Yeah.
Please go with your presentation.
Yeah. Additionally, Siemens Healthineers, they have introduced AI-powered tools like AI RAD Companion, which automates image processing thereby helping radiologists manage their workload and also improve diagnostic accuracy across CT, MRI, and ultrasound. Lastly, we can talk about another project called Neuralink. It is funded by Elon Musk, who we all know is quite famous in the field of AI. It is like pioneering brain-computer interface technology aimed at restoring neurological functions in individuals with paralysis or other neurological conditions, potentially revolutionizing patient rehabilitation and neurology. These pioneering projects showcased AI's potential to revolutionize diagnostics and personalized medicine. The question of how is AI used in healthcare extends beyond diagnostics. AI applications are also reshaping patient care management, drug discovery, and healthcare administration. In patient care, AI-driven chatbots and virtual health assistants, like chatbots are, for example, if you go on a website and at the corner they'll be like, do you need help? And then as soon as you type a question, AI answers you. In the corner there'll be a small option. So that is called chatbots, just to give you a brief. And virtual health assistants is the same thing. They provide 24/7 support and monitoring, enhancing patient engagement and adherence to treatment plans. In drug discovery, AI accelerates the drug development process by predicting how different drugs will react in the body, significantly reducing the time and the cost of clinical trials. Another area where AI is used in healthcare has made a significant impact. It is in predictive analytics. Healthcare AI systems can analyze patterns in patients' medical history and current health data to predict potential health risks that can happen in the future. This predictive capability enables healthcare providers to offer proactive, preventative care, ultimately leading to better patient outcomes and reduced healthcare costs. AI streamlines various processes within healthcare facilities, from scheduling appointments to processing insurance claims. AI automation reduces administrative burdens, allowing the healthcare providers to focus more on the patient care. This not only improves operational efficiency, but also enhances the overall patient experiences. The rise of AI has been a gradual but steady journey, catalyzed by technological advancements and the increasing demand for improved healthcare delivery. The integration of AI into the medical field has brought about a paradigm shift, making healthcare more efficient, accurate, and personalized. As AI technology continues to evolve, its role in healthcare is set to become even more significant, further solidifying its status as an indispensable tool in modern medicine. This journey of AI has, from a novel concept to fundamental aspect of healthcare, exemplifies a technological revolution with the promise of a better health outcomes for all. Now let's talk about the future of AI in healthcare. During the 2024 Precision Med Tri Conference, Mara Aspinall of Illumina Ventures engaged in a fireside chat with Eric Topol, who holds an Endo chair and serves as an executive VP and professor at Scripps Translate Science Institute, to explore the integration of precision medicine and AI. Topol is an author of 3 books and over 1,200 peer-reviewed publications, and is a very prominent figure in digital medicine. He believes that AI adoption in healthcare is crucial and imminent.
Sorry for the interruption. Just wanted to inform you there that we have got 2 minutes left of the presentation.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. He believes that AI adoption in healthcare is crucial and imminent. However, he questions whether the medical community is prepared for a shift. So that is one of the challenges also it faces. So some of the examples, as you can see on the screen, is advancements is robotics dispensing systems, telemedicine, and robotic surgeries that have made it easier for treatments. And another future is it also holds a promise for improving patient outcomes, increasing safety, and reducing costs associated with healthcare delivery. So the future of AI in healthcare is undoubtedly bright and filled with possibilities for further innovation. As we move forward into a more connected digital world, using AI in the healthcare industry will become an invaluable asset. So the primary obstacle for AI in healthcare isn't its capability to be effective, but rather its integration into everyday clinical practice. Over time, medical professionals might shift towards roles that necessitate distinctly human skills, particularly those involving advanced cognitive functions. It's possible that the only healthcare providers who won't fully benefit from AI advancements are those who chose not to embrace its use. So, in conclusion, AI is transforming healthcare by enhancing diagnostics, personalizing treatments, and optimizing operations. As technology advances, its potential to improve patient outcomes and streamline medical practices will only continue to go further. Yeah, that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sumaya.
Thank you.
Unmute your mic, Professor Dana. Unmute your mic. Unmute.
That's it. Hi. Thank you to everybody for the most interesting day. Very important scientific event. Thank you to my co-chair, Dr. Raz, to our wonderful lady who did monitoring, and to Mr. Kiran Kumar Jawala. Tomorrow we have a beautiful next day. We learn a lot from scientists, and it's all this amazing field. We are grateful that you share your research, and can't wait to see you tomorrow. It's going to be 4 a.m. for me. So let there be light and AI. Lots of love. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Sunny. It was a great, interesting day. We learned a lot about AI. We learned a lot about data science. We learned a lot in theory as well as in practice. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow as well to learn some more from the second global webinar of AI and data science. Thank you, Sunny. Great job.
Thank you, Dr. S. Thank you. Bye.